grinding, and it's really one of the only ways you can pass out there in these cars. It's about keeping corner speed up, maximising the corner exit speed, particularly down this main straight here. Darren's so long, and you can draft, get up on the inside, and you'll watch this move here. Ducks out, does the 25 of Nowicki. And he should be able to get this move down into turn one. A tricky corner that turns more than you expect, more than it looks like on camera. He's just moving around under brakes now and gets the move done. But it's going to be critically important to be second on the last lap coming onto that main straight.
It's like a Formula V or a Formula Ford race. It really is. It's a long run up to that checkered flag at the line there. A bit of a touch as they come out of 3, go into 4. I've said it before, I love this part of this track around here. It is so fast, wide open throttle. The 25 showing the nose here, the 155, the Auto Pro car of Nash appeared to slow, or at least ran wide there. Again, up on 3 wheels. They all lock that left rear as it just lifts off the ground and touches down again.
So technical, you've got to get back across up here to the left. Set yourself up for the right-hander. Fast bit of track. We make our way round, and Nowicki still leads. He's held on from McGarry, Nash, third, Frost, Anderson and Hinks, your top 6. Zonetti, Wallace and Morrison round out our 9-car fields.
The Mish's garage entry out in front. Well, we've got Nash in a Mish's garage sandwich at the moment. The 25 and the 44. Different colours, but same sponsorship on the side. And he's up to the task. Nash is absolutely up to the task, hanging in there. He's raced with some very, very heavy competitors in the Victorian series, and it is absolutely booming. Johnson, Simpson, Cadell Ambrose, a second-generation racer as well.
Yeah, he's coming along, isn't he?
Definitely is, side by side. We're going to join them up 3 here. This is a tricky part of the track, though. We come back into the complex, which is the pit lane complex, I guess you'd call it, and
the infield.
Leading it, yeah. Well,
the Indianapolis infield, isn't it?
That's exactly right, yes. Yes, Cameron, you've hit the nail on the head there. And lead change. I'm going to suggest that once we get out of the next couple of corners and head back up the straight, we might have another lead change, and we might see that happen for the next 9 laps.
Now, you're old enough to remember the old infield at Sandown over the back for the international part that brought you down towards the lake. It's got a bit of that about it, doesn't it, this circuit?
I hope not, because that was a hell of a bit of track. That was not great. I am old enough and did drive on it, but it wasn't a flash piece of track. This place is mint. An absolutely
it's
big,
incredible,
wide racing surface.
Incredible facility, and if you think about it, these drivers, a lot of them very young drivers, backing it into turn 1. That's very committed from the 25. Look at these two. I'm really impressed with the calibre of driving here, Darren. They're giving each other racing room, but no quarter either. This is very good driving from our top 3.
We do have, of course, 8 more laps to go for the XLs. They've had a number of races yesterday as well. I wonder if a couple of these guys have been out overnight and watched some of the ARC. Of course, the Australian Rally Championship is run in this same region. In fact, we'll have its the E stage off the back of the drag strip here later this afternoon.
We've got ARC in town, so they're running theirs. We've just had the drag racing at the new complex here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And we've also had the skids at Murray Bridge overnight as well. It's all going on here in South Australia.
The home of Australian motorsport, of course. 10 of the best Australian Grand Prix will run in this state.
Have you been talking too much to one of our colleagues today? Actually, 2 of them.
No, that's been my opinion for the last 4 decades.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to get outnumbered here, aren't I? This weekend with Richard Crail. We've also got Matt Nolte and... Now I'm finding out a non-South Australian, but still as parochial as the rest of them, Darren Smith alongside me. I think it's more to do with your age and enjoyment of the party scene around that time that might factor into it.
Let's put a full stop on that, and I'll agree with you. Nash getting away here. In fact, this is the biggest lead of the race, out to 0.4 of a second at the moment. So the 155 settling in nicely.
He's starting to break a bit of a gap there, isn't he?
This is true XL racing. It's kind of like Formula 3 in the noughties. You only need 2 or 3 cars really going for it out in front, and you've got a dead set race on your hands. And these guys are certainly doing a good job honing their skills, flowing the car. This is the secret to XL racing. And when you get to circuits like Winton and maybe even Malala here in South Australia, the flowing of the car is very important around those kind of corners. Here we're seeing it as well. This is Wallace, another second generation racer, and also Zanetti side by side. The 62 there of Wallace just doing exactly what I was discussing, flowing the car, getting through on the Evolution Smash Repairs entry.
It's this type of track, really, isn't it? It's such a beautiful circuit. If you've never had a chance and you tuned in on our 7+ coverage, as we look at a move here from the 42, Anderson looks to the inside, ducks out of it, tries to open up turn 1. Smart just showed the nose there, putting the pressure on the 38 of Frost. Frost holding on, not being swayed by it. Anderson using a lot of tyre, moving around there. You don't want to do that in quite a long race here. But Darren, such a fast-flowing, open circuit. It allows you to have multiple different lines through corners, which bodes well for racing in XLs. It gives you more than one line and an opportunity to pass at a number of corners.
I think what's really cool about these two cars is they've both got the same smash repair business, Evolution Crash Repairs on the front bumper. So I don't think we'll see coming together between these two. Look at that, Evolution right side by side there, the same panel shop. So this is going to be close, but I would suggest maybe no rubbing between these two.
Yeah, seeing as a sponsor, no doubt he's doing some free panel work there. So on the radio, boys.
At this level of racing, the best kind of sponsor you can have is a panel shop.
What did you have back in the day? You had
Oven baked enamel services.
There we go.
Gone now, sadly. That's how long ago.
Didn't you have Merbu North Plumbing as well at one point?
Yes.
Hey, how's that for a memory, Darren?
Very much so.
What year was that? 1927?
You must have spent some time behind me because it was on the rear spoiler of the car.
I don't think we ever raced against each other, Darren.
No, but your dad ran me off the track.
All right, back to the racing with 7 laps remaining in this one. National Wiki McGarry. Otherwise, if I get you started on that, Darren, I don't think we've got enough laps left in this race.
No, that's right. And it was the 90s, that's so long ago. This is a terrific display by the South Australian XLs, and boy, XL Racing in season 2024 is going to be stepped up with the Sarah National Series as well. That's going to be something very, very closely watched right across the Speed Series as well. So looking forward to seeing how the 2024 Shannons at Speed Series starts off, because we're playing out the Shannons Trophy Series for 2023 here today. This has been a fantastic 3-round series, and the racing at this level, a national level, really people stepping right up to do it, and the XLs are exactly that. They're presented beautifully here. And there's where we've been. That's the journey. The 16th to 18th of June at Sydney Motorsport Park. The 4th, 5th and 6th of August at Queensland Raceway. And, of course, it all rounds out here today at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And you can check it out. And it's probably going to be in the annals of history, that motorsport.org.au/trophy series. A vital part of the Australian motorsport scene.
Never say never, Darren. We thought the man champs disappeared in the 70s and then they brought it back. There's always a chance in the future.
I don't think they did, Cameron. I think we brought it back.
We brought it back. Okay. Well, we brought a few things back, didn't we? Brought sexy back at some stage, I'm sure.
The Hyundai's on track at the same time. There's a synergy.
So, no, I'm really, really impressed with what Motorsport Australia has done with the Trophy Series and giving an opportunity for categories that we've traditionally see at state level. You've mentioned it a few times, getting a national platform to show their wares when there's so many other categories that probably run on the big marquee events around the country, whether it's a Bathurst platform, whether it's in Adelaide for the 500. But I just love the opportunity to showcase the best of state level racing in a national series style environment. We've tried it a number of times in history, and it's really when the sport's at its best, when you get these state level categories but give them an opportunity to run collectively at big rounds. Think back to the Australian Formula Ford Championship in some of its glory days. And it was always great when they'd go over west, they'd run over in Perth, and all of a sudden the local scene would all turn up, and young drivers like a Garth Tander, who is a local driver over in Perth, would go and really take it to the national guys. That's what I really enjoy, and I think Motorsport Australia should be commended for their efforts to bring that to life again.
I think you touched the nail on the head, and Garth's career is actually one of those things, because fast lane racing have grown and grown and grown since those days out of the West, and they've got drivers that are now racing at the top level of Australian motorsport. And it's not just about drivers, it's about engineers, mechanics, teams and team owners, etc., etc. So that's I agree with you. The Trophy Series has certainly got, or this format of racing has certainly got, a very, very happy home at the national level of things, and one of the great things out of the Trophy Series this year has also been the coverage, the Blendline TV coverage in the background. The production company that are bringing us these pictures have really stepped up and risen to the occasion, and they're doing that off the back of really successful stuff with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as well. This is getting very willing. Let's call it the Smash Repairs race, because it's the 38 and the 42 of Anderson and Frost, giving Evolution Smash Repairs a big bit of coverage here today. Wins down the side there, and they are going to go side by side into one.
Oh, it's going to be down to who's got the bigger set of brakes. Turn one.
This category, they're exactly the same.
No, but you understand what I meant by that.
do.
And I was just looking to the inside. You don't want to run skinny, and Frost did run a little bit too skinny because there is the kickback. It turns back on itself. So while you might have the inside line at to one, you really need to get up to the B pillar before you switch back. Otherwise, you give that spot right back, and that's exactly what happened between Anderson and Frost.
See the blue flags out there, the officials going, well, I put it out, in, out. Yeah, we know that they're close, and they know the proximity of each other as well. Big shout out to all of our flaggies around the track. In fact, all of our volunteer officials, from the front gate to the back gate to the east gate to the west gate. And they all do such a tremendous job. And we're touching on race teams and things like that, Cam. These sort of race meetings also give less experienced officials the opportunity to step up into maybe a race control job or a senior sector job.
And that's, if you look at the screen now, you're tuned in on 7+. If you want to get involved, get the best seat in the house, you can jump onto motorsport.org.au/officials. Darren, there is a new generation starting to come through, and it's really heartwarming to see. You and I spent our early days in officiating families. We took a different path because we liked a little bit more attention on us. But the volunteer officials, they are the lifeblood of this sport, and without them, we don't have much of a sport. And I'm so grateful to have just walked past race control here and seen some young faces in there, walking out around the flag points, seeing young faces getting involved in the sport. Not that we don't appreciate all the experience that we've had from decades of volunteer experience, but it's just good to see this mix starting to come in and a regeneration of talent.
Well, you don't need to go too far. You can even go to a Formula One Grand Prix, and there's Australians that have been in that scene for some time. Gary Connolly in the stewards room. We had Michael Massey, sadly controversially removed from his position, but the highest office in the world of F1 race director, etc. Out of club scene, the current race director of supercars, James Taylor, absolute grassroots official for 30 years.
Here's another one to the mix for you. The sporting director of the Miami Grand Prix, an Australian by the name of John Murphy. So there you go. He worked out at Motorsport Australia for a while, and now is the sporting director of one of the bigger Grand Prix around the world.
Yeah, from bean counter to director. There you go. This race continues on, and this battle is absolutely enthralling now with Nowicki and McGarry. This is for those podium spots. Again, two cars with the same sponsors on the side here getting together. And the one in front there's got the Evolution Smash Repairs on the back of it. Well, so if you ever wonder, you're about to slide into the back of it and you're in the car number 44 at the moment, McGarry, you know where to go and get it fixed up.
Well, Nash has broken the back of them, hasn't he? He's cleared out, got a decent gap. As I see it on the timing monitor, sitting around 3.5 seconds from Nowicki and McGarry. And those two duking it out are really not helping their cause, going for a race win as actually fastest first sector of all for Nash. That last one through with a 55.4. He was half a second clear on the two behind him in the first sector.
For Burson Auto Parts, the Circuit XL South Australia Series, we are 6 laps into a 10-lap journey, and these little groups of two, these little duos that are battling it out, whether they're sharing panel beater sponsors or XL Garage sponsors between them. Close, tight racing has been what XL's is all about. You've just really put a good spotlight, Cameron, on the Charlie Nash's run. 4 seconds in front of this race. That is like a decade in real time in XL racing. You can't make that up.
He's gone purple as well at this stage of the race, so the car really coming towards him. A 47.7, which is not the fastest second sector of all, but has kept it fastest to the end of the second sector. Well clear. Again, another half a second. He's pulled a second out of the cars behind him. If you'll start to even out, as you see on the screens at the moment. But he's pulled nearly a second out of the two behind him this lap alone. He hasn't even finished it yet.
Car 38 has just been shown the black with diagonal white, or the bad sportsmanship flag, exceeding track limits. All of the drivers were given a very factual account of where track limits are, and that is normally where they go out over the white line and excessively over the back of the ripple strip there. So
Darren,
that bad sportsmanship flag has been delivered.
2 seconds faster is what it was, roughly, Nash from Nowicki and McGarry in that last lap around. And he's cleared out 5 seconds up the road now. But this battle rages. That's the 44 of McGarry, sitting in third place at the moment, hoping to move up one spot on the podium. Still got a couple of laps to go. We're 2.5 laps away. You can see the fastest lap there on screen. That was the last lap around. And thank you, Darren. You're ahead of the graphics there, mate. Look at you go.
Bad sportsmanship flag now for car number 25. Track limits there. So that is car 2 on the road. That is the car we're looking at right there. So that means this is not a penalty at this stage. This is we are watching you. We've got a watching brief on how you're conducting yourself on the track at the moment. Please abate that, because the next flag you get, you'll be coming in to see this Clark, of course.
We call it the warning flag.
It is a warning flag.
We're calling it the warning flag. And you spoke of Michael Massey before at Formula One. He brought the bad sportsmanship back to Formula One. They were like, we haven't seen this flag in decades. But it's something that we've been using quite regularly in Australian motorsport for a long time. Track limits is certainly a topic at F1 as well.
It is. It is. Some people use it as a segment on their radio show.
There we go. The bad sportsmanship flag for 2 cars, the 38 and the 25. Just reconfirming that for you.
I do like that modern iteration of a flag too, like that. It's very, very clear. You have, you can't say you didn't see it. It's a very big
Would anyone
LED.
ever have used that as an excuse, Darren?
Well, they can't now, can they? That's what it's all about. This is some good close racing, and these two are duking it out. And just while we've been watching now, Wiki, just keeping it on the track there, on the white line, using it right up to the edge. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people say that's the edge of the track. Race drivers mostly say the track ends at the wall, because that's where the race ends.
That was close for the 25 again.
Too.
They're, I wonder if Hawkeye's in action out there at the moment, just keeping an eye on those track limits. A lot of the time at this level, you use the official at the point and on the comms loop. They'll be recording whether or not the driver was inside or outside the bounds as we start to get very close to the end of this race. Frost on a personal best lap out of position number 5, but this is the battle really, the battle for second. Nowicki versus McGarry. 2 laps remaining. A bad sportsmanship flag hanging over the head of the 25 of Nowicki. McGarry will be aware of it. He will have seen the notification. Look how wide he runs, trying to get that exit speed on the 25.
This is also falling right into the hands of Charlie Nash as well. These two battling it out. Now the 78 of Hinks down in 6th place is being shown the same bad sportsmanship flag with track limits again. So I tell you what, with the production car race coming up next for 1 hour journey, they want to watch themselves, because some of these production cars can use every bit of their imagination as to what the track limits might be. So they're right onto it here in the Motorsport Australia Race Control. These two battling away really are giving Charlie Nash every reason to take a sweet victory here. And he's not being handed it either. He's actually being fast as well. Charlie is doing a brilliant job and setting fastest lap of the race so far on the last lap around, a 2:22.07. And there it is, 2:22.07 for the 155 of Nash. Running pretty hard here. The 25 is definitely running wider than the 44. And three-wheeling it through there, the 25. That might be why it's running wide. If you kept all 4 wheels on the ground, you would keep yourself a little bit more grip. But the most common thing, particularly out of the rally fraternity when they run a front-wheel drive car, is really the rear wheels are only there to stop the back of the car dragging on the ground, quote-unquote, multiple national champion Simon Evans. And these guys are doing a brilliant job. Of course, in the XL's front-wheel drive, everything is over the front wheels. Engine, gearbox, all the obviously steering arrangement, radiator, the cooling system, all out over the front wheels.
Your feet.
Yeah, everything. And then out the back, it's just a couple of wheels keeping the bodywork from dragging on the road.
We're inside the last lap here. Anderson still on a personal best out of position number 4. Don't think he's going to catch these 2 cars up in front. Let's look at the move now. This is the opportunity for the 44 of McGarry. Does he try? No, he just holds in. He'll have another spot in mind. If
anything, now Wiki actually got away from him in a straight line there. So that would be a count for a run out of the last corner, flowing the car, flowing it probably a bit wider, using a little bit more of track limits.
Oh, we missed that.
But not putting any dust up in the air. So I would suggest at the moment the 25 has cleared that bad sportsmanship flag for track limits. And the bad sportsmanship flag doesn't always mean you're being a bad sport, but it does give you a reminder that the officials are watching you and you are doing something that might be questionable.
That was only a rear left lock-up, which is understandable as you head down to the hairpin. As Darren said, no weight on that tie-up. It gets very heavy on the front right, which means the left rear is pretty much hanging out in the breeze. Can't see where he's going to get this move done, as Charlie Nash is well and truly up the road. He's cleared out. He's nearly 8 seconds gone from these 2.
Well, we saw Alex Gardner have a crack at Scotty Borman in the last race to make up a spot. It didn't work, but at the moment, the 44 is not having a dip. It's going to be a late braking manoeuvre. It might even be a slide. It might even be 4 wheels with white smoke pouring off them to get the job done here, but you just get the feeling that the impetus isn't there at the moment. It might just flat spot a set of tyres that could probably get you to the next round.
Yeah, but we've got no more rounds of this trophy series.
That's true.
No more races left for the XLs. This is it. Got to put the move on very shortly. If you want second spot, McGarry. He's tucked in. I think he's going to put a move on, Darren, in the last couple of corners.
This next right-hander go up over the right-hander here, then the next right-hander, which is a right-angle corner, coming down here.
He's close. He's sticking a little bit of the nose out.
It's just too much. The 25 of Now Wiki has just got that car length out. Here we go. The 155 for Auto Pro. Doing a tremendous job here. He's led it from start to finish. Charlie Nash has not been fronted in this race. Doing a ripping job and indeed taking 50 points out of this one here. Just in the background, here it is, the battle of the race. And it comes down to the wire. It'll be Now Wiki over McGarry. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your podium for the XL final race for the weekend, race number 3. The Burson Auto Parts Circuit XL SA race as they stream to the line. Now, it is Nash doing a brilliant job in the end of that one there. Really enjoying his time in the 155 Tickford Racing entry Auto Pro, representing his family and his sponsors very, very well indeed. Anderson and Frost. And then Jack Wallace, who started out of P3, went back to P6 in the ensuing battle there, another next generation racer. And across the line is Hinks and Zonetti as well for the Burson Auto Parts Circuit XL SA race number 3. Acquitted themselves very, very well indeed, the XLs. And I'm going to say there might not have actually been any coming together. Maybe just a little touch coming out of turn 3 between 2 of the protagonists early on in the race. But very, very clean race, and well done to all of the competitors. As we see one final car coming to the line in Aine Morrison in the 983. There it is, confirmation, final results. Car number 155, Charlie Nash. Car number 25 to Shane Nowicki. And third in the Burson Auto Parts Circuit XLs is Mitch McGarry. Kim Anderson in the 42. Cruz Frostholm in 5th place. Jack Wallace in 6th. Car number 78 of Graham Hicks in 7th. Rob Zonetti in car number 29 comes home 8th. And Aine Morrison rounds out our 9. Great to have all 9 starters and all 9 finishes. Fastest lap ultimately went to Charlie Nash at a 224.07. And the only other car in the 224s was Shane Nowicki, car number 2 on the road there as a 124.9. So 0.8 of a second. Charlie Nash was clear of the field. A ripping day here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the Bend here in Tailem Bend. And if you're anywhere in the vicinity, Adelaide, even near the Victorian border, make your way out down to the track today. We're going to be racing here until 5 p.m. all day, or indeed join everyone else on 7 Plus for a great day of racing. Next category on track is the Mobil 1 Australian production cars, and the monochrome invited cars will be on track as we just get our cars coming down to the stop area at the conclusion of this Burson Auto Parts Circuit XL's South Australian Series. And just seeing the cars come down there, drivers getting out. Pretty happy with himself there. Young Nash, a name emblazoned across the front of this car, synonymous with the top level of touring car racing in Australia in Tickford. As we have got Cameron Vanderduncan catching up with the winners, who will definitely be grinners. Charlie Nash with Cam Vanderduncan.
Very much, Darren. Charlie Nash, great drive, mate. The car just seemed to get faster and faster throughout the race. You must be very delighted.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this weekend. We've just been on the bull all weekend. The car's been great. ASM just been making the car perfect, and yeah, just been a good race with all the other guys, and yeah, been a good weekend. Looked
a bit hot and heavy early. Why did the car just come on later? Was that the way you'd set it up to be better at the back end of the race?
Yeah, we weren't quite sure what we were going to do at the end, if I was still going to be with other guys or not, so we set it up so it would be a bit faster over then with the tyres, so the pressures just came up and it was a rocket by then.
Well done. Congratulations. Great win for Charlie Nash. We're going to head back to what was the battle of the race for the two drivers behind. Shane Nowicki, great drive. When you saw that bad sportsmanship flag for you, what were you thinking at that point in time? You looked like you were leaving it all out on track.
Yeah, the car just was going off towards the end there. It was hard to keep it within those lines, but by the end of that, I knew I just had to bring it back a little bit and not risk that penalty. So.
Now, you were running a lot wider than the car behind you, and we'll go and talk to him in a second. Was it a bit of a grip issue at the end, or was it more about that drive off the exit, trying to keep that momentum on the next straight?
Yeah, a bit of both. Obviously, trying to catch Nash. He's got some pace there. It was a bit hard to keep up, but just had to keep it on the track towards those last few laps.
Well done. Congratulations on second. And the effort, you were trying throughout. Congratulations on getting third in that race. But I bet you got excited when you saw the bad sportsman flag light up for the car in front.
Yeah, we were both kind of sitting there, and I saw the bad sportsmanship flag, so I kind of thought maybe Nash might be getting the same. So my hope was that Nash would get a penalty, and then me and Shane would kind of sweep through, being teammates that we are. But I had awesome fun, and I really appreciated it. I got given this car to drive for a weekend by Mish from Mish's XL Garage, and I just had a blast driving it. So it's awesome fun out there, and it's all good fun racing.
Let's have a quick chat for you on that last lap. We saw you look down into turn one. You didn't make the move there. Then the last couple of corners, we thought you were setting up. Was it just the car just had a little bit too much drive on you, or did you decide, you know what, I'll take third?
I think I had him set up out of the fishbowl section kind of majority of the race, but that last lap just didn't get it right. So, no, it was good fun, and he's a quick kid. So Shane mostly pulled me through that race with a tow, and I was just kind of along for the ride, and because I don't think I would have stuck on with him if I didn't have that tow. So, no, I was just having fun being in the top three.
Well, we stayed with your race and your battle for most of that race. Congratulations, well done. You gave everyone on 7 Plus a great deal of enjoyment watching that race. You're tuned into 7 Plus with the Shannons Trophy Series, and right now we're going to take a very quick break.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man. The Falcon Squire wagon was unloved in 1964, but turns heads today. The Americans call them Woodies, but the panelling, it's just fiberglass and plastic. But it's a passion that Shannons understands, which is why my Fords are insured with Shannons. And now, so's the home.
Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The biggest biggest and toughest go head-to-head on live Friday fight nights. The One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Wow, some great footage there leading into this one, the Mobil 1 Australian production cars and the monochrome invited cars here this weekend. The high drama of Australian production cars has always been at the forefront of Australian motorsport, and just that little 30 seconds there of the drama that can build with 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour and 6 hour races. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, a guy that remembers before production cars were a thing, a veteran of Australian motorsport, none other than Gary O'Brien, right alongside me. Gaz, cars set to go in the pit lane there.
Yeah, thanks, Daz. Good morning if you're in Australia watching this, or if you're anywhere else. Good day.
Good day. G'day, mate.
How are you? Yeah, we've got the third race of this round of Invitation monochrome cars plus the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Series. Of course, Invitation cars are all GT4s, let's face it. And boy, did we have some great races yesterday.
Certainly the combination of these two fields has been a bit of a masterstroke. It's giving those GT4 cars a program of development to get some interest around them and running in with the production cars. What I have found entertaining is that at certain points of the race, the level playing field with some of the Extreme Performance X-Class cars and the GT4s becomes very close indeed.
Well, unfortunately here it won't be so much because of the nature of the track, firstly, and the fact that for the first time this season, GT4 cars are on slicks.
Yes, so there is a performance gain there, that's for sure, and that's something that they're well aware of, and it is it's very interesting that that's transpired. But certainly the Mobil 1 Australian Production Car Series still running on their radials or their road-based tyres. Pretty much everyone now has chosen between a Yokohama and a Hankook. There is a tyre bank that they can choose from, and the weight of the production cars has been at Hankook for quite some time. But here this weekend, the move to Yokohama by a lot of particularly the two Mustangs, the Colby Cowan, Lindsay Kearns car, and Rowell, and of course the Michael Stilwell and Ray Hislop car as well on the Yokohamas. Here is the way they will lined up. The Randall Industries BMW F82 M4 car number 32 is on pole position, and it will be Lawrence at the wheel. And John Bowe did have a drive of the car yesterday and obviously brought it home for a race win, which was close, fought out towards the end of that battle. Mark Griffith will be at the helm of the Daimler Trucks Brisbane Mercedes AMG GT. Shane Smollen joined up with Ricky Capo this weekend, a guy that was racing the Praga, which we saw at the opening race of today's telecast, Gaz. Now the Praga being driven by Miles Lacey, and Ricky Capo, a man of international mystery and driving in Europe and in Australia. So terrific to see that Shane Smollen has given Ricky this, because Ricky's been driving these exact Porsches in Germany now for some time.
Yeah, out of position 4, Grant Sherrin, first production cars in the Class X Sherrin Rentals BMW F82 M4, and you might see that there's F82 M4s in both GT4 and in Class X.
So the 27 is Grant Sherrin, and that is a Class X car. We look further down the grid now for the Mobil 1 Australian production cars and the monochrome invited. Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns. This Mustang was the first Mustang of this shape into Australian production car racing. Sat on pole position at Sydney Motorsport Park on its debut. So the car is always quick, and was also featured a couple of seasons ago here in a very dramatic finish to the Australian production car series. Chris Lewis and Nathan Callahan, this is a car that I definitely like to watch. These guys out of WA, car number 64. The HSV VF Club Sport, Bill Stein support on there, as well. We go back to 7, which will be the Levitt King, the Mercedes C63 AMG, and very much like the Scott Borman Coyote-powered V8 in the prototypes, this AMG, when it thumps down the straight, just gives off the best note, doesn't it?
And it's very quick in a straight line. Out of position 8, Mick Rowell with this weekend Cameron McLeod joining him in the Rowell Logistics Mustang, and then Chris Sutton doing it on his own in the Mitsubishi Evo 10. Ian Sherrin out of position 10 in the second of the Shannon Reynolds M4s.
Interesting there with Ian Sherrin starting yesterday's race rear of grid.
Yeah.
Took a couple of tyres after qualifying, and the penalty for that is to be relegated.
Actually, I think he blew a couple of tyres.
Yeah, blew, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
So they had to get more tyres.
A couple of new Hancocks thrown at that.
Trevor Simons in the VE model GTS HSV Commodore is out of position 11. Paul Bracini and Justin Anthony out of position 12 in the BMW M140i. That's in a Class A1. Then we get Michael Stilwell and Ray Hislop in the Mach 1 Mustang. That's slightly different from the GT version. It's slightly heavier and has a little bit more power.
Really looking forward to seeing how this combination goes here. Ray Hislop, as you and I both know after an extended interview with Ray on the Grassroots Racing podcast, that his love for the Blue Oval, and Michael Stilwell, clearly the family involved with Ford dealerships here and also across the Atlantic for many, many years with Bib, his father, also racing in Formula One and other bits and pieces around the Tasman Series, etc.
I had a glimpse of what Ray is building for sports sedans.
As did I.
It's looking amazing, and really hope it all comes together.
If you wonder where the remnants of his IP car have gone to, it's coming back. So Ray is an avid competitor, a great bloke, and really good story there as well. Out of 17th, Holt and Shrinkfield in the Lithostone HSV Commodore. The 37 of Brian Callahan in the HSV GTS VY. And there's Carl Begg and Phil Morris off the back in the GT4 Australia monochrome entry, the AMG.
That's Paul Morris.
Off the back of the field. So, sorry, Paul Morris down there as well. Actually, who is in the car? No, it's Carl actually in the car.
Yeah, they had a fuel drama yesterday. They had to stop for a late pit stop, and then the thing cooked out of juice on the last lap. And Brian Callahan, we must speak about him. He missed yesterday afternoon's race. Had a broken bush in the front suspension just before they went out, so lucky they didn't. So they spent most of that race just replacing that. Track temperature at the moment is 21 degrees, ambient temperature 18 degrees, and I dare say within the car it's quite a bit warmer. So the cars will come around. It's a standing start. And keep an eye on the number 40 McLaren. There it is, coming into picture at the back of the field. Had to do this in the first race because they had a wheel bearing drama with the car and only just sort of did enough to qualify, and then had to ship another one down from Queensland to get them underway. Came home very strong in that race, finished 4th, and the GT4 cars were virtually line astern in that one. The win going to the car that you see third on the grid, the Shane Smolin Ricky Capo Porsche Cayman. It's only been beaten 3 times this year, and only twice on track, and once as a result of a penalty.
Cars look magnificent here. The weather has absolutely given us a treat here. A couple of the GT4 cars in the monochrome invited category.
He's over the line too, so that may be a problem for Mark Griffith there. Got to be behind the lines, the box as they call it, and well, someone went very quickly. Oh, they're out in the warm-up lap now, so, or are they underway?
No, this race start absolutely underway here. As we charge down into turn 1, it is going to be the car that finished the race. No, it's not. It's going to be Shane Smolin. Dives into turn number 1. A terrific start off the second row of the grid. Puts the Porsche smack bang into contention at turn 1. The Cayman 718 that Ricky Capo drove yesterday. And Shane leading this series.
Another great start from Lillis in HSV. Had a great start in race 1. Nathan Callahan drove that in race 2 and also had a good start. There's the number 3 Mustang. That thing took off well before the lights turned out. and dare say he will cop a penalty. They'll probably do that at the pit stop, I would imagine.
Yeah, Michael Rowell getting away very, very swiftly indeed. There's Lewis and Callaghan in the mix there as well. So Smollen coming into this race in the lead of the championship over Mark Griffith, Stephen Dukes and Carl Begg. Tony Quinn, Nash Morris and Paul Morris. Sadly, Quinny couldn't be with us in his Porsche. He's sent the Porsche over to New Zealand to one of the races at one of his tracks. Which is one, it could be at all of them, except for Pukekohe.
We've got enough cars. He's got more cars than tracks, hasn't he? Or is it the other way around?
He's taken the Porsche he was running in the Monochrome Invited series to over there. Here comes the Carl Begg McLaren up the inside, starting at rear of grid. There's the number 16 Levitt. You hear that? Just pick it up off the microphone's trackside there. Big thumping AMG V8.
There's Begg around the outside of the 130i BMW. Picks up another spot, heading up over the hill and down towards turn 17. Now he'll pick off Chris Sutton. Whoa, who was that in the background? That was
the Motorsport.
Simon's car got all out of shape out of 17. Make that turn 16.
Pretty difficult around this part of the track, isn't it, to know where it is?
Yeah, well, they all look, those couple of corners look very similar from when you're looking at it from our perspective.
The Levitt car going through the paddle shift gearbox as we go back to an Evo 10. Gee, Gary, I never thought, oh that was not good.
That's
something
an
has
engine
expired under there.
That's a whole engine, I would say.
And
that's
going
huge.
off. Big oil flames out there, the big bright orange flames, and hopefully there's no fire continuing there, but absolutely wide open throttle. Something has absolutely expired there. Oil straight onto a hot exhaust and catching fire. Thank goodness the fire is out for now. Pretty quickly wanting to get out though. The net coming down.
And they've red flagged this.
Well, that would probably be a whole dump of oil on the main straight.
What didn't burn?
Yes. Yeah, what hadn't gone up in smoke.
Yeah.
So controversy already in lap number 1.
Well, it is. They are time certain, even though this was scheduled for 60 minutes.
No, safety car.
Oh, well, they've changed. No, they've gone back green now.
Okay. Well, the timing teller is green and red and yellow. Safety car. Yep. There it is.
Yep.
Safety car. And confirming timing screen's gone yellow now as well. So, well, that's a high drama midfield. And I was actually just about to say, Gaz, I never thought I'd see a day where there'd be only one.
Here's a replay of that, and it didn't sort of pull away from the BMW by much, and we can see why.
And there's bits of metal flying out of the back of the car there too.
That's bits of Conrod, I'd reckon. Piston, maybe.
Oh, that's not nice. Well, in fact, it was at this race meeting last year, if my memory serves me well. Dean Campbell and Jimmy Vernon. Dean Campbell blew up the Evo 10 engine, and he jumped in with Jimmy Vernon. They shared the car.
That's right.
To the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I think diagnosis under that bonnet would suggest that.
Let's just put that back down. Let's not rub this poor guy's nose in it any more than we need to.
So the running order at the moment, Shane Smollen out in front from Jacob Lawrence with Mark Griffin in third. Grant Sherrin leads production cars in the Class X BMW from Colby Cowan, Chris Lillis. Ian Sherrin in position 7, Mick Rowell after that little bit of an early start. Well, we assume it's Rowell. It might be McLeod, actually. Carl Begg in position 9, Tony Levitt in 10th. Brian Callaghan, good comeback from the rear of the grid to be up to 11th ahead of Paul Pacini. And he's just been moved down, but that's only because they're behind the safety car. Simon's after that little bit of a wobbly out of turn 16. Then it's Stillwell. Liam Moss in the Class D Toyota 86. That usually punches a fair bit above its weight. Then we've got Chris Holtz, who missed race 2 and most of race 1 because they did an engine in that B2 class Commodore.
Just before you go too far past Liam Moyes in Class D, he's actually got an unbeatable lead in the Class D championship. So I guess it's not Class C where we would normally see Jake Camilleri with the Excalibur out swathing away at this field. We'll go down to pit lane with one of Australia's greatest race drivers, Cameron Van den Duncken with Ray Hislop.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Darren's told me all about his podcast with you lately. I think he's dropped the plug for his podcast at least 37 times today. But Ray Hislop, mate, great to see you back in a race car that's normally I would have talked to you in improved production over the journey, and you've been in all sorts of categories. Now you're driving with Michael Stillwell. Looks like that's a beautiful bit of kit you're behind the wheel of.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car that Michael's put together. I think this is only its second race meeting. So, yeah, we're having fun. And, you know, Michael asked me to come along and have a steer and just to give him a direction as to where he's going with it, based upon the fact that it's similar to the IP car that I used to run, the tyres, the weights and everything. So, yeah, look, it's fun. It's totally different, but it is fun to drive something, and it's actually teaching me how to drive a different beast.
Well, tell us, what is the difference of the car? You and I were standing here talking to Michael before. You're putting down some data traces for him, but from your perspective, what are some of the idiosyncrasies of this car, the good and also the challenging?
Certainly, the brakes are the biggest thing, because they run, the factory booster setup on them. There's absolutely no feel through the brake pedal, and you've just got to rely on the fact that the ABS will cut in and slow the car down. So, that's difficult to get your head around, because normally, we're used to smashing a pedal and then modulating to the feel of what the car's doing. And then the steering, electric steering in these cars. So there's minimal to no feel from the tyres. And it's a big tyre on the front of the car, but it's not giving feedback to the driver what the car's doing. So, yeah, trying to understand that and therefore, drive the car accordingly, it's a new challenge.
Jesus, good to have you back, Ray, seeing you behind the wheel as well, mate. Good luck with the race, and I'm sure I'll come and see you, hopefully with a bit of champagne.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we're just trying to, if we can make Michael quicker in his car, that's the goal for this weekend. And we've been achieving that, from where we started Friday to where he was in the lap times yesterday. Yeah, he's come forward leaps and bounds. So we're achieving what we've set out to do.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you very much, Cameron and Ray Hislop there. Gaz, the Evo 10, certainly a car that Alan Heafy brought along via Rally Art, and then, of course, the product team. For a decade, the Evo 10 was the car to have in Australian production car racing. It's a shame to see one go out in flames like that. But I guess the interesting thing we're touching on there, and Cam sort of only just danced around it a little bit, was the fact that Michael Stillwell and Ray Hislop are working with Alan Heafy with this Mustang. And Cam also touched on it. The great thing for you and I is that both Alan Heafy and Ray Hislop have been guests on the Grassroots Racing podcast.
Right.
So working together.
We're covering them all.
We are covering them all. So we're about to get back underway in this race here. Jacob Lawrence in that magnificent looking F82 M4 trying to chase down Shane Smollen, and he'd expect that in a straight line the Porsche has got a lower frontal area, so it's going to be hard to catch, but the BM has got the power under the bonnet, and we know that because there's the Class X car number 27 of Grant Sherrin leading Class X, and it's the A2 car right there, the 25 from Tyres Plus in Burley Heads, doing a ripping job. This is the first of the Mustangs we saw in this series, going back, I'm going to say 4 years ago now, guys.
Could have won here, won the Production Car Championship outright. Unfortunately had a rear hub failure in the last race while leading. That car is actually leading the Production Car Series this year, and Colby Cowan's driving in this race. Lindsay Kearns will drive it in the next. Both will score points.
Motorsport Australia race control are right onto it this weekend. Car number 3, 5-second penalty for a start infringement. Normally, under safety car, that means they haven't remained line astern with each other. They've encroached and gone overlap, as it's called.
So. No, that's for his jump start.
Oh, is it? Okay, start line. Oh, of course, this one. Yeah. The number 3 Pacific Oils or Lubricants entry there. Here's Carl Beck now, swathing his sword through the field like he's doing in the Australian motorsport landscape at the moment. Doing a terrific job. Speed sails emblazoned across the rear flanks of that McLaren. And he is racing hard up to position 7 now.
Here comes Trevor Simons, again recovering from that earlier incident, and he's just about to go past the Paul Pacini Class A1 BMW M140i. Oh, someone off the road back there in the background as well. Quite get hold of who that was.
Coming past the BMW now of Ian Sherrin, and that is our McLaren right there. as we go down to pit lane again.
Yeah,
Paul
you
Morris.
saw the McLaren out there on track with Carl Begg at the wheel. Paul Morris will be jumping in shortly, mate. You drive anything, don't you? I love watching your social media, see what's going on with Norwell. Tell us about this car, though, and driving in production cars.
Yeah, the GT4 McLaren's a cool little car. It's a bit like a Formula Ford, really, being rear engine. Hustle it through the corners, pretty late under brakes. The best thing I found with the GT4 cars, they're all got different strengths and weaknesses, so you can actually get a bit of a race going on and get a bit of passing. So, yeah, it's pretty good fun to drive, and it's a challenge with the production cars as well because they have a little bit more power, so you've got to be careful when you pass them, they don't cruise up back beside you again. So plenty going on.
Well, you said there's strength and weaknesses in the cars. That's the most enjoyable to watch, isn't it, when you see the different advantages, those under brakes, those with power. What are the advantages of the McLaren?
McLaren's definitely its braking and mid-corner speed, high speed mid-corner. The Porsche's got a lot of grunt off the bottom, can pull away from you, you can catch him under brakes, catch him through the high speed. And the Benz is just pretty good everywhere, so it's a bit like the old Group A days, you know. Different cars have got different strengths and weaknesses, and there's a fly. You can actually get a bit of a race going on, so it's cool.
And confidence for this race, how do you think you're going to shake out once you get behind the wheel shortly?
We started off the back because we were leading yesterday and we ran the thing out of fuel. So just as Carl and I got used to driving the car, we just kept getting faster and faster and missed our fuel number. So we've topped her up today, and Carl's scything through the pack there. So I'll get in and light the fuse and see where we end up.
Oh, mate, it's great to see you back with the helmet on. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Great to chat with Paul Morris, a guy that is building a reputation of being a giant winner. You go to Norwell and you come out and you win a race the next weekend. Seems to be the way it works these days, Gaz.
Yeah, and that McLaren would be filled to the brim with fuel for this race. And then I think they'll just sort of work out what's left in it for the last race and just take a little bit out, not all of it.
Yeah, I reckon they'll fill it to the brim. You don't want that to happen again. You take that, here it is, this is this McLaren we're talking about, coming through now, well and truly into the monochrome invited field.
How has the safety car worked for Carl? Exceptionally well.
It's worked very well, hasn't it? Yeah.
It's got him right back up into this race, and he's just on the tail of Griffith trying to get past him. The Griffith crew are actually working on this car on this weekend, and one of our former V8 touring car champions in Justin Rouget is the man on the cans talking to the drivers while they're racing.
This is interesting because at the Sydney Motorsport Park round, these two drivers were in identical equipment. That's a spin, the BMW of Jacob Lawrence, facing the wrong way around in the Randall Industries car. The X1 class car of Grant Sherrin goes through, and there's Ian Sherrin in hot pursuit, and there is the Colby Cowan Mustang. Now, interestingly enough, I think those guys have got their respective championships signed, finished up as well.
No, they were leading the championship.
Leading it coming into this one.
Ian Sherrin's in second spot, but lost a lot of ground to him yesterday with a couple of indifferent results. And Grant Sherrin's in third spot, but he had some good results because he won the second race. Colby Cowan won the first race. That's in production cars.
Carl keeping on the black stuff there, going off the back of the Ripple Strip. Will no doubtably in the XLs, we saw a lot of bad sportsmanship flags. Track limits the reason there, and I wouldn't be surprised that they start to throw it out across all of our categories here today. This is actually for position in the race. Carl Begg on Mark Griffo. Griffith's here. Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry, and the monochrome GT4 Australia Speed Sales entry.
And of course, Carl would know a fair bit about the Mercedes because he started the championship.
They did, and Paul Morris parked it at Sydney Motorsport Park on the side of the track. Yeah. So that's in the past now. Don't mention the war. And here they come, the McLaren lights ablaze. Interesting in the straight line. The Mercedes has clearly got a wider, deeper frontal area, so getting through the air would be more difficult than the McLaren, but clearly the Mercedes has got the kilowatts on its side there to be able to just stay in front. Unless Carl's had to drive the car pretty damn hard to get up to here, and he's now just sitting in the back behind here, just conserving fuel for the run to home.
I think they had just got their fuel numbers wrong yesterday, mainly because, as Paul reiterated, that they were driving the car faster, so when you drive a car faster, they use more fuel. And because the first race yesterday had two safety cars. Yeah. The second race didn't, so it was flat out all the way through. So this battle continues. They are trailing our race leader to the tune of about 7.5 seconds, with Grant Sherrin and Ian Sherrin filling the next 2 spots, 4th and 5th that would be. Colby Cowan in 6th. Lawrence has got back under. Unfortunately, the Holtz Commodore has come to a stop again. They worked all afternoon, all day, to get that car back out on track, and unfortunately it looks like it's
Hey, Box, do you want me to...
rolling to a stop there. That's not ideal. It's been a tough old weekend for those guys, and park it up. Hopefully, I didn't quite pick up where that was on the track. It can be a bit confusing here at Shell V Power Motorsport Park where the car parked up, but it certainly looked to be well and truly out of harm's way. Oh, under brakes. The AMG GT4 just squirreling there. Talking about getting the fuel number right. Has he got the tyre pressure right on that car? Is there something sinister happening underneath the back of that AMG for it to squirrel under brakes there?
Maybe he's planting the foot very hard on the brake.
Smollen has come in to take the pit stop, as has Begg. So we will have a driver change in car number 40. We know that because Paul Morris is ready.
And definitely in car 56 as well. Now, the interesting thing is that car 56 yesterday was leading the race in the afternoon race 2 when they had a puncher, but they have studs, wheel studs to change, to take off, whereas the McLaren has just a centre lock. No.
So Smollen out, Capo in, Begg out. There's the big carcass of Phil Morris.
Paul Morris.
Paul Morris. I'll get that right by the end of this one, Gaz.
This is interesting too because they have to be stopped for a minute minimum.
Yeah. Well, so it's not a hurry, but gee, it's a tight fit there. Both these guys are very tall, so getting into that little slot there.
And of course, Raoul will stay an extra 5 seconds because he's in the pits now, as is Grant Sherrin, Chris Lillis in, Trevor Simons in, and Liam Morse in as well.
Bathurst 1000 winner, Paul Morris.
Bathurst 12-hour winner, Bathurst 6-hour winner.
Yeah, got the
trifecta.
At the trifecta there. Of course, won it in each one of those races. Nice bits of kit under him, and boy, oh boy, what a name. A McLaren.
So we've got a replay here of Brian Callahan. Tony Levitt there, and he's actually passed coming into pit lane.
That's actually not Tony Levitt, that's the Commodore. That's the Watt
that's Trevor Simons, beg your pardon. Yeah. So I think there'll be drama there.
I don't think you can pass once you get past the control line into the pit lane there, so that'll be interesting.
Well, probably come in a little bit hot and had no option, but
yeah, I wonder what the radio call was, whether it was go, 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 no, come in.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whether there was a radio call at all. There is Morris at the wheel of the McLaren.
So if you run a car with 666 on it, are you inviting trouble?
I can tell you that a black Lamborghini Diablo ran with 666 on it and won a championship in the Nations Cup
and
days.
And it was black as well.
It was black, and Paul Stokel drove it very, very well. But yeah, you're asking for trouble, and then the name of the car is Diablo, the devil. Yeah, and you put 666 on the side.
So we've got Mark Griffin, Jacob Lawrence, and Ian Sherrin in the pits. Now, the Sherrins are actually driving solo through all 4 races. Jacob Lawrence will get out for John Bauer, and there's the 999.
With Carly Pacini.
She's Carla Pacini. She gets out, and Courtney Prince gets into that one for the second half of this race.
Great to have Courtney Prince here, Formula Ford racer and Porsche Carrera Cup racer these days. A lady that has certainly got tons of ability, just getting some more and more seat time, getting her better and better as we see one of our best over many, many decades. Still operating very smartly. We're seeing a Touring Car Masters, I guess, salute to this guy, to John Bauer.
This may be his future endeavours in GT4. He seems to like them. Mind you, you drive anything.
He has done.
Yep.
And certainly has done. Has a bit of a history here. There's Liam Dunn, his engineer that he's used from time to time there as well, out of Riverside Racing. And just getting Bowie ready to go in the Randall Industries M4. Great to see Jacob Lawrence and his son going racing with this, and Bowie obviously doing like he has done for so many, coaching them to victory, basically.
Well, they're actually leading the round overall and in GT4 because they had a very close second to Smollen and Capo in race 1, and then won race 2 where Smollen and Capo finished third. So they have the overall honours at this stage, but whether that continues is yet to be seen.
Oh, there's dust going up in the air now. This is not looking good. Oh, it's Mark Griffiths in the AMG. Parks it off. In fact, Griffo is doing this one by himself. And gets back underway there. So looked a lot more dramatic than what it was. Dust flying up in the air, which it is pretty dry around this part of South Australia. Here it is, passing a production car, putting him 2 wheels off into the dirt, ultimately 4 wheels off onto the dirt.
He's lucky
pirouetting around a couple of times.
Yeah, lucky to get out of the sand trap there, and also given the BMW driver a fright as well.
And cars just coming in here. This is the Pacini car, which we just saw. And the Mustang of Cowan leaving the lane. It's had a driver change there as well. There is Shane Smollen in the Porsche, which is actually Ricky Capo now at the wheel. Comes the 26, leaving the lane in the Mustang. And they're doing a tremendous job. Driver change there as well.
So we're halfway through this race, basically, at this point.
And what we're seeing on the screen now is an A2 and 2X cars as well. So that is for the production car, the Mobil 1 Australian production car title hunt.
Well, they're the top 3.
They are.
Outright.
Yep.
Not in that, well, basically in that order, I think you'll find.
So this has really lit up the middle part of this race. We've now just ticked over half race distance, so this is going to be pretty enthralling. Can the American muscle take on the might and power of Europe? And the 2 Shannon cars with the opposite liveried colours there.
Well, we know for a fact that the BMWs are harder on their tyres here than what the Fords are, and the HSV as well, of course. And we had the Mercedes yesterday have a late puncher in the first race as well, which stopped them from finishing the race because it was right at the end and they came into the pits.
We know for a fact that the Shannons, this is open slather. There's no team rules here. There's no brother going to win or lose here. Or one is going to win and one is going to lose.
Well, it won't be for the first time that they've had it coming together.
That's right, true too.
And it's not at a Christmas dinner either.
No, they get along famously once the helmets are off. We're just on track there. There is Ray Hislop now at the wheel of car number 6. Oh no, sorry, Michael Stillwell. Currently sitting P3 on the road and coming into pit lane, so we'll have Ray Hislop being installed into that car. A guy who has won multiple improved production national titles. Needs very little introduction to grassroots racing around the country, doing the Kumo Tyres Vert Touring Cars series.
Yeah, won the Queensland Raceway round.
He did.
Which was on the Trophy Series, was it?
He raced the weekend before in the Swall, the 72 of Ian Sharon getting very loose coming around through turn 3 then. He raced in sports sedans at the Queensland round, and then the following weekend raced in the touring cars. So basically had a full test weekend and did very well in the
got quicker the second weekend and probably helped him win.
Blitzed them.
Talking to the guys in the McLaren, they were saying that where they're really finding it difficult getting past the production cars is around the twistier parts. They've got so much more grip and corner speed, but the production cars tend to take the line, and it just leaves them out in the marbles, which they really don't want to do. And we've got a 30-second penalty for the 666 for that indiscretion coming into pit lane.
That was the WAF Motorsports Simon's car, and yeah, that was fairly glaringly obvious. That one, wasn't it? You can't run and hide from that, sadly, for them.
Yeah. So while these guys are fighting out production cars, they're also got to be mindful that coming through will be a GT4 car, and Paul Morris has never been known to take prisoners, and Grant Shannons be well aware of that, because they had a coming together at the Sydney Motorsport Park round, which parked both cars.
Monochrome invited cars swaying their way through the Class X and Class A1 cars at the moment. This is Paul Morris lining up the Kearns and Cowan car. Currently Cowan at the wheel there. Morris trying to look for a spot here, but that Mustang can be pretty wide, crowding the inside of the corner there.
And here the McLaren works over the back of our production car race leader. And as Paul Morris alluded to, down the straight, if anything, they lose a little bit to the invited cars.
The invited monochrome cars all have less frontal area than a Mustang. Certainly has a lot of upright
but
pushing through the air.
Under brakes, they're far superior.
Absolutely, a more motorsport bred outfit as opposed to the production cars, and that's pretty much how the rules are written. And not taking anything away from these production cars, because they are rapid, and we've just seen for the last lap how a Mustang can contend with a McLaren. Car number 16, A2 car here. This is the Levitt entry.
With Luke King at the wheel now.
Luke King, now second round that he's driven this car, a guy who we know well. He's raced in, here comes the car serving its penalty, raced in TCR, currently doing a tremendous job in the Moutai Porsche Carrera Cup car.
Actually, he hasn't raced the last two rounds. He's had Liam Talbot in that Porsche.
Yep. Okay, so we're just been hearing that this car's leaking oil as well. Not only is it getting a 30-second penalty, which would be applied post-race, there's some other issue going on with this car. We can see smoke down the bottom, just underneath the middle of the car. It looks to be more like gearbox extension housing or something like that.
It looks more further forward than that.
Should we go and have a look?
It's, yeah, go and have a look. And it goes into the garage. And once you're in the garage, you've got you can put everyone on it to work on it. We know that.
We've heard that there's oil all down through the last couple of corners, so it'll be something to watch as we see Ricky Capo go past Ray Hislop down at turn 1.
Central Element monochrome invited car there. International career for Ricky Capo. Did such a great job in his karting career. Won so many championships in karting. A ripping fella. His dad runs an amazing engineering gearbox gear cutting business, Modner Engineering in Melbourne, and looking forward to seeing his new race car come out of his garages or his workshops in Carrum Downs. But Ricky Capo has raced these cars for a couple of seasons in DTM, and boy, it makes sense to put him in board with Shane Smolin, doesn't it?
Does. Oh, Grant Shannons off the road. So he may have found some of that oil. Now,
oh no, he's got a tyre issue. That left front tyre is exiting the car fairly quickly.
We did say that they would have issues with tyres, more so than the Mustang.
Yeah, and they've gone back sort of 4 or 5 seasons, haven't they, with these cars, with the tyres not going the distance.
At least they don't go into limp mode anymore.
Well, yeah, the control alt delete. The kids will know what that's all about. Yeah, look, that's a tyre. Massive understeer. Lucky not to take out a couple of his fellow competitors there.
Cowan was coming through ahead of him, and they were fighting for the win in production cars.
Absolutely. So 23 minutes remain in this 1 hour journey for the Mobil 1 Australian production car and monochrome invited cars. And what we're seeing here now with the 27 is Grant Shannons putting that side of the car on the grass so that he doesn't really do too much more damage to the car around as it's got that deflating tyre.
It's more so to try and keep the tyre on the rim as well. Now, Grant was telling me before the weekend started that he needed to have wins over the 4 races, then go to the final round at Bathurst with a chance of taking the outright championship in production cars. But I think that sort of puts a full stop on that happening.
Of course, the last round of this series does go down to the Bathurst International. Gaz, you'll be there, of course, covering it.
Certainly.
As we just see John Bow coming to the line now, 4th on the road, and in fact 4th in the class, and it is Mark Griffiths just up the road a tad. There they are on the same bit of the straight now. The front radiator, or grill if you like, full of grass there on the
that was
BMW.
From that earlier spin.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't get that out in the pit stop. That would certainly be... Oh, Bowie's experiencing some pretty heavy understeer there. In fact, that was more like power down oversteer, I think, on the exit of the corner there. And that could be affecting under bonnet temperatures.
Possibly. At the moment, though, he's in 4th position. He's only a second or so behind Mark Griffith, while Paul Morris is actually 22.9 seconds behind Ricky Capo, but that gap is coming down. Not by much, but it's, if anything, Ricky Capo have to be a bit careful. They had a puncher in yesterday's second race, so they'll be mindful of that. And
they'll probably be nursing that car. They've set up a lead.
Yeah, let them know. And let them know in commentary.
Okay, the 666 up on the stands in there, and as I alluded to, around the gearbox area, not the back end, not the extension housing, but the front end, rear main. That is a hell of a job to be doing at the racetrack between now and 3:05.
Everything's still been pretty hot under there as well.
It would be very hot, and I wouldn't want to be embarking on that on a Sunday morning on that car, if they indeed have a rear main seal to be able to put into it.
Well, here we have this battle for 4th outright between the invited cars, and here's Grant Shannons still getting back to pit, so it must have only just happened as he started the lap.
That's a long lap around, isn't it? That's horrible, just watching everyone go around 2 or 3 times while you're limping the car back. But if for all intents and purposes it's all over, you just want to put a tyre on it, bring it to the finish and be classified in the race so you can get whatever points are still in the bank. 12 point.
He'll drop to 16th at the moment as he's now in pit lane. You can see they're actually taking a tyre to him rather than him coming to the tyre, which is probably a smart move.
They've already ripped a bit of that front air dam off the front spoiler. Watching now Luke King, we just touched on the 16 car, the A2 car. It's 3rd place behind Colby Cowan in the Mustang and Chris Lillis in the 64. It'd be good to get a good look at Lillis there as well.
4th place, because Ian Sharon's in 2nd there.
Yep. So Luke King is up another spot now, so he's just taken Lillis. So doing a tremendous job there, Luke. He's been around, driven many things. One of those race drivers that just works so hard to get the commercial package together. He really, really does. He puts his nose to the grindstone, his shoulder. His partner in life does a tremendous job as well, just to keep his career alive.
Now, this battle between Griffith and Bow has virtually come down to line astern, and JB seems to be quicker in some parts of the track and Griffith faster in others. I dare say the Merc, sorry Daz, the Merc might be a bit quicker in a straight line, but elsewhere I think the BMW might be a little bit quicker than it.
What do you think Liam Hill from Riverside Racing's words are now to John Bow? Just ease up, mate. We've got to get this thing to the finish. We've got another race this afternoon, or just nothing at all, and Bowie's just going out after the position.
You're talking to John Bow.
That's right. You want to get it right, don't you? You want to give the right message.
Yes, Your Honour.
I remember, Gaz, I had a conversation with you. I had to interview John Bow in a VIP suite at Sandown, and I rang you up and I said, crikey, what do I ask John Bow? And you said, ask him what category he didn't win the championship in. So I did, and he sort of scratched his head, and we all scratched our heads. So a massive career and a real ripping bloke. Down the inside, the 32, the Bavarian Motorworks M4 shows the nose to Griffo, and he doesn't give up easy. He tries to fight back there, but when you've been John Bow, you go back the spot, don't you?
Well, actually, in the first race yesterday, John Bow was leading, and I thought, well, he's going to win this because no one can get past him. And we held. Ricky Capo got him at the last corner, or second last corner on the third last lap.
Two very similar career starts, karting and open wheeler racing for Ricky Capo. That's where Bowie came from. He started off in Formula 5000 driving for Gary Cooper in the Alphin, and then, he started off way before that in Formula V, but he came to prominence in Australian motorsport driving the Alphin for Gary Cooper, the South Australian team owner, designer, builder, and made his way into touring cars. I think reluctantly. I think he sort of thought, probably still thinks himself as an open wheeler driver because he grabs at any opportunity in historic racing an opportunity to drive an open wheeler. Had the greatest sponsor of all in his open wheeler days of Lucky Nuts, the New Zealand nut company.
That's right. I think I first met him when he was doing the role.
Chris Lillis there in the number 64, currently 8th on the road and 3rd in A2 class. And this is the battle for 7th on the road. Luke King has gone through in the number 16, the Levitt AMG.
Well, Chris is not letting him get away with it either, is he?
Here's two fairly similar race drivers on a similar piece of track here. Fortunately, they're both. It's a class battle and it's a on-track battle as well, like for position. So
in two cars we like big.
Well,
big booming V8s.
That's true, but these guys are both take no prisoner type races. I guess, like we've just been talking about John Bow, these guys really go at it. And the fact that both of them are sharing the same piece of track are going to get quite a tasty little dish for us to have a good look to see how this plays out.
Their first sector on this particular lap, they were line ball, 48-0, 48-0.
48.02 and 48.01. So, yeah, that's very close. Chris Lillis is, I think he would have gone, hang on a minute, I'm not going to let this Euro get through on me. I've got this 6.3 litres of Aussie muscle. Shifts a little bit slower than the AMG, though.
Got Brian Callahan in the pits for his stop. Probably. And we're hearing that it may have had some dramas and it may not come back out. Let's hope it does. They had a reasonably good run in the first race. Yes, there it is. The VY GTS.
That is,
this is an issue with the car, just so you're
trickling
aware.
down.
It looks like it's got something in the front of it that's giving a drama. It's a bit like pogo sticking, isn't it? When it just bounced down into the pits and they're going to garage that car. So
certainly getting difficult to drive towards the end. Speed sails emblazoned across the back window. We get back to this battle. John Bow falling back into the clutches of Mark Griffith. He looks to the inside. A bit of an illusion on that shot there. I thought he was right alongside, but just ducks back in behind car number 32. Liam Hill would be certainly informing John Bow of the gap back to Mark Griffith.
JB would know he's there.
He'd probably get back on the radio and say, thanks, mate, I can see the red car.
We're hearing Callahan's problems, no brakes. So that's unfortunate. Hopefully they can fix that for the fourth and final race of this round later today.
I tell you what, that is a long straight you don't want to arrive at the end of and have no brakes, isn't it?
It's, if you can get down, if you're here and you're watching, or you want to come here and watch, get down just to the end of the pits in the viewing area there. The speed that those cars are carrying in this class, let alone in some of the quicker classes, is just phenomenal.
Well, our next cars on track, sorry, not next cars on track at 105, the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. I was down there yesterday watching them through, and it is just it's a blur.
Yeah.
It's an absolute blur, and I've got old eyes, so for younger eyes it's probably not, but to me it's a blur. But, we've got big dust coming up there. Was that the Lillis car going wide there? Certainly that gap has certainly opened out there. So Chris Lillis chasing down Luke King, is using every bit of track there, including off into the dirt to try and catch up there. The Levitt Motorsports Selsom car.
Actually, that gap is at the moment 2.3 seconds. Yeah, he did lose a bit of time, so you're right on there, Daz.
I had no doubt. There's that car, magnificent looking HSV. Bill Stein emblazoned down the side, Cachet Holmes entry.
Paul Morris has actually pulled 10 seconds since we last referred to him out of the lead that Ricky Capo has.
Yeah, which was on
29.
lap 13.
Yeah, so 29 seconds down to 19 in, how many laps would you say?
Yeah, it's lap 13, so 5 laps.
5 laps.
Have a look at this. The number 3 is absolutely getting its neck ringed out there at the moment.
That'll be Cameron McLeod at the wheel of that car, a late addition to that team for this round.
Of course, Cameron McLeod featuring really strongly in the marked cars, and we've got the marked cars here as well this weekend. They'll be on track at 12:20, and he's doing a good job there. Great to welcome Danny Studdert back to national competition. He's bought himself a marked car as well, so guy that back in, I think, 2016 won the, what it was called then, the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge Pro-Am category, and has got a number of Bathurst 12 hours to his name. Let's go down to, well, some Australian motorsport royalty, down to Michael Stillwell.
Darren, I've got Michael Stillwell. We spoke to Ray Hislop at the early part of the race. I've just been hearing from the team, mate, that you've found a great amount of pace in the car. What's unlocked it? Down into the 11s potentially?
Well, I've not been here before, so first time. Friday was a bit confronting. We got down to 19s. I think I'm way off the pace. Going to be embarrassing myself as that silly old bugger. But yeah, on that final, that stint this morning, we got down to an 11, so I'm pretty happy with that. But Ray's setting the pace. He's down to 8s.
Well, mate, the car looks fantastic as well. Are you happy with the setup?
But delighted. We've just been tweaking ride heights and shocker settings just to get a bit more out of it, and that's where Ray's been really handy. He knows and understands the tyres we're on, and he knows and understands that sort of suspension setup. So it's been a great help to me and providing a benchmark. So we finished 8th on the first race yesterday, which was sensational, but we had a safety car play into our hands. Then 13th in the race yesterday afternoon, which is about our pace. Not sure where we're running at the moment, but we'll finish about 11th or 12th, I guess.
All right, mate.
A late safety car, it'll be terrific.
Fantastic, Michael. I'll let you go back to enjoying the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's right on the money there, Michael Stillwell. They are currently running in 11th place, and at the moment, Ray Hislop's churning out some pretty strong times there as well. Now down into the 2:09, so they've eclipsed it a couple of good seconds coming out of that car as well. And that's the one we're looking at there. It's an A2 class car. Mark 1 is the car there. And of course, Michael has been running for a number of years in like a Mark Sports type of GT competition in the Victorian Sports Car Championship.
I think he's come up to New South Wales and done a couple of races up there as well. In a Mustang, of course.
Yes.
But it's in production sports rather than production touring. And currently 6th in A2.
Is that colour Battleship? Do you think that's called Battleship?
Battleship grey, perhaps.
It's a pretty striking colour actually there. It's not a gloss, but it's not a matte either. It's like a satin, not a statin.
Our Class D leader on screen at the moment, as you alluded to, already wrapped up the Class D championship for season 2023 and still got a round to go after this.
Liam Moyse doing a brilliant job. And the Toyota 86 lends itself so nicely to the Mobile One Australian Production Car Championship. And this car has certainly done its fair share of Bathurst 6 hours as well with various different crews.
Not to be confused with the Toyota 86 series.
Correct.
Cars are different spec.
Different, yeah.
The 999 there as well. That's
Class leader in
Courtney,
B1.
Yeah, Courtney Prince at the wheel, because Courtney Prince has done Formula Fords, she's done Aussie racing cars, she's doing Carrera Cup, so she's covering a gamut of categories at the moment.
Looks kind of like the female version of John Bower, really, isn't she? She's getting a steering wheel in her hand and having a go at it.
I don't know.
Being a young lady, though. But,
I don't think I'd like that. But
sorry, Courtney, but I was meant she's driving anything she can possibly get into, and doing a good job too. So
it's good to see Brian Callahan back out there.
So everyone needs to have done their compulsory pit stops, which they have. Callahan now out. And we've got the A2 car of Simzard, which is in the pits as well, not taking any further part. But this car just very slowly in car number 37 in A2.
Let's hope the brakes aren't locked on now.
Yeah, let's hope. There's Bow. And there is Mark Griffith in the monochrome inviteds.
Morrison.
Oh, hang on a minute. Ray Hislop going slow. Going slow in the number 6 here. Let's, Gaz, I reckon we can probably surmise there's no smoke coming out of it. Doesn't look like it's got a flat tyre. I reckon we've got a control alt-delete situation.
Yeah, electrics, perhaps. But the fact that it's still moving is interesting.
It is, it is.
And that lead that Capo has over Morris is now 14.2 seconds, so it's still coming down. This could be quite a good fight by the end of the race. There's still 6 minutes 40 seconds remaining, and let's hope they can get this car back out. But this has been a whole learning exercise for Michael Stillwell in particular. As he said, hadn't been here before.
And look, vastly experienced. He raced escorts back in the what we call Group NC era back then in what was improved production.
Yep.
And raced against the likes of Rod Stevens and all sorts of the Gagans and all sorts of those guys. Gary Rogers also was in that era.
Yeah, that was pre. Oh, they had a puncher.
Yeah,
there you go. And Michael
Crewing
got the tyre ready.
Paul Morris now in the monochrome invited cars. Second in the race and closing more than a second a lap on Ricky Capo. Ricky Capo sprinted away to a 23-second lead, so very, very handy with only 23 minutes, I think, left to go, actually. So it was a second a minute that that Morris had to catch up, kind of like the guys in the rally, where it's a second a kilometre you have to kind of make up. So the Australian Rally Championship being run in conjunction with this final round of the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series locally here as we go down to pit lane.
Yeah, just thought I'd show you guys the damage on the front right there. Have a look at how much of a chunk of tyres come out of there, Darren Smith. That looks like the tyres that you used to pull off the RX3 back in the day, wasn't it?
There is no way I would have abused a tyre like that. I wore them down to the canvas, not blistering out like that.
He didn't drive fast enough.
Ray Hislop would certainly know that. He was the master of tuning a tyre on his improved production car. And when I say a master, he was head and shoulders above anyone else. That was the secret to his success over the years. So they've got to work with the hand-cooked people and work with the shock absorber people, because there's not a whole lot of adjustment on the Mobil 1 Australian production car Mustangs that you can do. So they have to work very closely with the tyre manufacturer to get that problem resolved. And Gaz, I reckon they've probably got one of second to none drivers on board with Ray Hislop that can lead that process for them.
Yeah, we should have a quick cap of where everyone's going. And speaking of Capo leads, it's now down to 11.7 seconds over Morris. Bowing third, Griffith fourth, then it's Cowan, Sharon, that's Ian Sharon, King, Lillis. Mick Rowell still has that 5-second penalty. I would have thought they would have added a 5 seconds to their pit stop, but they haven't.
Race time.
Yeah, so he'll drop 5 seconds. So that might put Justin Anthony ahead of him in the BMW.
Interestingly enough, this battle we're watching now is Courtney Prince and Liam Moyse, two different class cars, but Prince has gone through, and that's for 11th and 12th on the road here. So the BMW over the Toyota that we're watching. So that's just off the top 10. The 999 we're looking now is 11th, and then 12th is Moyse. Grant Sharon down, all the way down in 13th.
He's 13th now, but he was 16th when they had that tyre go down when he got to the pits, so he's picked up 3 spots.
They did a whole lap with the tyre falling off it.
Dare say that it probably helped with Trevor Simons and Brian Callahan in the pits as well, unexpectedly. And then we have Randall, Stillwell, and now, of course, with Hislop back to 15th, and the rest that haven't made it.
This is our Class C leader, car number 15 on the road, 14th place. Randall at the wheel now. Gunther and Randall sharing here, and have got both hands reaching out for Class C, and that does not sound good. It's a title they've had to take away from the Giant Killer and Jake Camilleri, who isn't here this weekend.
How much of a workhorse has a BMW 130i been in production cars?
Very much so. It's like an Evo, isn't it? In fact, longer servant of this game.
A lot of good drivers have driven these cars over the years.
They certainly have, and we just touched on Jake Camilleri, who we've called for over a decade, the Giant Slayer, as he would come in the Class C car and would point right up to the A-class cars and even sometimes beat X-class cars home. Big shout out.
Had an outright win at Simmons Plains in the wet, which stunned everyone.
He did.
Many, many years ago.
Big shout out to Jake. He'll be watching on today just to see how Class C rolls out. And we go to car number 25, Colby Cowan leading Class A2 at the moment. His fastest lap around 2:07. And, gee, they're really giving this the good old push on at the moment, aren't they?
He'll be in good stead to further his lead in the Mobile One Australian Production Car Championship in the outright contest, as well as Class A2. Currently leads Ian Sharon, Luke King, Chris Lillis, Mick Rowell, who may drop a spot, although at this stage I think he's got a fairly heavy margin over Justin Anthony. I think it's about 20 seconds, so he could be right to hold where he is at the moment.
Gee, the 25 sounds every bit of V8, doesn't it? Captures the imagination, that is for sure, that note that comes out of the back of the Tyre Plus Burley Heads entry.
Well, the whole Mustang resurgence, the retro look of the cars, certainly grabbed a lot of people's attention and sold a lot of cars.
It certainly did, and I guess touching on that silhouette, the one that looks the same is the Camaro. I really thought Chris Lillis would have rolled that out by now.
I think that's being held back for a debut some stage in the future. They're still waiting on a few bits and pieces to complete it. Looking forward to seeing that car take on the Mustangs in A2 and outright. Hey, that car should be a fair bit quicker than his HSV Club Sport, which in itself is no slouch.
15 seconds remaining. We're going to get another lap around. There is our race leader chasing down, not for position on track, but sliding past the number 16. She's currently got Luke King at the wheel, position 7 on the road, and Chris Lillis just in the background there as well. So there's the difference between an AMG C63 and a Porsche. And
they're actually on their second
718.
last lap now.
Yes.
They'll have another lap after this.
1 hour plus a 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's Paul Morris. That gap now, actually it's stabilised a little bit, still over 11 seconds. But it'll make the next race interesting with those two cars off the front row, with the BMW and the Mercedes behind them.
They'll be reaching for new rubber, I would expect, on both those cars, so that they're taking the ultimate ride into the last race for the weekend and presenting everything they possibly can. But at the moment, Ricky Capo, a guy we knew so very well through his karting career and F3 here in Australia, competing in the DTM in Germany for the last couple of years, making those frequent flyer points. So I reckon if you went to a lounge somewhere in Germany on a Sunday night, he'd be there, making his way home again.
Be like you in the lounge, wouldn't he? Eating everything he could find.
That is my history, yes. So the number 19 now charging at it. Car number 4, Mark Griffiths. Car 19 in position 4. Mark Griffiths doing a good job staying out of trouble. Challenge with Bowie, challenge with Morris, and tried to keep them out of it. And there's the back of Ricky Capo. He's heading off on his last journey around the newly renamed Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The artist formerly known as The Bend still says it on the sign right there on the screen.
It's at The Bend.
It is at The Bend. Correct. Correct. Flowing the car nicely, keeping everything underneath it here today.
Good recovery from yesterday's dramas in race 2, a puncher and of course a 5-stud wheel to exchange. That's the one thing the McLaren has over the Porsche. It's homologated with the centre lock nut, so a lot quicker to change a wheel should that case be necessary. So far it hasn't been. He still has a almost 12-second lead over Morris. Bow in third. He's a further 12.5 seconds back, and Mark Griffith in fourth spot. Hasn't really been dropped off by the BMW. He's less than 2 seconds behind it. And Colby Cowan will be our winner in production cars in the A2 Mustang. He has a 2.6 second lead over Ian Sherrin, which isn't much, so it's going to be close.
Stay with us. We're in the closing stages of the Mobil 1 Australian production cars and the monochrome invited cars here today. Up next is the Workhorse Radical Australia Cup, the Mark Cars and Invited, and then the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia Series on track here. Closing stages. There's our race leader, car number 56. Just in front, car 6 with Ray Hislop at the wheel. The Porsche for Prestige Connex just drifts on by there. The Central Element outfit there going very, very nicely. Ray Hislop looks and wonders what would have happened if they could have kept that tyre under a big, big blister on that tyre. They'll work their way through it. And there's the checkered flag, a Ricky Capo taking out race 3 for the weekend for the Mobil 1 Australian production car. In fact, no, for the monochrome invited cars here this weekend. We wait for the first of the Mobil 1 Australian production cars to get to the line.
Interesting too that the quicker production cars are on the lead lap.
They are. Done a tremendous job as always, the X-Class cars. The checkered flag continues to wave. And we see some cars that aren't on the lead lap getting through there. John Bow comes home behind Paul Morris. And Mark Griffith into position number 4. That rounds out the monochrome invited class cars. We're waiting for Colby Cowan in this car here. The tyres plus Burley Heads, number 25 Mustang. Just getting out of the way there, Callaghan just allowing the race leader for the Mobil 1 Australian production cars through. Car sounds fantastic, in a good tune for the final race for the weekend for these guys, which will be on at 3:05, another hour journey. A Sherrin car limping to the line.
Grant Sherrin again, maybe another tyre gone on that car. But we'll get to the line, unfortunately. Won't figure highly in the outright situation, but still finishes second in Class X, because there's only the 2 Sherrin cars in that class this weekend.
Flat front tyre, we're getting off the 27, confirming what you've said, Gaz. So, sadly, again this weekend, it's shades of when they were developing the M4 4 or 5 seasons ago. Struggled to keep tyres on it. This is our race leader. We've already got the bulk of the field to the line, and that goes to Colby Cowan and then Ian Sherrin in hot pursuit in the 72. So it's actually an A2 class car that wins the Mobil 1 Australian production car aspect of this race.
Yep, as he did in the first race yesterday as well.
Next stop, the mountain for these guys after this afternoon's race at 3 o'clock. They head back to Mount Panorama, where Australian production cars over 50 years have done so many tremendous races up there, and we look forward to that. Confirmation, there it is. Ricky Capo takes the win in the 56 Cayman Porsche 718. Paul Morris home in the McLaren, John Bow in the BMW, the Randall Industries outfit. Mark Griffith bringing it home. Colby Cowan for the Mobil 1 Australian production cars is the victor in the A2 car. Ian Sherrin, and then Luke King
and
in
Tony
that AMG.
Levitt. Yep.
Tremendous result for those guys.
On your screen you can see that. Here's how they all finished. Ian Sherrin in 6th spot. As I say, a lap down, Levitt, King. Then it's Lillis, who drove that race on his own. Mick Rowell and Cameron McLeod came in 9th, so they held that spot despite that 5-second penalty. Paul Bashini, Justin Anthony rounded out the 10 in the BMW M140i Class A1 car. We go further back, Carla Bashini and Courtney Prince for 11th. Liam Morse in the Toyotas 12th. Grant Sherrin comes home in 13th, and it's Gunter Randall 14th. Stillwell, Hislop struggled on to 15th. Callahan in 16th. Unfortunately, Simons, the Holtz, Sinkfield and Sutton cars unfortunately didn't make it through.
Fastest lap of the race going to Shane Smollen on 1:59.0231, and that is in that Porsche 718. Cars streaming their way back into the garages at the pit exit end of the facility here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The Radicals will be on track next. And we will go down to the pit lane now to Kambana Duncan, where the winners are in the lane.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Shane Smollen, one of our winning drivers. Ricky Capo's about to join us as well. Shane, from a series perspective, you've extended your lead now with that wonderful race win.
Yeah, that's right.
Congratulations to the two of you. I'll start with you and then I'll come to Ricky after that. But, mate, you must be very proud of the effort today.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's we've really had to think about tyre strategy, really managing the tyre. We were fortunate enough then to get in the lead from third into first in the first corner. And then I think we just, obviously built a gap, and Ricky did a great job just sort of measuring it and taking the minimum out of that tyre possible to get us the result. So well done, mate. Thank you.
You could take the interview for me, Shane. I'm really appreciating this, mate. Ricky Capo, you got Paul Morris chasing you down in a McLaren. John Bowers, he's there about as well, but cool and calm under pressure as always, mate.
Sure, certainly in good company. But to be honest, the car was handling really good, and Michelin have been really supportive over the past couple of days, getting us sorted and getting our head around this tyre, as of course it's new for the category, so happy days.
And getting the job done for Shane as well with that series. The series he's trying to take home. We'll see you at Bathurst for the end of season as well. Congratulations to you both.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, mate.
All right, we'll here we go. They're already lined up for me beautifully. Carl Begg, and we've got Paul Morris. We spoke to you, Paul, before you jumped in the car. You said we're starting off the back, and here you are in second, mate, only one away from that win. Great drive.
It was an awesome first stint by Carl, like to come off the back and get through all that traffic and hand it over there on a podium position. So it made my job pretty easy. Thanks, mate.
Oh, there you go. And again, you boys are all great. You're interviewing each other for me. Carl must be very happy with that result.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Like, the McLaren launches really well, and got 10 cars on the first lap. So a bit of a challenge getting through the traffic, but handed that over in third. So pretty happy with that. So.
All right, thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations on second. We're going to head over to third now. JB, we'll come to you in a second. I want to talk to Jacob first. Jacob, your first pole position happened this weekend, your first race win, and you're on the podium again. Good weekend, mate.
Yeah, very happy. So couldn't imagine this early on. So props to the old boy for helping me out. But no, it's been great. So.
He's not just an old boy, though. He's making his debut in this category, is John Bower, mate. Another category to chalk off the list for you, mate. Great drive.
Terrific cars to drive, mate, honestly. And I can't say enough about Jacob. This is his second real race meeting in his life. So, he does a great job. It's just fun to be part of it. Great group of people. Can't wait to have more GT4 cars out there.
Oh, it's great to see. Congratulations to each of our drivers out there as well. You're tuned into 7 Plus at the Shannons Trophy Series, and right now we're going to take a break.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
7 Plus is your home of hockey.
What a first game this is!
The best of Australian hockey is on 7 Plus.
7 Plus.
7 Plus.
What about that? Game, set, match.
And every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, watch the Hockey One League. Starts October 6, live on 7 Plus. Stream free.
Yeah, it was an awesome race. Pretty much from light out, I was just managing the gap from behind, making sure my tyres stayed in a good window so that I had a little bit in me if I needed it at the end. So yeah, it was an awesome race and I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. It's a really good battle. I've obviously got Elliot pretty close behind and he finished second in that race as well. So yeah, it's really tight. I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out and hopefully having a few good battles with him in the future. Plans are the same as this one, just make sure that I keep everything in a good window, make sure that I stay in a good window, keep the pace up and see where we end up.
That is impressive teenage racing car driver Alex Gardner, who won yesterday's opening race in the Workhorse Radical Cup Australia Series. He is the star in the making. He's 16 years of age. He is the championship leader coming into this, the penultimate round of the series with this race, and then two more at Sydney Motorsport Park to come. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in the great state of South Australia. My name's Richard Craill. My good buddy Matt Nolte alongside me for this race, and then Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge a little bit later on this afternoon. We love a bit of one-make racing. Nolts, good morning to you. Fresh from a big night at the Murray Bridge Speedway last night. We're looking forward to getting stuck in here at the Shannons Trophy Series at the Bend.
Good morning, Krause. Yes, it's nice to be in your own bed for a race weekend. A gentle stroll out here to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and we're set for race number 2 of the Workhorse Radical Cup Australia, a 50-minute race of which the time has already started counting down, and the championship well and truly tight at the top.
Yeah, it is 15 points between Alex Gardner and Elliot Shute. The grid on your screen. Gardner from pole, defending champion Chris Perini back this weekend off second. Shute, who was runner-up yesterday out of 3, and Cooper Cutts, the West Aussie, from 4. Terry Knowles goes out of 5 with Simon Arthur alongside him. Mark Rosser, local driver for Team BRM, goes out of 7 alongside the superbly named Zig Fuhrmeister in the Pacific Components number 216. Brad Russell and Adam Nakarada round out the top 10. The first of the 2 driver combos out of 11. That's Peter Clare and Josh Hunt with Adam Lyle and Jordan Oon alongside. Mel Price will line up alongside Greg Kenny out of 13th. And then down to Sue Hughes in 16th for GWR Australia, and Warwick Church, the 17th and final car on the grid. Cracking race yesterday. Gardner won over Shute. The margin was only 3.5 seconds at the end, Nolts. It had crept out to about 9. Shute hunted him down at the end. Really good, tight battle. They're the 2 to watch in the championship. So Elliot Shute, car number 8, with that really cool retro livery. I think that a classic Mazda RX-7 from memory in Japan ran.
How good.
And in front, the orange, white and black Valenti Rosso car of Alex Gardner, who goes off pole. Chris Perini for GWR Australia, car number 1, the outside of the front row. Rolling start, 45 minutes remaining in this one. There's a mandatory pit stop halfway through, the scene set. Ready to let this field of Radical SR3s loose here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
One of those unpredictable days in this part of the world. It's quite windy. You can probably hear out there on the coverage here on 7+, but that's going to wreak havoc down this very long main straight that is Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They're staying the rows of 2. Rolling start coming up towards the green flag. You look at Chris Perini in this year's championship. He'll be hard to beat. Going down this main straight as they cruise their way up. Here comes the green flag.
It's been a long time between drinks for the champion last year. He's missed a couple of rounds, looking to go big today. Waiting for the green, and they get a good start from behind. Cooper Cutts, who leads the Radical points. He's right of screen, number 16, White. Radical SR3, and they'll pop over the hill almost 5 abreast in the typical bend spread as they get to 1. Elliot Shute diving down the inside. There wasn't quite room, but somehow made it past. Fuhrmeister on the outside. Shute's attacking right down the inside. Wrestles the lead away from Alex Gardner. Great stuff from the West Aussie early in this one.
And that was set up on the way into turn 1. He parked that car on the inside because the change of direction, he had the car on the inside for turn 3 and will lead us. There's young Cooper Cutts in car 16 on his way down. DNF yesterday, which is not what he expected to have here. After qualifying so hard, he gets drilled from behind and is off the track down there with another car at turn 6.
Simon Arthur in the 65. The leaders side by side as they run down the hill into turn 7. Feisty start. Perini's been swamped. Gardner's gone back to the front. He got great drive out of turn 6. He was on the wrong side of the road, but was still able to sweep past as they plunge down the hill through that amazing change of direction at 7, 8 and 9, and then the left at 10. So Cooper Cutts was fed from behind. Big contact from the 65 of Simon Arthur. That was that blue car.
Yep.
It went into turn 6. It looked like he had a bit of a lock-up going on as well. And unfortunately, Cooper, who had a shocking race yesterday, was hit by Mark Rosser at turn 1 and then parked at turn 5 on the opening lap of the race. Made no further progress. So it's been a tough weekend for the young West Australian.
After such a strong effort in qualifying here yesterday morning, he's going to have to fight really hard now. He runs in 11th place just ahead of Melinda Price as Gardner leads Shoot and Zig Furmeister across the top and down towards turns 17 and 18 in a fairly drama-filled opening lap here of 42 minutes racing still to go. It wasn't the last lap, it was the first lap.
Fairly? What race were you watching? Wow. Crazy stuff. But everyone escapes, and Alex Gardner, the championship leader, to the tune of 15 points after a win yesterday, leads them up towards turn 1. So Elliott shoots second, Furmeister up to 3rd place. I know the family will be back in Melbourne watching on from home, always busy on the socials. G'day to them. He's made a brilliant start up to P3. Perini shuffled down to 4th. Terry Knowles going along nicely up to 5th. Terry minus his regular Radical co-driver Barton Moore this weekend, mainly because Barton broke his ankle while celebrating a win at World Time Attack recently. So unfortunately he's getting around on the little scooter to keep the leg elevated. As we go back and have a look at the Shannons replay. How was the whack?
Contact. Wow.
So Elliott Shoot, quite heavy contact into Alex Gardner, which unloaded the Valenti Rosso car, and that allowed him to get the lead. So Stephen White, the driver standards chief for Radicals, will be looking at that one. That was interesting.
Here is Gardner on the way down to turn number 6, out to 1.5 seconds already in the second lap of the race. That replay really showed how much of an impact it was. You see Shoot just held back. I wonder he thought, no, I've bumped him here. I better set this up and do it properly, not to attract the attention from Motorsport Australia race control. He runs in 2nd place, the Furmeister still. Chris Perini runs back in 4th after starting from the front row of today's race, but a long way to play out.
And I would imagine Gardner, quite lucky there's no further damage to that car, not that we've seen so far, and perhaps fortunate he didn't get hit in the wheel, because that could have bent some suspension components, and at a circuit that's so aero-dependent and also high-speed corner-dependent. Half this track is made up of really quick stuff. You do not want a suspension alignment issue here at the bend. So we see a pass down the inside, the 16 car trying to squeeze down. That's Cooper Cutts on the comeback trail after that incident at turn 6. Nice work from the team in the Glenline TV van of excellence. And this was just after that contact. So it was that shot from 5, the rearward shot that showed the contact. That was the aftermath as they ran wide. Shannon's replay.
Scooped him up like a front-end loader, wasn't it? This was the second attempt down the inside here on Nick Kelly for Cooper Cutts. So it was at turn 1, a classic passing opportunity here at the bend in South Australia.
So back live. Yeah, good pass. And the 16 continues the comeback trail. So Nick Kelly, the next target. So things settle down. Gardner by 2.1 seconds now, all of a sudden. And then I wonder if Arise Racing, the West Australian-based team out there at Wanneroo Raceway, north of the city of Perth, will be looking at Elliott Shoot's car to make sure there's no damage to the number 8 after that quite hefty contact. Radicals are, to be fair, pretty stout race cars. They're really well built, really tough. That is the Valenti Rosso Motorsport crew. It's Fun Shirt Sunday.
That's fun.
It is, isn't it? There's Josh Hunt, ready to jump into his car a little bit later on, rocking the Hawaiian there. Josh, he lives on the Gold Coast now, so that's a bit of him.
Was that his idea?
Oh, I'm not sure whose idea it was, but I saw them at the coffee queue this morning talking to category manager Charisse Bristow, and they were, rocking the Hawaiian shirts, the pink theme. Brings a bit of colour, doesn't it?
Just wish they brought the heat with them as well.
Well, it's not that bad.
It's comfortable here today.
It's actually not that
nice,
bad.
And a lot going on in this part of the world too, as the boys talked about earlier today with the Australian Rally Championship that's running around the vicinity here at Tailem Bend. The drag racing track opened today for their first test and tune. The Speedway was on last night. It's really become a bit of a motorsport haven here in the last couple of weeks. The Shell V-Power Motorsport Park that opened back in 2018 really starting to cement itself as one of the best tracks in Australian motorsport.
Yeah, lots going on. Massive hive of activity. Cool to see so many people staying here at the circuit as well, as we watch the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th with Terry Knowles in the 68. That cool, moody, dark green liveried Radical SR3. This is Chris Perini. Missed a couple of rounds this year, did the Sydney sider. Had some health dramas that he was sorting out. Elected to sit out the most recent couple of rounds, and then some business stuff going on as well. He's got married in there at some point too, Chris. He's a busy boy. But back with a bang this weekend. Fiercely competitive guy. Very successful in one mate radical competition. Brilliant drive last year to wrap the championship up, which was at this venue at the end of last year. Remember that horrifically wet weekend of racing we had at the Shannons, what was a speed series round last year. But yeah, he's a great ambassador for one mate radical racing. He shows how competitive this series in and back in car number 1. And it's nice to see a champion rocking number 1. Not many people do it these days for whatever reason.
Bring it back.
Yeah, roll the 1. You've earned it.
Normally would run the 81, which goes back to his Superbike days.
Yeah.
Of course, he was great in the Australian Superbike Championship for many years and feels a bit safer with an extra 2 wheels supporting him around a racetrack. So he runs back in 4th position ahead of Knowles. Mark Rosser runs in 6th position with Lyle. Cooper Cutts now up into 8th position. Cooper's a great story. He comes out of Western Australia, son of Terry Cutts, who ran sprint cars for many, many years over in that part of the world, and is watching his son come up through the ranks. He was in karts for a few years, and they decided to take the plunge last year and get into the Radical Cup Series. He's got big plans to get him up into the bright lights of motorsport, but really pushing young Cooper along in his journey in this tough world of motor racing.
Yeah, he's been very impressive this year. One of those groups of drivers coming up through the ranks at Arise Racing, and in fact Elliot Shute in the number 8 car was one in the same and ran a talent search competition for that team over there at the West, and sort of came out of obscurity. He's a solicitor now by trade, Elliot, but turns out to be a very, very good racing car driver, and still running with our leader. Gardner continues to lead, 3.9 the margin. We're watching a battle further back with Adam Lyle in the 11 Arise Racing car, under pressure from his teammate Cooper Cutts. Adam will hand over to Jordan Oon halfway through this race. The mandatory pit stop window opens, one of 3 combinations opting to run 2 drivers this weekend, which is an option. A lot of them just decide to do it themselves. 50-minute race, you can do that on your own, but a lot of them like to share the workload or plug a pro driver in for the end, and Jordan Oon certainly qualifies. Peter Clare will have Josh Hunt to jump behind the wheel of the number 47 car for the second half of this race. Josh started yesterday.
So Cutts continues to push Lyle here, this beautiful section of the course, downhill through 7, 8, 9 and 10. In the background you can see the full GT circuit, which at 7.7 kilometres around, and one of several circuit variations or configurations you can have here at the Bend Motorsport Park. It's even geared enough that you could run 2 circuits at any given time.
Spoke to Molly Taylor this morning, Nolts. She's competing in this weekend's round of the Australian Rally Championship in her Subaru, and said she jumped on a simulator to learn the GT track because they had a special stage on it. And she said a rally car on rally tyres, not what was replicated in the simulator. So she found some of the dirt there, she told me this morning. But yeah, it's an amazing facility that at one point in the weekend it can be holding circuit racing on a 4.9 kilometre international circuit, a rally stage in and around the venue, a super special, and drag racing. And this is car number 1, Chris Perini from 3rd position, limping into the final complex here and trying to get that car back to pit lane.
Now has it gone into limp mode, baby, the way he's trying to usher in front. He's going to miss the pit entry here. That's pit entry, and he's going past in the background as Cutts makes the move here on Lyle for 7th position. This time gets it done. So car 16, after going off the track, not by his own doing, dropped down to 11th, now moves back up into 7th position, and some raindrops on the lens down there through turn 3, so could be, and now it jumps back in. It's one of those frustrating gigs.
No,
it's hesitating, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's died again, and you can see the teams hanging out over pit wall to try and diagnose that any way they can. The reason he didn't pull into pit lane, I honestly am surprised, but I suspect it's because the pit window's not open yet, and he just burned another pit stop, but really at this point it's not going to make a difference. Now, is that dust or is that rain in the background? I think it's dust. It's been quite dry here recently. See how brown it is, but yeah, light spots of rain, and a 5-second penalty for car 65. That's Simon Arthur for causing a collision, and that was that contact at turn 6 on the opening lap with Cooper Cutts, who has since recovered to 6th position. The horn you can hear in the background is the compulsory pit stop window opening.
It's not half time yet.
Get the oranges out.
So they'll come in from this point onwards. and serve that time. It has to be done by every single car in the field. So a bit of weather in the area. With that wind hanging around today, it'll blow through pretty quickly, you'd assume. But yesterday, we were driving around. It was wet down in Murray Bridge, which is only 20 minutes from here, and dry out here. Same thing last night. We finished at 11 o'clock at the Speedway, and a sudden rain shower came out of nowhere. So we were those unpredictable days here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park as the leaders come on by to finish another lap. Gardner's gap, 4.3 seconds back to Elliott Schute. Zig Furmeister, a further 5.5 seconds back there in third position.
Knowles continuing to apply the pressure, so just a car length between the two of them, and Mark Rosser catching these guys as well. Mark, now very experienced racer, a lot of time in an Audi R8 GT3 car, which produces its speed very similarly to a Radical SR3. So he's quite switched on in these, but Mark has been spending his year in the S5000 Australian Drivers' Championship for Team BRM.
And what about the other car he's been having to steer
Well,
off?
yes. I mean, he went and played at Silverstone in a Benetton Formula One car, so, you know, it's a cookie if he can get it at the Silverstone of the British Grand Prix in front of 500,000 people. Was cutting laps of one of the world's most famous Grand Prix circuits. So, yeah, Mark's having a pretty good year when it comes to car racing. He contested the opening round of Workhorse Radical Cup Australia, I should say, at Sydney Motorsport Park, and back here at the home turf with Team BRM based locally just down in Wingfield. So it's a good fight. Unfortunately had that contact yesterday with Cooper Cutts, who's now the next car, ironically, down the road behind Mark Rosser. That was on the opening lap of the race. Mark was penalised for that contact. There's Perini still limping around into the final complex.
It's a long lap, isn't it? Nearly 5Ks around, and he goes a lap down now, back in 17th position, while Arthur has come into pit lane. One of the first cars to pit with the window open will serve that 5 seconds in that pit stop as well. Through 17 and 18, still those dark clouds off in the distance.
Let's send a big g'day to Ben and Michael Cavich in Sydney. They are the Workhorse, that is the Workhorse Radical Cup Australia Series, as the contenders all roll into the lane while the windows open. I would wonder if some of them might just hang it out a little bit longer. Mark Ross is staying out, because if the rain does intensify a little bit, you might actually jag an opportunity to get a well-timed pit stop and throw some wets on the car. I would imagine they'll suspend the race if it does rain too heavily anyway. But as you can see, right of shot, a lot of the leaders in. So Gardner, Schute, Furmeister, Knowles and Cutts all in the lane. That elevates Rosser to the lead, Adam Lyle to second and Peter Clare to third. Lyle and Clare have co-drivers to jump into their cars. Brad Russell in fourth position, and then Mel Price. Watching that battle pack now with Nick Kelly in the industry car just in behind, and Adam Nakarada in seventh position. Just to finish my point notes, the Cavich boys, great supporters of motorsport. They run a really good team at the Bathurst 6 Hour every Easter. They had Tommy Randall link up with them this year in that race and narrowly missed a podium finish, but they do some amazing work for breast cancer trials and breast cancer research. They raise an enormous amount of money through their motorsport properties, all of the Radicals carrying the breast cancer logo as well. But it's cool to have them on board and supporting Workhorse Radical Cup Australia and Workhorse collision repairs and truck services, all based in Sydney, in and around Sydney Motorsport Park on Peter Brock Drive. They're not far from that racetrack in Sydney's West. So g'day to the lads. Hope you're enjoying the racing. I know you've got the BMW production car, but I'd love to see them both jump behind the wheel of a Radical at some point, cool, because they are both very good racing car drivers. Cavich boys.
They're Utes boys
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, good old Utes boys.
The Barroom Brawl series of the early 2000s. So just under 30 minutes remain. Pit stop window is open. The leaders have all come in and served that. They drop down to 10th position, puts Mark Rosser into the lead, with Lyle and Clare running second and third. Russell is next. Melinda Price runs in 5th position now with Nick Kelly in 6th. Rosser comes into pit lane. I'm with you. I wonder if it was worthwhile waiting to see what that weather would do. Did you think they've gone too early? Do you think just get it done?
Yeah, I think just get it done and then see how the race plays out. You can only race your closest rivals. You can see Perini in there with GWR Australia trying to diagnose the problem in car number 1. He lost a lap and tumbled all the way down. This is Team BRM going to work. That's Mark Rosser, calmly sitting in there.
He's a cool cat.
The very cool, calm and collected guy. And the 99 of Nick Kelly rolls up towards his team as well. So Bowram going to work. Generally in these races, they'll just bleed tyre pressure down out of the car. And no fuel, no tyre changes unless you've got some damage. Check the car over and then send them racing again. Meanwhile, Alex Gardner will be the net race leader when the pit stop shuffle is all said and done. And he's just punched out the quickest middle sector of the entire race. So energised from his pit stop. He's had a 50-second breather in the lane, Nolts, and not that you'd need that as a 16-year-old. You certainly need that as a 40-plus-year-old commentator, but he's pressing on. No, I was definitely speaking about you.
Don't give my age away.
I said plus.
Yeah, plus, exactly.
It's a random number.
Plus size, not plus number.
It's a good fight. Mel Price having a good race. Up to 4th place in the 56, yet to stop. As we watch Adam Nakarada in pit lane in the cool livery. It's already call that aqua and black SR3 Radical. No advances on aqua?
No, I don't think it can advance it.
So they're a timed pit stop stationary. Often we see in GT World Challenge, for example, a timed pit stop from pit in to pit out. But this is the stationary time. And if you miss that stationary time, if you get that wrong, you will be nobbled for that. And Chris Perini, who finished 3rd yesterday, still got a 30-second time penalty for a pit stop infringement. So it's quite a big whack across the knuckles if you don't get your pit stop time right. We'll get our pit lane team. I'm sure they're on it. Cameron Van der Dungen is down there onto what is going on with that car of Chris Perini, because this comeback story is not rolling out how he would like it to do. Brad Russell in the lane now, car 18. One of the many from the west from Arise Racing.
Sort of an east-west battle, isn't it? You got Arise over in WA with their massive HQ at the Wanneroo Raceway. Massive shed they've had there for years and years. And Garth Walden Racing on the opposite side. And it was all meant to be like an east-west series, wasn't it? Get them all together and get massive fields of over 20 cars.
Yeah, which is working. It's a really, really strong championship this year. Compromised calendar like so many others, but yeah, really cool. Oh, that's smoke out there. That's Simon Arthur, who had that contact early on, and there's a bit of damage to the front splitter of that car.
Now, he's pitted as well, so is that a separate incident, or is that finally reeling its head after the contact right there on the opening lap?
We're hearing it's just left go. So he's actually been into pit lane twice, Arthur. So I wonder if there might have been some underlying damage to that car that's only revealed itself after taking the compulsory pit stop.
He needs to slow it down here, Crailsey, through this section. This is where the load will be on that tyre.
The last thing in the world, you need a tyre to go down at that point. These cars running a GT tyre, Chinese tyre brand. Hankook unfortunately had a factory burn down earlier this year, so tyre supply completely stopped for them. So the distributor for them has switched across to a different brand. So that's been another challenge for everyone to try and learn this year. Australian Formula Open was another category placed in that situation, having to understand a brand new tyre compound construction design that'll behave very differently on these cars. But they've been quick this weekend, mid-50s for pole in qualifying, bang on quali record pace here at the Bend. So certainly no dramas with the outright pace of these cars.
Work continues on Chris Perini's car down here. And they've just shut it down once more. Bing Technologies, his business that he's run for many years.
He cannot select gears. He can't select gears, guys. They've changed the steering wheel over here.
It's the voice of Cameron Van der Dungen down in pit lane.
Just had reverse showing there.
Was that R for race?
Well, I don't know. It says R on the dash, but he's driving forward. So GWR working hard on that. That's the race, well, net race leader, because 3 cars yet to stop. They're going to push it right to the very end. The drivers with the 2 driver combinations are going to run right to the very end of the pit stop window, which isn't far away. They'll probably get another lap or 2. And then Alex Gardner will be the net race leader after all of that. Elliot Shoup will be net second. He goes through in car number 8 for Arise Racing. Terry Knowles has actually got ground over that, so he's jumped Zig Fuhrmeister through that whole sequence. So he's up to 6th, Fuhrmeister 7th. There's Cooper Cutts in the 16. And there's Chris Perini, who's several laps down now.
Just trying to get a result, maybe with this number 1 car. current champion is not having the weekend he expected after starting from the front row for this second race of Workhorse Radical Cup Australia, their second and final one of the weekend. It looks like it's cruising again.
Yeah, just hearing more word through that it is a shifting issue for that car. So often you throw another steering wheel at it and it could be something in the car's ECU, but you throw another steering wheel at the car and it gives it a bit of a reset, cleans the contacts, whatever it might be. But so advanced electronics on racing cars these days. None of this mechanical shift linkage stuff going on anymore.
That was simpler times.
Yes, they were. Fond memories. So that's a shame. But Chris has reminded everyone why he's got number one on that car, because he was very, very quick all weekend.
Talk about quick. Gardner is now flying, Krause. Fastest first sector of the entire race. He's fourth on the track, but will be your effective race leader when Lyle, Claire, Melinda Price come into the pits soon. They're the three cars that are a minute down the road from our race leader. So he's trying to hustle now to put a gap out there with a bit of fresh air. He's 54 seconds away, so he's got nobody around him at the moment.
So it's about 35-second transit time, plus the 50 to stop. So, yeah, they're not going to come out in front, Adam Lyle and Jordan Oon in car 11. We're watching Peter Clare running around with Melinda Price just in behind. So second and third on the road, but yet to make a pit stop. So Peter Clare will hand over to Josh Hunt, who can make one of these cars sing. It's just interested to see where they come out in the mix. It'll be somewhere in the 10, you would have thought, after the pit stop sequence. So looking around that Brad Russell, Nick Kelly margin, currently 10th and 11th, which will be net 7th, 8th and 9th. But let's just see how that plays out when they do roll into pit lane. The ever-thinking Chris Papadopoulos down there at Valenti Rosso Motorsport, who runs both of these cars, will be, I'm sure, running the numbers in his brain to see where these two are going to roll out.
And that's a team that's on the rise in Australian motorsport. He's been growing that team for the last few years, whether it be in this series or in GT World Challenge. I mean, great this year, haven't they, in that championship? Perini back in the pits, so I think they're going to run out of steering wheels here soon. I'll try Control-Alt-Delete down there at Garth Walden Racing. At least get him out there and get a result as Claire comes in the pits in the background of that shot. He was third on the circuit.
Price continues on and moves to second position on the road. Great to see she's still sporting the Castrol helmet there from way back the Castrol Cougars days in the 97 great race. It's cool to see her back behind the wheel of a race car and enjoying life with the VR team. So Claire and Josh Hunt will jump in, and we'll have about 19 minutes or so when all is said and done to go and attack the Ben's 4.9 Ks and see how fast he can make the 47 car go. We're still waiting for Rise Racing to pit Adam Lyle from the race lead, and then the race will be cleansed. Adam's just punched out his personal best first sector, which is a telltale sign that you're going to pit next lap.
Yep.
On the old electrical connector. So this is looking the engine bay of the Chris Perini car.
Hot exhaust pipes all around him. Be so careful when you remove those connectors that you don't melt one of the wires at the same time, and really give the guys back in the workshop something to do. Pull the whole wiring loom out during the week and you'll find it somewhere where you don't want it to be. In time, Gardner, 152.4, the quickest lap of the race. He just went 152.6 on that last lap. We're 13 laps into it, 19 minutes remaining. Race 2 of the Workhorse Radical Cup Australia as part of the Shannons Trophy Series here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park on your Sunday. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on 7+, or if you're at the venue here in South Australia.
Now, I just checked my world time clock and it's just past 2 a.m. in London.
Okay.
And the reason I tell you this is because that is where we find GWR Australia boss Garth Walden and Workhorse Radical Cup Australia contender Stephen Champion at the moment. They're on their way to Portimao in Portugal for the Radical World Finals next weekend. Yeah, they're in London at the moment. So I'm wondering if at 2:09 a.m. they're actually up and watching.
Oh, he would be.
And I would love very much to get a text message or a message from either of them if they are. See their level of commitment. We'll tell you at the end of the race with 18 minutes to go. But knowing Garth, I can imagine he will be screaming down the television, going, no, not that connector, the other one.
Yeah.
His team are well drilled. They will be working to find that problem on Chris Perini's car as we wait for this race to cleanse itself. We talked about Adam Lyle going quickly, Knowles. He set his fastest first and second sector and then pitted. So that's the sure sign of an in-lap. is when you go as hard as you can to try and build that margin. And this will be an interesting test to see where Adam pops out, or it'll be Jordan Oon behind the wheel of the number 11 Arise Racing car.
So Cooper Cutts, you're watching now, runs back behind these guys, maybe fourth outright on the road when it all clears itself up, 13 seconds away from the race leader. And a much better day out for the Arise Racing driver from Perth, while Melinda Price continues to lead, yet to pit, 46 seconds down the road to Gardner, who will be your leader in a few moments' time. We look at Zig Furmeister down in turn number 1. It's got exceptionally dark out there in the last few minutes as well.
So Oon's come out just behind Mark Rosser. So running long's actually worked out all right for them. They've gone out in 8th position, but they're in front, crucially, of Josh Hunt in the 47. And those two in a Radical will be pretty evenly matched. Josh will have the advantage of having been out for a lap longer. Now, they didn't throw new tyres, so that's why we haven't really talked about undercuts or overcuts or things like that, because when you're not putting new tyres on the car, it doesn't make an enormous, huge difference like it would in a Grand Prix or a Supercars race, but there still is a little bit of an advantage in tyre temperature and pressure, and that will be the case for Josh Hunt, who is pressing on in car 47. So Oon's popped out in 8th position. Let's see where Mel Price rolls out when she becomes the last driver to complete the stop.
Nick Kelly really pushing Brad Russell here from turn 6 and downhill. This is the battle for what will be 9th position when Melinda Price comes into the pits soon. So Kelly in the industry entry through turn 11 and 12. So you go through those series of right-handers. There's a left-hander, a sharp change back of direction, and then back up this short little straight to turn 13, where it looks like Russell's been a little bit stronger. Certainly the straight line of Kelly, aided by the fact he gets the toe from the car ahead. It's much better through the first sector.
You can't go and spectate down there, unfortunately, because there's another racetrack behind it, Nolts, but I've had the fortune to throw the photography vest on a couple of times and go and watch racing cars down there, and it's pretty spectacular. If and when we get a Formula One race at this venue, or an IndyCar race or something like that, Nolts.
Don't, you'll stir Cameron up.
Notice I said when, because this would be the superior place to hold it. I would build a massive grandstand on the exit of turn 10 at the bottom of the hill, and I think that'd be really cool. You'd sell a lot of tickets.
Down at Crail Corner?
No.
Not yet?
Sam Shahin Corner, that is.
Okay.
Any one of them. Cam, pit lane.
All right, Chris Perini, mate, we heard it was a gearbox issue. They tried to fix it. Can you shed any more light on what was happening with the car out on track?
Yeah, spot on. So I lost gears coming around the back of one of the laps, and I thought I had it at the back of the second, at the right of the second last corner. I thought it came good, and then right as I got to the entrance, just past the bleed line, I lost gears totally, and then I had to do a whole nother lap, which was just really average timing. But as it turns out, it probably wouldn't have mattered because it sounds like it's internal, so nothing the boys could do. We thought it was a sensor. We tried a steering wheel, and yeah, just a bit unfortunate. It was yeah, I'd like to thank the team for giving it a red hot crack there, and it's great having their support. Yeah, we'll be back. Thanks, Chris. Thanks.
Thanks, Cam, confirming the suspicions of the issues with that car. So what a shame. After a really stout drive yesterday to third and a really solid performance today, unfortunately the defending champion runs no more. So race leader in the lane, and that is about to change because Alex Gardner will assume the net race lead. He was 31 seconds behind, but he now moves to the top of the timing screen with Melinda Price sitting in the lane. Elliot Shute will jump up to second, just crosses the line now and does so. Terry Knowles will go to third. So the order will be cleansed, and there'll be 13 and a half minutes to go in race 2, Workhorse Radical Cup Australia here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend.
So Gardner grew that lead out by nearly 4 seconds. Back to Shute. They were nearly 3.5, 4 seconds apart before the pit stop cycle came in. Knowles a further 8 seconds away now. Cuts up in a 4th. The big mover in this race after as low as 11th position. Car 16 runs in 4th, head of Furmeister. Back to Rosser, Jordan Oon, Josh Hunt in 8th position. And then these two still squabbling over that 9th position. Brad Russell and Nick Kelly.
Did you say he cuts like a knife?
Yes. I'm giving you kudos. I'm laughing at your joke.
Okay.
Cuts like a knife, absolutely.
That's all right.
Any advances on that one then?
No, we didn't give me anything before.
So precious on a Sunday.
Did the best work. This is a cool little battle. This is Jordan Oon and Josh Hunt going at it. Josh Hunt's story has been well documented. Jordan Oon applied the open wheel racing trade. He spent a quite competitive season in Formula 3 racing. Someone at that point decided it would be amusing to put the name sticker on his car on upside down, so it became Jordan No. That didn't last very long. He was sponsored by Muzz Buzz Coffee, and there was a giant coffee cup mascot walking around the paddock at Shannons rounds at that point, which was always exciting. But he now heads up Arise Racing over there in the West and runs a really cool program. They've got a sensational setup. It is really impressive. And they run the FSR Championship over there at Wanneroo Raceway in WA state level racing all year, which is very, very competitive.
Now, West Australian fans will be familiar with Muzz Buzz. They managed to put these drive-through coffee shops in the most awkward places. So when you go over, you can pull into a shopping centre car park and there'll be one literally in the middle of it.
Nice.
Not a bad drop either, I might add.
Sounds like a good place for coffee.
Saved us a lot of troubles over the years. They're everywhere across the Perth metropolitan area.
And this in second position is an Arise Racing driver in Elliot Shute as we watch the 16-year-old Alex Gardner fire out of turn 6. So that's just a little visual reference for turn 1 and 2. Off in the background, you can see the Princes Highway running down to Melbourne and the pit building for the Ben's East Circuit, which is the separate track that Knowles was talking about before, which can be all linked together. Terry Knowles, third position car at turn 6, has well and truly stopped. He's a long way off the road and looks like he's got that car fired. Big puff of black smoke out the exhaust on his Radical SR3. He'll grab a gear and drive on, but he has tumbled down the order. In fact, now behind Josh Hunt. So from 3rd to 8th in a heartbeat, because there's really not much between 3rd down to the back half of the top 10 in terms of time on the racetrack.
Shame, that was a podium position gone begging.
Yeah.
And it'll be hard to make that up now with just over 10 minutes remaining in this race. Elliot Shute is flying. Crowlsey, purple sectors, as many as you like. He's trying to mow down that 7.6 second lead that Gardner has. This championship really starting to heat up in the workhorse Radical Cup Australia.
There they are. I'll tell you the lap time. So 52.8 for the leader last time by, 52.5 for Elliot Shute. That is his quickest lap of the race. He pulls 4/10 out of the leader. So he's got some pace. This happened yesterday, Knowles, as well. Gardner pressed really hard after the pit stop. He built the leading margin, but then as the race went on, Elliot's car, whether it's car or driver, a combination, a little bit better on the rubber, was able to come back to the leader as Gardner managed towards the end. And it went out to 10 seconds yesterday, came back to 3 at the checkered flag. So I wonder if we're seeing a repeat of that. 7.7 seconds. Gardner has shown time and time again this year that he is pretty switched on at managing a race, and he's got the team behind him to do it, but could there be a twist in the tail of this one? Let's see what the pace is over the course of the next 9 minutes and 18 seconds for this young man from Arise Racing, who was 6th in Radical Cup Australia last year in his rookie season. And it was really cool to see, Knowles, because it was his first year at a national level, and he was like, man, I'm racing some cool people and some really cool racetracks. When he got to Phillip Island for the first time, eyes like dinner plates. He was really excited. He did a great job as a rookie. He was a contender for wins throughout the course of the season. He has stepped his game up big time this year. His biggest drama is that he's had to go up against a superstar in the making in young Alex Gardner.
Certainly would have opened his eyes up after doing a million laps at Wanneroo, going to Phillip Island, down to Gardner Straight for the first time.
We actually get to 6th gear.
Yeah. That's not throwing anything at Wanneroo.
No, it's
got
a great
its own
track,
character.
but it's a 55-second lap time on one of these cars. You don't get to 280 k's an hour. The old Barbagello.
Here's Oon and Josh Hunt. So these guys half a second to make their way up towards turn 14. If you're watching at the circuit on top of the pit building here, they come back at the site through this section, and a lot of work that was done here. This was a very flat part of South Australia, and they managed to make some elevation changes through it. A lot of work went on in the early days to get this to this point. A lot of limestone rock underneath to get to this circuit, which then made the gravel traps around the circuit here. So Just can't say enough the effort that the Peregrine Corporation, Sam Shaheen and the crew have done to make this amazing complex at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away from the CBD, just over 100 Ks from Adelaide City itself. And people are really starting to warm the fact we've got a world-class circuit in our backyard here in South Australia.
This is a good little fight. And Oon withstanding the pressure. They're 39 seconds. What these two were hoping for in the way the strategy is, so if you start race 1, you finish race 2 in a weekend, basically, if you're a 2-driver combination. They would have loved a safety car just after they got into the race car to kill the margin, the track position margin to the leaders. And then these two would have been among the quickest guys on the racetrack. We're up there with Alex Gardner, certainly. And Elliot Shute, I think, would definitely be able to race them both. But they were, I think, hoping for that. As it is, they've emerged in 6th and 7th position. They're still going pretty quickly, though. Personal best sector times for them both last time by. As this race winds itself down with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. A long way off the road. And car 47 is going to cop a drive-through penalty.
I wonder whether he just got that message given to him through that corner.
Angry Josh. So they were on the other end of it yesterday because it was GWR who got it with car number 1 with Chris Perini, but now Valenti Rosso have been whacked with a CPS time infringement. So drive-through penalty, that is going to destroy their race from 7th. That will tumble them down the order. They're going to be lucky to be in the top 10 after that.
Yeah, be 12th position, maybe at the best, with a couple of cars a lap down behind him now.
You'd pit now, Nolt. You'd have to pit now to minimise the time loss.
And hope for a safety car.
Well, that too. But no, goes around. I wonder if they haven't had the opportunity to get on the radio yet. Maybe wait till the straight to tell him.
So this helps Knowles, who spun out of 3rd. He'll go up into 7th position. Just when you thought the race was starting to settle down, a game changer for Josh Hunt. So you'll have to drive through this pit lane, of which that building is nearly 830 metres long.
It is.
It's a long
I've
pit lane.
walked it about 3 times today. You can feel it.
And that's Knowles, who we mentioned spun down here just a few laps ago. Mark Rosser runs still in 5th position and on his own at the moment there with Oon, who's 4 seconds away. Gardner's lead sits at 7 seconds. 5 minutes of racing remain in race 2 of Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. Building up to a big afternoon. We've got Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge there. Big 45-minute race to come up later this afternoon. Production cars will be back out for another 1-hour event, taking you right through until 5 p.m. Central Time here on 7+. You're watching the Shannons Trophy Series.
And flick over as well, also on 7+, the final day action of the Australian Rally Championship underway, about a kilometre that way. I'm pointing to my right, not far away from where we are now, so they'll all regroup here at the end of the day.
To the left of this camera, basically.
Yes, correct, yep. So really looking forward to that as well. It's a massive weekend of motorsport.
At the purpose-built rally course that's here as well. We talk about the circuit, the drag strip and the karting course that's here, but there's a purpose-built rally course at the back of this venue as well. We can't stress how big this place is.
I wonder, and watch them peel off the pit lane now, I wonder if you stay out if you're 47. Do you stay out and then argue about it later?
You can't, can you?
Well, I mean, you're going to get the drive-through equivalent regardless.
Yeah.
It's just a theory.
Certainly hasn't come. Maybe he's leaving it to the very last lap to come in. And look who's looming behind. It's Knowles.
This is a ripper drive from Knowles.
Yeah.
Had the spin at 6, but what a comeback this has been. And genuine pace, running with 2 pros.
Well, Gardner is going fast again. He's put the gap out to 7.5 seconds. And the fastest first sector of the race now. As Hunt still going for the back of Jordan Oon here. Starting to lean towards your theory here, Krause. He's just going to go for it.
Yeah.
Or he hasn't got the message.
Well, either or.
Or there's radio issues. Or he's changed his radio to a different channel.
Unplugged it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Interesting. Very interesting. Argue it out afterwards, perhaps. But then the Yeah, you're just going to make it worse for yourself, aren't you? Because you're ignoring the directions of race control, not serving your penalty within the 3 laps you're supposed to serve it in. They're just going to hit you harder, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's like fighting with your brother. It's just, it's
never a good outcome.
They're going to hit you back at some point. It's like you and I on a Saturday night.
Could be us in about 2.5 minutes.
Wow, quicker than that. So interesting. And that is all that remains in this race in Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. They've got one more round to go, which will be at Race Sydney under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park a couple of weeks' time. These places, well, these cars literally grew up at that place in Australian motor racing terms. It's basically the home of Radical in Australia, so looking forward to that. It's going to be a really cool weekend of racing. There they go, into pit lane now. So they've just waited until the very end of the window to serve their drive-through penalty. They've pushed it as far as they can, and our conspiracy theories aside, Josh Hunt will trundle through pit lane at 40 k's an hour and emerge out the other side, buried somewhere, the back half of the top 10, which will be very frustrating for that team. Nevertheless, they're still, at this point, going to get a race win because Alex Gardner has still got 6.9 seconds to the advantage.
Now, Ken Knowles go after Jordan Oon here. We've probably got a lap to go, maybe 2 laps to go. We've got 24 laps in the books yesterday in race number 1. But he hovers just behind here at 2 seconds. Now with Josh Hunt out of the picture, the man who was running in 3rd position might just stop the rot of what happened there earlier in this race. Here's our leader on the way down into turn 17. 7.2 seconds the margin. Cooper Cutts is on target here for a podium. After a DNF yesterday, the young Western Australian runs in 3rd position and comfortably ahead of Zick Furmeister, who runs in 4th. He's 12 seconds away. And Mark Rosser, the South Aussie, holding down 5th position with less than a minute to go in this 2nd and final race of Workhorse Radical Cup Australia.
Well, it's been a good arm wrestle between these two. 15 points was the championship margin coming in. That will extend out a little bit more after this race. But it will be gloves off going into the finale. And Elliott Shute won the opening round of this year's series, which was at Sydney Motorsport Park. So there is still very much hope that this championship battle will go down to the final race of the season. We're looking forward to seeing how that plays out at another awesome racetrack. Meanwhile, this young guy out in front, and I say young, 16 years of age. He was a member of the Ferrari Driver Academy last year, was selected by Motorsport Australia out of go-karting, aged 15. In a couple of races in Hyundai Excels, made it to the final 6 of the Ferrari Driver Academy shootout up at Sepang in Malaysia, which we've just had the 2023 edition of that a couple of weeks ago. Panda Reardon and all the team were up there with that experience with a whole bunch of talented young drivers. So Alex was part of that. He wants to go to Le Mans. His target is 24 hours of Le Mans in France and sports car racing globally. So he figured, why not race a sports car in Australia? And that's what this championship can do. It's great for the AM driver, but great for young pros looking to come through the ranks. And that's what he's ticked the box with this weekend and indeed this season so far.
His lap times have been so consistent all race long. He just looks smooth out there behind the wheel of the Volante Rosso entry. Car number 94. And it's 7 seconds. The margin of this race. Elliott Shute will have to take it to Sydney for the final round of this year's series as they start the last lap here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Look at the dust starting to come across the main straight here. With 1 lap remaining, it stays at 7 seconds. 52.0 on the previous lap for Gardner, 52.9 for Elliott Shute. Cooper Cutts is a further 19 seconds away back in 3rd place, but comfortably ahead of Zick Furmeister. That'll be how it stands with just 16 turns remaining.
Mark Cars Australia Championship up next, so stick around here on 7+. The great Darren Smith and the great Michael Stratus will be bringing that to you. Yes. Oh, it is a first-class commentary lineup this weekend. I give you the hot tip.
The Stratus.
Yep. So we, the B team, will slide out.
We will.
And then come back for Porsches in about 40 minutes' time. As this impressive young man, what a talent he's been. They've got a great program in place at Volante Rosso. They've got a couple of cars in Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia. They've been very successful this year with Ross Polakis, Chris Baxios, Juice, Jaden Ojeda has been part of that program. So there's a whole heap of really talented racing people that this guy can draw on, as well as the brains behind the scene at this team. And wow, what a season he's putting together, and what a comprehensive drive this has been.
Just a handful of turns remaining, and has controlled this race pretty much from the outset as he plunges down the hill towards turn 17. Elliott Shoots aiming for the fastest lap of the race, but he's going to have to settle for second here. It must have been a largely entertaining second race for Radical Cup Australia. Car 94 has just a couple of turns remaining.
What a drive, what a performance. This young man is a name to watch. Another sweep, and Alex Gardner wins round 4 of Workhorse Radical Cup Australia here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Alex Gardner, the winner. Elliott Shute. Well, he went down shooting with a 1:52.37 on the final lap of the race, lap 24, which will stand as the quickest lap of race number 2 this weekend. Well done, Elliott. He pushed on right at the end. That's a great drive. Cooper Cutts, speaking of great drives, turned around on lap 1 at turn 6. Oh! What is going on? Warwick Church, out of the penultimate corner, has a huge moment. He'll gather it up, but that was pretty exciting. He was trying for his own personal best lap on the final lap of the race, I think. In fact, he was. He's just set his personal best overall lap to that point of the lap. So he was pressing on right at the end, looking to set a PB on the final tour, and he sprayed it. That's unfortunate, but nevertheless, he'll get across the line in 16th position.
And just hoping the cameras didn't see him. Well, they got every second of it. Gardner, the winner here from Shute and Cutts. Here's the replay, thanks to Shannons, and just bowled a massive wide down there at 17, and lucky there was, he split the eye of the needle, didn't he? There was cars in front, cars behind, and grabbed a gear and disappeared down towards the finish line on his way to a fastest lap.
Good heads-up driving from Jordan in there just to get out of the throttle. Yeah, it just looked like massive understeer where the car didn't want to turn into turn 17 and barreled the car off the road. Anyway, a little bit of entertainment. Not only did we capture it, we got it in slow-mo replay as well. Our eyes see all. So the checkered flag flies over the last couple of cars to complete this one in Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. Great race. Well done to the team behind the scenes. Charisse Bristow and her team run a really tight ship. It's a great championship, very, very competitive, growing in numbers. Just want to confirm to you, Nolts, I put the call out midway through the race that I don't think Garth Walden and Stephen Champion at 2 o'clock in the morning in London are watching. Frankly, I'm disappointed.
I would say it's jet lag. He's a night owl like us.
They've been there for a week.
Yes, this is true.
Visiting the Radical Factory, one of the world's largest producers of sports cars. Alex Gardner, the winner, as we confirm your results. The final margin, 6.9 seconds. The fastest lap on the final lap for Elliott Shute, Cooper Cutts and Zig Fulmeister. It was a good battle for third in the end. Great comeback from Cutts. Adam Lyle and Jordan got 5th in the end in front of Terry Knowles, Mark Rosso, Nick Kelly, Brad Russell, Claire and Hunt. So they scraped into the 10 at the end of that one. Nakarada, Kenny and Price finished 12th with that late pit stop, and just confirming that Alex Gardner wins the round over Elliott Shute and Zig Fulmeister in 3rd position. Tied, actually, with Jordan and Adam Lyle, so I think Ziggy's going to get that on countback at the end of that one. So it'll be very, very close, and the fastest lap of the weekend, of the race at least, set by Elliott Shute. So it's going to be, I think, just over 20 points, Nolts, going into the final round of the championship, with 80 odd up for grabs at every round of this year's Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. So very much game on between Alex Gardner and Elliott Shute. It'll be East versus West in the finale of this series when we get down to Sydney Motorsport Park. We're just waiting to get down to Victory Lane, and we'll hear from our winners in the race.
50 minutes went by rather quick.
It did.
Did 24 laps again, as we did yesterday. So Gardner, 7 seconds down the road from Shute and Cutts. He'll take that away, but ruined that DNF yesterday. So we watched yesterday from the Sky Deck, 4 levels above the racetrack, which gives you the view of the entire circuit, including the GT circuit here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's open for free. In fact, the whole day's free. So if you're in the area, in South Australia, come out and have a look. For this afternoon, plenty to see and do here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park as our top 3 make their way down into Victory Lane, where Cameron Vanendungen is standing by to talk to our winners.
Very much, Knuckles. I've got Alex Gardner here with me, mate. Congratulations, great win.
Yeah, thank you. It was an awesome race. It was an enjoyable first couple of laps, a good battle with Elliot. That's what it's all about, having hard racing. So, yeah, it was awesome fun, awesome track, loved it. So, yeah, we'll give it another crack in Sydney.
Mate, well done. Congratulations. We're going to sneak on down to second. Elliot, come on over. Don't run away. Well done, mate. Second place today. You must be extremely pleased with the effort.
Yeah, could have been better, but yeah, it was a good race. Tough first lap, bit of contact with Alex, and then I had a surprise setup for the rest of the race. But yeah, I think we're the closest we've ever been. So it's been a good weekend overall.
All right, congratulations, mate. Good luck, and we'll continue on. Cooper, yesterday you had a decent incident. You're back here on the podium today. Well done.
Thank you. I did have another incident today on the start. Got a really good start. I was pretty much in second at turn 1, and then Ellie and Alex had their little moments. And then going down into turn 6, just got punted wide, but managed to recover to third. So yeah, big thank you to everyone for putting the car back together last night. It was quite a big hit and a big incident. So yeah, thank you to the team for that.
Well done. That's Cooper. He's finished third in that race. Well done to each of our drivers in the Radicals. Great job by Richard Crail and Matthew Nolte up there in commentary as well. So much more action coming up on the Shannons Trophy Series. You're tuned into 7+, and we've got more coming up on the other side of this.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day, race against the clock at a hill climb, or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
7+ is your home of hockey.
What a first game this is!
The best of Australian hockey is on 7+.
7+.
7+.
What about that? Game, set, match.
And every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, watch the Hockey One League. Starts October 6, live on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back to the coverage on the Shannons Trophy Series. This is round 3, the final round for the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series. I'm Cameron Vanderdungen, ran straight out of pit lane after that ad break, and I'm up here with Michael Stratus. Now, Stratus, are you looking forward to this? Because the marked cars are exceptionally quick around this circuit.
They have done an absolutely fantastic job all weekend, and they've just been as quick as you have getting to the commentary box. And you've got a bit of sweat on your forehead, but you're doing wonderful right now.
No sweat, mate. I oiled myself up just for you, Michael, before I got here.
You're looking wonderful, just like that track is looking absolutely splendid out there. It's been such a good weekend, hasn't it, Cameron?
I'm just excited to see some of the times that Max Vidot's been doing out there in that car. And I know you've got your timing monitor open there from some of the races earlier this weekend and some of the other sessions, but some good names to see out there. Johnny Goodacre leading the points at the moment, 139 for his meeting points. Jeff Taunton sits there in second. McLeod and Max Vidot in third and fourth. Mamarella in fifth. This is for the meeting points so far, so how they've gone throughout this weekend. Leithhead there in sixth, Coe in seventh, and Hargraves in eighth. We've got a 28-minute race coming up. Anything could happen around this beautiful, picturesque circuit here at Tailem Bend.
And they're going to have a lot of space as well throughout the track, and it's such a big track as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing John Goodacre. He's just so fast around not just this track, around any track, really, isn't he?
He's also been around for a very long time as Johnny Goodacre, so it'll be good to see how he goes throughout this race. And not far away, we'll see them start to roll out on track.
Particularly nice at all.
As we get set for a race. Now, what have you enjoyed so far today, Stratus?
Every single minute of the Shannons Trophy Series.
And you know what? I believe you.
I've been watching from the media centre, and it's been fantastic viewing all day long. And we have the screen outside the front on the main straight too, so it's really good to see this wonderful track in action. Now here come the cars led by the Hyundai safety car. And what are you expecting for this race, particularly? You're down there in the ground. You are seeing the cars up close and personal. I'm in the media centre, so I don't. But you're up there on the ground. What gossip do you have for me?
There's no gossip. I can tell you. Well, I could start something. Do you want me to start a rumour?
You could start a rumour.
Sure. Matt Nolte and Richard Crail, they've just left the commentary box, and I believe they're going to get some McDonald's. That's what I heard. That was a rumour. I'm joking, of course. They're going to hit me. But here's our starting grid for race 2 for Mark Cars Australia. Starting on pole position, John Goodacre, and alongside him for the Mark Cars Australia Mark II Mustang, Jeff Taunton. He was so quick at Sandown just a couple of months ago. Cameron McLeod starts out of 3rd place. Frank Mamarella, he's on the outside of road number 2.
Yes, definitely Frank Mamarella there. And sitting in 5th place is Tim Leithhead. In 6th, Stephen Coe. 7, Daniel Studdard. And 8th, Adam Hargraves.
So 8 cars is the grid, 4 rows for Mark Cars. Now, there's not a huge number of them this year, but what I'm hearing is that next year, you really need to look out for this grid. It is going to grow and grow. These cars are exceptionally quick. They're great value. When it comes to motorsport, it's not an easy thing to buy in, but motorsport's not a cheap sport. But in terms of a car with incredible performance, bang for buck, this is one of the best around.
Absolutely. And I just want to quickly take note that we said that Studdard is in the car, but I believe Max Vido is also in now. They're sharing the car for this weekend. On our timing sheets, we have Max starting, so I guess we'll have to. They don't do car switches. They don't do car.
Not with the Mark car. Oh, they did at Sandown. So I'm sure you're all over your regs, Stratus, because you are one of our Motorsport Australia representatives. But if Max Vido is behind the wheel, watch for that car to rip through this field. Some of the numbers I've been hearing in that car was about 2 seconds quicker than a supercar around this circuit. So that gives you an idea of the speed that Max Vido's been getting out of his Mark car entry. This is one of the new cars, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes at the wheel. Danny Studdard, good driver. Max Vido is a level above, but that's not taking anything away from Danny.
Absolutely not.
It's just you bring in these drivers. As we saw in production cars earlier today, Ray Hislop's been brought in. He's not a young guy, but Ray Hislop extremely experienced, and Michael Stillwell's using him to help bring his times down. And I don't know if you heard earlier, but Michael Stillwell's first laps of the weekend were a 2:19.
I did hear this,
and he's down to a 2:11 in that race. So Ray Hislop's helped him carry 8 seconds, or take 8 seconds out of that. And big shout out to Dave Stillwell, Michael Stillwell's son, who's just been messaging in saying it's great to be tuned in on 7+, watching all of the action from the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series, round number 3 here at the Bend.
And it's kind of nice to see the Porsche cars as well here, because I believe Max and Daniel Studdard have both come from the Porsche series. They were in there a couple of years back. I remember interviewing both at Sandown, so it's great to see them now sharing the car. And you know, hopefully, well, not hopefully, we're not aligned to anyone, but maybe we'll see them climb up the field.
Oh, spoken like a true race administrator and sports administrator. We've got no favourites, says Michael Stratus, but he has plenty of favourites. Don't worry about that. As
you
we
are
set
one
up,
of them.
Well, thank you very much. I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful. One of the cars missing out on the grid at the moment. Only 7 cars will take the start. Safety car disappears into the distance. And that means we're under the control of our pole sitter in John Goodacre.
I believe it's Stephen Coe that is not there.
All right, the 56 of Stephen Coe. We line up now and get set for a race start. Race 2, 30 minutes plus 1 lap for Mark Cars Australia and Invited. And they're fanning out of the start line. We can hear the revs rising. John Goodacre off pole position tries to hold out Jeff Taunton on this very long run down to turn number 1. And he looks to the inside, and the 77 of McLeod hasn't a look up the inside, not able to get it done. Still holds on, does John Goodacre out in the lead. And behind him, it looks like Max Vido's already up into 2nd place.
Oh, I did call it. I did say we were going to see him climb up some places, and who would expect that he climbed so many?
There's the 77 on screen. He's chasing down the 4 of Jeff Taunton. That looks like the battle for 3rd place at the moment. The other 2 cars should be out in front. Well, watch this battle rage. Goodacre. Vido looks to the outside. As a switch back.
Doesn't make a stick.
Well, we've got a lot of race left to go. Goodacre fastest of all to the first sector. And he leads this race from Vido, Taunton, McLeod, Hargraves, your top 5, Mamarella and Leithhead, with Coe not even taking the start.
Look at the top 2 there, right? They have just they've charged away, and they're quite far ahead of now of the next three.
Well, we said
Taunton.
Verdot was exceptionally quick behind the wheel of his marked car's entry. Has to bide his time. You don't want to jeopardise your race by putting on a move too early. Plenty of race left in this. 22 minutes, 50 seconds, and 1 lap remaining.
Now, you're a driver. You've driven many races in your time. If you're Goodacre at this point, what are you focused on? Trying to defend your position, or are you just trying to get as far away ahead of Vidal? Because it looks like he's going to continue charging.
At this point in time, stay on the racing line. Block, see how he covers here. He stayed to the inside. Didn't allow Max Verdot to have a look up the inside, but there's only so long you can put your tyres under that additional pressure for. And that's what Max Verdot will be counting on. Just continue to apply the pressure. What Goodacre needs is Taunton to get up onto the rear of Vidal and start to threaten him as well. That'll be a bit of a defensive strategy. And the reality is, watch this move about to be put on down the main straight here. Max Verdot tucks in for the slipstream, holds. There he goes, ducks out. This is what you call the classic 99% move. You'll get it done. And Goodacre has to let him through. He knows the speed difference. A lot of these drivers as well would have looked at the lap times of the other drivers at the wheel of the car. Goodacre knew he had to hold him off, but it wouldn't be forever. Watch Max Verdot disappear into the distance, and John Goodacre has to manage his race from here.
We have a really good view of the racing, but I reckon Taunton would have had such a nice view of that overpass. Right behind, only 1 second off, saw the move. And it was a beautiful move as well, and that's why he's such a talented driver, young Max.
Well, let's be honest though, Taunton has to watch out for McLeod, who's right in his rear mirrors as well. Cameron McLeod, he's putting the effort and the pressure onto Jeff Taunton as Max Verdot now goes fastest of all to the first sector.
And he's getting away. Goodacre's got to hold on here, because Max could just take this race by the scruff of the neck and just move quite far away
The
from
reality is he will. So Max Verdot, with his lap times, barring a mechanical issue, which can creep into cars, it's motorsport. You know, you hear the story time and time again. It's a 20-cent part that can cost you an entire race weekend. Normally in motorsport it's about a $100 part, but we'll talk about that another day. It makes sense when you say 20-cent part, but the reality is Max Verdot at the wheel of this car, he is a level above as it stands from lap times. The reality is for Goodacre, you want to stay second, make sure you manage that car, manage that tyre throughout the remaining 20 minutes of this race. So he's not worried about Verdot at the moment. He's worried about having a good race car. Anything could happen to Verdot up the road, and all you can control in this situation is your own car and your own race. So the team on the radio will be just put your head down, grind away. We never know what happens at the back end of the race.
So he enjoyed the lead. He enjoyed having the lead for 1 lap, 1 or 2 laps, and then Max is now gone and just posted a fastest lap for the race. Taunton's closing in on him right now. It seems that he sort of closes in and then Goodacre sort of pushes out a little bit further. So that's going to be a really interesting battle to watch, and I guess the battle behind them as well between McLeod and who's in 5th, Hargraves, who's done a nice job to climb a few places.
The meeting points are the bit we're going to look at the moment. So Goodacre, if he takes out second in this race, he continues to lead these meeting points, this round points, 225 points. Second at the moment is Taunton. So what he needs to do is stay ahead of Cameron McLeod. So Max Verdot can't get any more points. He's already first. So in terms of how they'd roll out from an entire weekend result, so far, if Goodacre comes home second, he takes out the round win.
I'm not sure what's going on with Frank Mamarella though. I mean, Frank's just dropped sort of 12 seconds behind, and the battle up at the top is where it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I think it might be a bit of a comfortable race for some of our drivers in there. It doesn't, unless Hargraves can close in and Taunton can close in, it's going to be quite comfortable.
Well, the reality for a lot of these drivers as well is they're getting used to the bend, getting used to these cars. It's actually it's a great track, Stratus. If you've ever had a chance to drive it or go for a lap around it, I'm not sure.
I have never.
Make sure you go and speak to Panda and say, get me out in a course car or something. It is a cracking circuit. It's got a bit of the Oran Parks about it with the way you've got off-camber corners. It flows. It turns back on itself. It's a really good driver's track, and it's one that even though they may not be in outright contention, these drivers will be enjoying learning and getting faster and helping to develop that car and develop themselves as drivers.
This field is starting to split up a little bit now. You've got 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds for Goodacre. You've got Taunton's now 2 seconds, McLeod now 2 seconds behind. So yeah, it's spreading out a little bit, and of course on the third there, thanks to our Motorsport Australia officials, they do a wonderful job as always.
Yes, they certainly do. Just so you'd be aware, a 1:48.4. The last lap around from Max Verdot is an
absolute race lap record for this category here. Danny Studdert had it previously, as we look at the 77 on screen right now, but just had to say, Verdot now has the race lap record here, and he's done it, as I said, a 151.2 down to a 148.4. That tells you just how fast he is.
And you called it such a great track to drive, and now Max is getting the most out of the track. Mate, do you reckon one day you might be able to get a race lap record if you were to jump in one of these cars?
Mate, I'm an old man these days. I gave up. I retired at the ripe old age of 27 as a race car driver.
Right, so the compulsory pit stop window is open, so we might see Daniel Studdert jump in the car at some point today once they do the pit stops, but maybe that's why Max trying to get so far ahead, so he can build a bit of a gap so he can allow Daniel to just comfortably get in the car, cruise into the end. And
Stratus, we are going to make a top-tier motorsport commentator out of you one day. Well spotted. That is exactly what will be occurring right now, hence why Max Verdot is going purple sector after purple sector. He's out there trying to give as much of a gap to Danny Studdert by the time he hands over. Now, remember though, Danny Studdert's no slouch. Outside of Max Verdot's times he's setting right now, he held the fastest lap around here previously with that 51.2. In terms of Goodacre, his fastest lap of this race is a 51.9. So Danny Studdert is actually quicker than the next fastest behind Max Verdot on track. So they're in the box seat here.
But Goodacre did win a race yesterday. So, you know, he's a proven race winner.
He is. That's a good call about Goodacre.
I mean, it's an obvious call, right?
No, isn't it? So we see the 207 there on screen. That's Max Verdot down into turn number 1. It turns back on itself, then you've got to flick across to the left. You really need to compromise a bit of your corner to set up for the next corner, and that's the challenge of the bend. It's how much do you give in order to take at the next corner, and sets his way off up the road. He's 10.8 seconds clear of Goodacre. Then Taunton sits in third. We see Cameron McLeod back in fourth, Hargraves in fifth, Mamarella in 6th, and Leithhead in 7th.
Now, Leithhead is 1 minute off the pace.
Yep.
This lap, he's doing 1 minute 47. At what point will Max catch the back marker? This is possible to catch in at least, you know, he might be able to catch him at least by, 10 minutes to go left in the race, I imagine.
Yeah, but remember, they've still got some stops to go as Max Verdot goes fastest of all to the first sector. Mamarella now in. He takes his opportunity to stop as part of that compulsory pit stop window, which is open. Good call from them to get that done nice and early. You don't want to breach any of the regulations.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you end up with some of your colleagues, Mr. Stratus, and that is not where you want to be on a race weekend.
Oh, you never know that. Motorsport Australia officials are very nice and they're very generous.
Mate, I have met plenty of stewards and they have taken money out of my pocket, and that's why you don't want to see them. You love to see them at dinner. You don't like to see them during the race weekend.
If you can avoid them at any cost, that is a good one. But Leithhead now, passes Mamarella, who is in the pits, who's just come out of the pits, so maybe he might be able to chase him down. But I believe that there is 2 people sharing that number 67 car, so I'm wondering there might be a lappy. They might actually, in fact, be lapped at one point if they have to go through the pit stops as well. But here comes Verdot down the line, down the main straight. He's just looking so quick. Another really quick lap.
Yeah, he'll be driving as deep into this race as he can to make sure of it for Danny Studdert. They'll want this race win. We'll speak to the top 3 at the end of this race in the stop area in Parc Fermé. At the end of this race, Verdot, Goodacre, the only 2 cars to break the beam. Jeff Taunton joins them now, sets off on another lap. Remember, it is 14 minutes, 34 seconds remaining as he starts to lap traffic, does Max Verdot.
So it was 1 lap, I think.
Yeah, but it was Mamarella who'd had the pit stop that he's gone through on.
Yeah.
So Verdot continues around. There's the 4 of Taunton. Sits in 3rd place, 2nd for the round as it stands right now. Not really being threatened. The gap back to Cameron McLeod from Taunton, the driver on screen, is almost 4.8 seconds, nearly 5 seconds that gap, absolutely.
And that's enough for you to sort of lose concentration for a slight second, that's a nice gap. 5 seconds is a good gap for you to just, be comfortable. I reckon he's very comfortable right now, Mr. Taunton.
As comfortable as you can be in a race car, but he'll be enjoying himself, because anytime you're out there, the car's going well around a beautiful racetrack, you have a big smile on your face, as Cameron McLeod now sets a personal best first sector with a 42.4, and that gap levels at 5 seconds as Cameron McLeod's fighting back, wants some extra points in his bank for this weekend. Don't know if it's going to be enough to get himself up onto the podium for the weekend, because the person he's hunting down would be Max Verdot. And the reality there, Max Verdot is on 200 points. So what would be the swing between 3rd and 4th?
Now, John Goodacre has just replaced Max Verdot, and I think he's now gone to the pits. Would I be right in saying that he's gone into the pits?
So Leithhead is in the pit lane at the moment. So we've got our 2 pit stops right now. Max Vidot has dropped back down the order, but that's just a timing issue. So he's just jumped back up to the top. So just a slight timing issue there for him. As we continue to watch Jeff Taunton on screen in his marked car entry with a giant wing on the back. That'll be helping them out no end around this circuit. It flows well. Tell you what, I've also been lucky enough over the journey to drive the GT circuit, the full circuit here.
Right.
And it is a wonderful bit of track. Harder to pass around that back because it's very tight and twisty, but it flows beautifully. If you got the car up and running, a great bit of track. As the 4 continues on.
McLeod in the pits now, so he'll be getting that nice and early. And Vidot just hasn't. I wonder what his strategy is. I wonder if they're going to he's going to hold it right to the end.
Yeah, they will, because with the faster driver, what you want to do is maximise the time with your fastest driver in the car, shortest race time. So like any form of motorsport, you normally work from the end of the race backwards and go, okay, who's the fastest? If you've got 2 drivers, who's our fastest driver, or what is our fastest tyre? And you make your call on how long you can last on that, and you keep just incrementally working back to try and find the shortest path from red light to checkered flag. Let's have a look at the power slide coming out of the corner. Look at that, just getting on it is Max Vidot.
He's been watching the Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship do wonderful things on this track, so that's probably where he got his inspiration from, Cameron.
Well, I'll be honest with you, he'll also know that's not the fast way around the circuit.
No, absolutely not.
Circuit racing and rally is like the difference between Aussie rules football and rugby league. They're both football, but they just go about it very differently.
Absolutely, and you know what? Back to what you said before, it's not only an exciting race, but you're very educational as well, that you're giving me a nice little lesson here about how the ins and outs of motorsport work.
No, it's one of these things. A lot of people don't see the amount of strategy involved, even at state level and national level events, not even just at Formula One or supercars level. But it's all about working out the most efficient way to get from red light out to checkered flag.
And here it comes. Here it is. Here's your strategy. You said that they've given him the most amount of time. They've given him about 17, 18 minutes, and Daniel is likely going to switch into the car and have the rest of the race. So let's watch this pit stop and let's see how he goes.
We make our way back into pit lane, as we said, so he's just going to pull...
No, he's just going to keep on driving.
Drive through.
Right, there you go. No, so it looks like Max is going to have the whole race himself. Unless there's a pit stop with the penalty we don't know about yet, but that was his compulsory pit stop that he just drove through, and and he's now sitting in second, chasing down Jeff Taunton, and he's down 10 seconds at the moment. So let's see how long it takes him to get back into that top spot. If he does it now, or does he wait until Taunton pits?
Well, Taunton has to stop. He's the only driver that hasn't stopped yet as the 20 now makes his way in, which is Hargraves, and you can see behind him
Stephen Coe.
Stephen Coe's out back on track. So they've obviously fixed whatever the issue was in that car, and so he's back out on track at the moment, albeit 7 laps down, or what is it is on everyone else.
Well, someone just said right at the front of the pit stop just there, coming out, I believe that was John Goodacre that was coming out right in front of Adam Hargraves, so might be something to look at a bit there. But yeah, no, Max Vidot's still in the car, just did his drive-through compulsory pit stop, and he's now taken the gap to Jeff Taunton down to under 9 seconds, so he's doing very nicely there. And right as it stands, McLeod in 3rd, Goodacre 4th, Hargraves 5th, Mamarella 6th, and Leithhead in 7th, and Cohen 8th. This is probably how it's going to stand, I reckon, for quite some time, unless Goodacre can get the jump on McLeod, who I believe has done his pit stop. I think the only person now to do his pit stop, as you said, is Jeff Taunton. So we'll be waiting for Jeff to go there. But this will be a really interesting battle for, I guess, for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, because Max, you would assume, has gotten the lead. He's already taken that down to under 7 seconds. Max leading a race. It's very familiar, isn't it?
It certainly is. Formula One world champion 3 times in a row, Max Verstappen. It's a Max V. We've got 2 Max Vs.
We've got 2 Max Vs, right.
As Jeff Taunton makes his way into pit lane, and Max Vidot goes back to the lead of this motor race. 8 minutes 52 and 1 lap remaining. So a Max V leads another Grand Prix. No, it's not a Grand Prix.
Oh, this is more exciting. I would gather.
Come on, mate. Here we go. As the cars make their way in, let's watch Jeff Taunton. I'm really intrigued by that Max Vidot drive-through. He didn't stop. He didn't sit there and get his 60 seconds or whatever the actual requirement is. As we see Jeff Taunton stop, waiting for his time, and he'll go back out on track again. very shortly, just waiting for that time. But Max Vidot definitely drove, just did a drive-through, didn't actually stop.
You're right, and I unless his pit's right at the, I mean, we saw him go the whole way, didn't we? We didn't see him stop and then start, and I feel like one or two of the other drivers did that as well. So maybe in this race in particular, they don't need to stop per se, but not sure about that one. We'll definitely find out a bit later in that. But yeah, McLeod holds second. Taunton comes into the track at third, ahead of Goodacre. This will be interesting. There's 43 seconds between Vidot and McLeod. There's only 4 seconds in between McLeod and Goodacre. So I should say 7 seconds between second and fifth. So this will be a really exciting end.
Yeah, look at the gap between fourth and third at the moment. Only 9 tenths of a second, just under 1 second is the gap there. So we'll keep an eye on that one, and that's for the final spot on the podium.
This is very Formula One-esque, isn't it? You've got one Max just dominating, and then we're focused on second, third, and fourth.
You're sticking with the Formula One theme here, aren't you? Jeff Taunton, John Goodacre, they're on screen. That's the battle of the race as it stands. 7 minutes remaining in this one and 1 lap. And I should clear that up. Earlier on I said he was 6 or 7 laps down. He's not. He started out of the pit lane. So he's only 1 lap down. He's been lapped, so's Leithhead. Both of them have been lapped by Vidot, and it looks like not long until Mamarella has the same face.
Well, look, it's really interesting right now because Goodacre sort of was second, and he was comfortably second as well, and now he's dropped to fourth. So I'm not sure how he's lost that time to McLeod and Taunton. I'm wondering if he had, well, I guess a slow pit stop, but you know, if he didn't stop in the
well, he did start off a pole, so most likely if we grab the sub-regs, there will be a longer or staggered pit stop time for those that did well. So John Goodacre did start off pole position. Max Vidot, remember, started a lot further down the order, so that'll be the difference in the pit stops.
And that's probably why he didn't stop. Very interesting, and there you go. There's that mystery solved, and we can focus on this exciting race once again. 8 seconds now, the difference between the second and fifth. McLeod in second, Hargreaves in fifth. It's going to be quite a. Oh, I think I can see a pass there that's happening right on the main straight right now. Does Taunton get that one done?
No, the 62nd of Leithhead was getting passed. So yes, what happened there? Yeah. We're starting to get some lap traffic play into this. Is John Goodacre trying to use a bit of the traffic to help him catch up, but the 67 of Leithhead compromised the run there, and that's definitely rain on the lens of that camera. I felt it before when I was out in pit lane, just a little bit of a sprinkle of rain. That looks like more than a sprinkle now. We'll look for the windscreen wipers to fire up and see just how heavy that rain is. We might send Chloe out to the pit lane to go and find out for us as our pit lane spotter. As Vidot, McLeod and Taunton, now your podium with just over 5 minutes remaining.
Well, we've just had to confirm that it is definitely rain. Thanks, Chloe. Cameron, this will be a very, very interesting end now that it's rain. There might, Max is obviously clear in front, but it might add a bit of drama towards the end as McLeod, Taunton, Goodacre and Hargreaves all fight their way to that second spot. And right now there is only 1 second between Taunton and McLeod.
Yeah, that's been a good little drive there as well, hasn't it, for Taunton? I think Goodacre and Taunton will be hoping to leapfrog McLeod by the end of this race. There's still plenty in it, but the rain will start to change up conditions. Windscreen wipers firing away on some of the cars. I'll have a bit of Rain-X on there, and often you don't want the windscreen wiper to go. The Rain-X dispersing the water quite well.
I'll tell you what, Goodacre's not making up as much ground on Taunton as he would have hoped. Taunton still somehow keeping ahead. So this is a bit of a, Goodacre will probably be getting a bit frustrated at this point in time, but as it stands, McLeod second, Taunton third, and Goodacre fourth. I would probably assume that Hargreaves is out of this fight, so it'll be between those 3 drivers for the minor podium positions. And less than a second now for Taunton, between Taunton and McLeod, so this will be a very interesting one to hold on to. Bit of dramas down in the pits.
Looking, the weather's out there at the moment, and the rain's just getting slightly heavier. It's sprinkled. Chloe did come back and report that it was lightly sprinkling, but out on track, I just think it seems to be getting heavier. Track conditions getting tougher to drive. Often, Stratus, what happens is the first bit of rain on the windscreen doesn't change the track conditioners. When it's settled in for about a lap or 2 laps, all of a sudden that's when you notice the grip levels just starting to change and go away from you. So you can see the weather here at Tailem Bend. It's been relatively windy out there. The ambient's nearly 17 degrees, so it's not too cold. And it's been gusting out there, west-southwest wind. Earlier this morning it was a cross breeze on the pit straight. And that can play havoc when it swings and gives you a tailwind down into turn 1. Often you can miss your brake marker and go firing off at the corner down at turn 1. But with 3 minutes remaining, it's more about just how wet the track will get. And there's the 4 of Taunton. He's chasing after McLeod.
Goodacre must have the commentary on in his car, because he's obviously been inspired by what I've said. He's now chasing hard. He's now reduced the gap between him and Taunton to less than a second. Only 6/10 between him now, and the three of them are lining up essentially. This is going to be a really exciting finish. I'm very excited to call this one. And I'm sure you're going to be down there ready to go with the top 3, who, at this point, who do you predict could be that top 3 finish? Apart from Max. We know Max is going to win, but you have absolutely, I'm getting a shake of the head from you.
I would like you to put on the commentator's curse. We're turning you into a... Come on, here we go.
I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on anyone, because right now this is so close racing. Taunton is trying to make this move on McLeod. Will he get it done? I think he's going to get it done. I got the thumbs up from Cameron Van der Dungen that it's going to happen. And McLeod
hasn't
done it. Yeah, there's a thumbs up from McLeod, and Goodacre trying to even get that sniff in there as well. So the 3 of them, this is going to be very exciting. Goodacre said, no, I want a piece of this as well. McLeod just holding off, just defending quite well. This could be anyone. This is anyone.
McLeod did exceptionally well. He stuck it to the inside, made Taunton go the long way around, but that set him up as well then for McLeod through to turn 2. And he's holding him out, and this is the benefit for John Goodacre.
Here he comes, he's going on the inside. He's going to make that inside move stick. Yes, he does make that stick. And here he comes. McLeod is his target now. He's got the move on Taunton. Now it's McLeod. He's got 1 minute and 42 seconds to chase him down. I'm not going to say any commentator's curse because I don't want to happen, but who knows what will happen at this point. But this is very exciting stuff. This has probably been the most exciting moment in this race.
Well, at the moment, Max Vidot is a long way up the road. He is a long way up the road from the rest of this field. So watch for Vidot just to continue on his merry way. But Goodacre set sail after Cameron McLeod. McLeod will look in the mirror and go, OK, well, I saw off Jeff Taunton. Jeff Taunton's just dropping away as the track conditions get a little bit more slippery. It looks like Cameron McLeod much more comfortable in his mark entry.
Yeah, Taunton's still just staying relevant in there, about half a second, not half a second off those two, but here we go. Goodacre's really just behind him, really trying to pile on the pressure, maybe force him into a mistake. Here we go, around the outside he's going to go.
No, it was McLeod just blocking him, trying to cover him off there. He went to the inside to make sure Goodacre couldn't get the run up the inside. But as here we go again. He's moving a couple of times into the brake markers. That'll be looked at by race control. That's in these sorts of conditions, you can only make one move. See how he moves to the inside. Goodacre goes with him, trying to break the toe is McLeod. He'll have to go to the outside, but look who's hanging to the outside now, Taunton. So Taunton's now getting a run on them. McLeod's on the inside, the 77, looking for the over-under, and I think he's got it done, but it's going to put McLeod on the inside through the next corner. Has to hang to the outside as John Goodacre, and he gets the move done. Wonderful driving from both of them, and now Taunton having a look at Cameron McLeod. This is still going. It'll be one more lap remaining. So Max Vidot, when he breaks the beam next time around, which will be very shortly, will be on our last lap. So we've counted down. Time is done. 1 lap remaining. Vidot. Then we look to John Goodacre. Then McLeod. And then Jeff Taunton. That's the change of position.
I'm so jealous of Taunton. He's had the best seat in the house for the best passes of today's races. He had Vidot first at the start, and now he's just had Goodacre taking over McLeod. He's had a really nice race to just sit and watch the entertainment in front of him. Can he get the job done, though?
Well, we'll find out very shortly. We are on the last lap with your race leader, Max Vidot. So he is on the last lap. There is another lap to go for each of these drivers that we can see on screen. This is the battle for third on the podium. The number 77 of Cameron McLeod holding out Jeff Taunton. John Goodacre was able to get through. But the reality is, Taunton hasn't been able to find a way past McLeod, who's driving extremely defensively, but within the rules. So he's continuing on with this one. Max Vidot, though, he's your race leader. He is a long way up the road.
But have a look at this. Goodacre's just building that gap nicely now, and now it's just between that top. I would say, hopefully I'm not going to do a commentator's curse, but I will think at this point that Goodacre's got second sealed up, and it's just that final battle for third place between these two very talented drivers. McLeod holding off Taunton. Can he hold it off? There's only 3/10 between the two of them. Not much to go left in the court. Here it is, the final straight.
We got one more lap to go. They're starting their final lap. Max Vidot, he's into the second sector. He's about to finish off this race win. Look at this, though. Taunton has to go to the the outside. He learnt from the move before from Goodacre. McLeod will also have thought about the positioning of the car. Taunton not able to get it done. McLeod is driving beautifully. The car put into the perfect positions, and Taunton has to continue to put the pressure on, running out of corners to move himself up into the top three. But this is your race leader, Max Vidot, heading into the final sector of this circuit. He holds the new race lap record with a 1:47.4. We won't be seeing any faster times now as he takes the checkered flag. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Max Vidot. Whether you're watching on 7+, you're on the Motorsport Australia channels on YouTube, or here around the circuit, a wonderful drive in the Mark Cars and Invitational for Max Vidot. The battle continues, though, with Goodacre, McLeod and Taunton. This is the battle for the rest of the podium. Just a bit of a back marker, don't worry about that. That's Mamarella getting out of the way.
Thanks, Cam. I got excited about that one because this is going to be an exciting end. Goodacre is likely going to cross the finish line in second place, and can McLeod hold off Taunton for third place? They are going around. This could be almost it, and I reckon I just saw Taunton there maybe having a bit of a sniff at that. Oh, no, he has spun. He has spun right towards the end. Taunton, he was so close yet so far and just lost control of the car right as he was making that move. And that would probably seal the deal for McLeod, who will finish this race in third place behind John Goodacre.
Don't call it just yet. We've still got a couple of corners to go. So McLeod continuing to put the pressure on to Goodacre. Goodacre in the 66, sits in second. There's Cameron McLeod. This car just comes to him. The wetter the track gets. But well done, John Goodacre, Cameron McLeod, second and third. That is your podium. We'll talk to them shortly down in the Parc Fermé area. But Stratus, what a great race. Unfortunate for Jeff Taunton. He did look uncomfortable in the wet conditions, and the car just gave way. He'll come back around and just finishes in fourth now.
Well, here's the moment right now as we see just probably put a bit too much on that, on trying to chase down McLeod. That's gutting. That would be guttering for him. He tried so hard at that point. But yeah, just obviously probably couldn't make it. And as we start to get to our final results of that race, there's a Motorsport Australia official there watching on the action. What a race, what a fantastic race for that was. And as Cam Vanden Dungen heads down to the pit lane, we have Darren Smith joining me for the end of the race. How was that?
Michael Stratus, Cameron Vanden Dungen, a flying finish there. Max Vidot coming home massively there. Gee, he's teamed up with Danny Studdert this weekend, and it's great to see Danny Studdert back at the track. You know, the guy won the Pro-Am in the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenges that was known in the day, and has done a little bit of dabbling of racing overseas. He's raced in the Audi cars and little different bits and pieces, 12 hours, and getting on board with a massive talent like Max Vidot is awesome. Johnny Goodacre, an old school saloon racer from way back, has had his marked cars over the last few years as well. And Cameron McLeod really, really challenged here today. Like he's had the ball on a string this year in the Marked Cars Australia realm. And
there's
just
Jeff Taunton in fourth, eh? Fourth place.
The boss gets home in fourth place there. Adam Hargraves, a long-time Marked Cars racer. Frank Mamarello doing a wonderful job. Great to see Andrew Leithhead behind the wheel this weekend, the younger of the Leithheads there, and Stephen Coe getting home in the number 56, and super proud Max Vidot, 147.42. That is head and shoulders above the rest of the field. The best other than that was a 151.44 of Goodacre and a 4.9 for who was that? No, it was 4.51 for John Goodacre. So, geez, got some pace, Max Vidot.
And Taunton was the other fast one with a 151.49, but 4 seconds from Max. That is pure skill right there, and absolute brilliant job from him. Really sad for Jeff Taunton to finish fourth place after he was having a real crack at third place.
We've still got plenty of racing to go here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We're just waiting for Cameron to make his way to the pit lane and pick up with those winners in victory lane. There'll be some big smiles down there. There's still got another race to go this afternoon, the Marked Cars. They are actually our last race on the program, starting at 4:15, and of course up next is the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia. As I just mentioned, that Danny Studdert took out what the championship was called before that, the GT3 Cup Challenge, and we're now about to start to see some of those Porsche challengers that will make their way through to the Carrera Cup and onto an international career, we all hope. We'll go down to Cameron with the winners in the lane.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Great to hear from you there. But Max Vidot, well done. New race lap record. As I think I heard you saying before, the first time you've done more than 3 laps in a row in it. That's an outstanding drive.
Yeah, this was a brand new car Friday morning, so I shook it down in the morning. Boys checked over, and then I went for a few laps, and yeah, Danny got to drive it the rest of the day Friday, and he did a good job yesterday. Unfortunately, slipped on some water, so but yeah, the car's amazing. The 47.4 is pretty damn good for a car to just on debut. So really excited to see what this car can do with a bit more development and a bit more time with me in it.
Mate, a 47.4 is ridiculous in any car around here. Can you tell us what's so strong about these cars? We were talking about how this category or this style of cars really starting to come on. Tell me a little bit about just how special they are and how they work around the bend, which is a great track.
Yeah, the bend's a perfect track for it. Obviously, a high downforce kind of car. Traction control and ABS really help the car. So, yeah, it's an amazing car to drive. I obviously drive the 992 Cup car around here, and that's a pleasure to drive. But to jump in one of these with ABS and traction control makes it even better. So, yeah, I think that's 2 seconds faster than what we normally do in the Cup car. And the Cup car is a pretty fast bit of kit. So, yeah, just a testament to what the car can do. And it's only going to get faster from here.
All right, mate, I'll let you go. We're going to keep going. We're going to grab John Goodacre. John, I'm going to grab you quickly for 7+.
Yeah.
Mate, that was, you made your work for it, didn't you, Cam McLeod, towards the end there?
Yeah, no, he's a good driver. It's really pleasurable to pass him, actually. He's a good mate, so yeah, it's always good to have a bit of mate rivalry going on in the category.
How difficult did the conditions get towards the end with the sprinkling? It probably didn't change it much, and then all of a sudden it just seemed to go away a bit, the track.
Yeah, it was a bit wet down the back, though, still all the time, so we weren't sure how wet it was. It was on the windscreen, but you don't know how much is on the track, and I hit the ripple strip in the last lap here, and it's done a bit of a tailie, so try and keep off them as much as we could, but yeah, you couldn't tell, but we're still pushing on, trying to keep the tyres hot, so if they're hot and there's not too much water, the car seems to work okay.
All right, mate, well done for 2nd place. And 3rd place, Cam McLeod, don't go away from me. Stay here for a second. Cameron, we enjoyed that drive, mate. You were not letting either of those boys through. Congratulations on 3rd, but they made you work for it.
Yeah, they definitely did, as soon as the wet conditions came out. So, no, car's great. Big thanks to Perry from Muscle Car Warehouse and Jeff and everyone here. So, yeah, it was good.
All right, Cam, well done. Congratulations. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man. The Falcon Squire wagon was unloved in 1964, but turns heads today. The Americans call them woodies, but the panelling, it's just fiberglass and plastic. But it's a passion that Shannons understands, which is why my Fords are insured with Shannons. And now, so's the home.
Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The biggest and toughest go head-to-head on live Friday fight nights. The One Championship, exclusively on 7+, stream-free.
I started go-karts at actually a really late age. Like I started, I think, when I was around 14. Grew up just nagging for a go-kart and was never allowed, I guess I could say, with help from Granddad to be able to get into it and start doing it. And then from there, ended up winning the Speed Sport Scholarship, which is a Formula First scholarship in New Zealand. Then from there, Formula Ford, Formula 4 in the United States, and then 86, and then a little bit of Porsche stuff in New Zealand before coming over here. Yeah, old Kev, yeah, he had a lot to do with Dad's career, and without Granddad he probably wouldn't have got to the heights that he did. He was a big part of my growing up and love for it, and it was a huge influence on me during my karting days and my early days in car racing. Granddad's definitely told me some stories. He was at the head of Greg Murphy Racing at the time, and you know, went head to head with Mick. So I think Sonic was probably just starting off around that time, or in Porsches at least, and so were GMR. So they were, you know, a couple of hotheads going at it pretty hard. But no, you know, he's got fond memories of those times, and you know, and obviously that then with what Sonic's developed into these days is pretty special and pretty amazing. You know, I think there was really only sort of one or two teams that I was really interested in, or sort of thought would be able to provide me with what I needed to be successful and to achieve what I want to achieve, and Sonic's definitely at the top of that list. I think at the end of the day, the way I've always looked at it is, you know, I'm just here trying to do the best for myself, and you know, I know what I want to achieve, and just being, you know, I feel taught by some good people in the way of how to try and do that. All I can do is the best with what I have and the opportunities I have, and try and maximise those as best that I can, and see where we can go.
That is young Ronan Murphy, third generation race car driver, the son of Greg, who is one of the stars of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia as we build towards the final race of the weekend. This is how yesterday played out. 2 sprint races in beautiful, bright, sunny conditions, and Oscar Target from pole position made the best start in race 1. He led the field up to turn 1, 28 cars on the grid. You'll just see the start of big contact here, and fired across the driver's left was Zach Stitchbury. He emerged unscathed from that accident, was taken for checks last night, unfortunately took no further part. The field sorted themselves out really early in this race. Target, though, was in masterful form in this race, first time leading a sprint challenge race. The safety car came out early. It held the field up for 2 laps of the first 7-lap sprint race, and he did a nice job on the restart as well when the field went back to green flag conditions, holding off. It was Marcus Flack in second place with Sonic, and series leader Marco Giltrap in third for Team Porsche New Zealand. So a racy restart, positional changing as always throughout the field in Porsche one-make racing around the world. It's a good battle for second place. So Flack was under pressure. Lockie Bloxham was making moves as well. He was climbing up through the order in his Optium Team Navy car for McElroy Racing. He was another of the big movers. Just appreciate some Porsches at full noise as the field sorted themselves out in what was a sprint race. But at the end, it was Oscar Target winning his first race in Michelin Sprint Challenge this year, becoming the 5th different driver to win it. Now, it was pretty close behind. Giltrap got flack for second and was able to get himself up onto the second row of the grid. So that was race 1. Race 2, a little bit more straightforward. Really good drag race between the two on the front row, and the better start for Giltrap slightly as the field ran up the hill towards turn 1. He squeezed Target down to driver's right, but Oscar was able to hold on and led the field up the hill for the first time. Flack back to third. Bloxham made moves. He got in front of Hamish Fitzsimmons, who got a 5-second penalty in race 1 for weaving on the restart. Beautiful conditions yesterday afternoon for this 8-lap sprint race, which saw Target leading from pole position. The battle was on. It was a really good fight. Flack, Bloxham, Aaron Shields, another race winner this year. They were squabbling over 3rd, 4th and 5th position, while the leaders pulled away, while Clay Osborne, the rookie in this series, making his first Porsche start this weekend, ran in 6th position. Stunning conditions. This race was a straightforward affair. Everyone got into their position and sort of stayed there. There was a bit of thought for today's race, building up to the long-distance 22-lap Jim Richards Endurance Trophy decider for this weekend. Target went 2 from 2 on Saturday here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Sam Shaheen won in Pro-Am, and the Class B races yesterday went the way of Brad Carr in race 2 and Lockie Harburg in race number 1. So, as we get set for this final race, 22 laps the distance in round 5 of Michelin Sprint Challenge. Rain falls at the bend. Wet Michelin tyres on standby. Matt Nolte has run up to the commentary box again. This could go either way. A field of hot, young, talented racing car drivers and precipitation around here at the bend.
And a mixture of dust out there as well in the distance. The wind has picked up dramatically since we were last out for the Radical Cup Australia race. And the car's all on slicks at the moment. Will it be a passing shower? There are the wet Michelin tyres ready on standby down the pits. 17.5 degrees at the moment. That wind speed coming from the west-southwest right now. That's where the weather tends to come from at this part. But it could just be a squall. It could just be enough to get the track wet for maybe a lap.
Yeah.
What do you do now?
Well, and it's blowing so hard at the moment that it will dry really, really quickly if it does ease off. So this is how they start. It's how they finished yesterday. Target looking to win the round this weekend, having not done so yet in his career. Marco Giltrap with the potential to seal the championship today. This could be a big race for the young Kiwi. Marcus Flake and Lockie Bloxham will go off the second row of the grid in third and fourth place. A bunch of different teams represented at the pointy end this weekend, as is often the case in one-mate Porsche racing.
Aaron Shields starts out of position number 5 today, race winner on a couple of occasions. Clay Osborne is in the series. Hamish Fitzsimmons and Ronan Murphy we just caught up with before this race started. I'm having flashbacks to 2022. I mean, the rain's not that heavy out there, but it was enough to abandon the final race 12 months ago here as they make their way out onto this main straight. So Murphy starting from the 4th row here today in the muscle car warehouse entry. Nash Morris, who clean swept the previous round for TechWorks, was scheduled to start from 9th position. Tom McLennan starts out at 10. Caleb Sumich, the West Aussie, and Harrison Goodman in the Sonic Motor Racing Bob Jane Team Arts entry out of 12.
Yeah, my understanding is Nash is a scratching for this race.
Okay.
He's been very, very sick this weekend. Mass practice, qualified a long way back, raced yesterday, charged his way into the top 10, but I saw Rob Woods, his team owner, before this one, and yeah, he was quite sick, I'm told, so I don't think he's making the start. Sam Shahin, Pro-Am pole, Brad Carr Class B pole for this one with Lockie Harburg just behind, then Matt Slavin off of grid 16. 27 cars should be 26. Sands Morris should be taking the start in this one. Pam Boyacci going well in Pro-Am. Brett Bolton back on the grid this weekend. Jacques Jarjo making his Porsche debut. David Gregg, former rally driver, out of grid number 20.
Darren Padiacci back in the field this weekend for Hyundai Forklifts with Tim Wolf starting out of 22. Dave Allen starts out of 23 today. Eric Constantini starts out of position 24 in cart number 11. Back to Moylan, Ross McGregor and Phil Morris starting out of 27 in what's going to be very changeable conditions at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. A 45-minute race, 22 laps will be the scheduled race distance. But what is going to play out in the first couple of laps?
So we're being told this is on the warm-up lap. That is Sam Shahin. So not a spin per se, but just ran the car off the road trying to generate tyre temperature. That was on the hill on the run up to turn 5. So they're working hard to get temperature and pressure up. Now we're looking at the radar. There is a little bit around, but it's not a huge amount. It is very, very light rain, if anything. And this little band that's come across Tailem Bend got across Lake Alexandrina, which is to the southwest of here, and it sort of dissipates when it gets over that large body of water. So it is very, very light mist. It'll look worse in the car. That's why they've all got the wipers going. But you saw Earl Bamber Motorsport there at the start of our coverage pulling their wet tyres back into the garage. So you can only assume they're going to run with a Michelin slick for this one.
Really looking forward to the start of this race, this penultimate round of Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia. They'll join us at Bathurst to finish up the year in this ever-growing development series for Porsche. And it's in some fantastic fields this year. Upwards of 30 cars at some rounds, and really starting to see some of the new generation drivers making their way up through the ranks, and Porsche really investing heavily in Australian motorsport as the front guys really trying to test the conditions out here. It's got a bit of Phillip Island about it, hasn't it? Because it can be dry on one side and very wet at the other. It's such a long circuit, but with this wind blowing through, this could be all over and the sun will be back out in 5 minutes.
So championship-wise, Marco Giltrap leads by 175 points coming into this race. He has been Mr. Consistency this year. Average finish of 2.8 across the entire championship, which is outstanding. 4 race wins to the young Kiwis' credit. So there's 180 points up for grabs in a weekend. So if he leads Oscar Target, who's now second, by the way, despite missing the opening round of the series at Phillip Island way back at the start of the year, if he beats Target in this race, he will wrap up the championship with a round spare at Mount Panorama. So that is how far in front young Marco Giltrap is. Target now second, just a couple of points in front of Aaron Shields. But from second place down to 9th in the championship, just 120 points. So it is ridiculously close for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. And even down to Nash Morris, who won't be taking the start in this one, we don't think.
4th and 5th are on the 4th row.
Yeah,
here
correct.
Today, separated by just 4 points.
And confirming Nash is absent, the pink and blue TechWorks car missing from the 5th row of the grid. So, changeable conditions, a hot young field, championships on the line, 22 laps of the bend on the books, and a full field of Porsches lining up at a circuit as if it was designed for the Porsche GT3 Cup car. Funny about that. Probably was.
Probably was.
And Oscar Target, a win away from sweeping a weekend for the first time in his young career. Got his first taste of Mount Panorama last weekend in a Toyota 86. Oh, which way will this race go? How will this play out? There's the green. Wait for the start. Porsches at the bend. Long hold, good start. Poleman though, blocks some stalls. One of the key contenders goes nowhere. The Option Team Navy Porsche struggles to light the candle there. Up the hill they go. Aaron Shields, where's he come from? Car 116. Giltrap leads into turn 1. Shields has split them all and slices across into 2nd position with Flack in 3rd, and they've all got opposite lock-on, struggling for grip up at turn 3. So the pole sitter back to 4th place. His initial launch was good. 2nd phase of the start, not so. And the Pro-Am leader spins Sam Shahin at turn 2.
And drops into the tail of the field. Through turn 5, they tiptoe their way through. Dancing on cold Michelin tyres down to turn number 6. And look, we get to this side of the track, and it's quite dry.
And Shields has just dropped 2 spots again. Through all of that, while Shahin was having his moment, the opening complex, he's dropped back. Look at them sliding around on the exit of turn 6. Hamish Fitzsimmons, young Queenslander for TechWorks, in the mix as well. So they plunge down the hill for the first of 22 times. Now Shields will slice down the inside of Oscar Target. These changeable conditions. Everyone tippy-toeing around, working out where the grip is.
Except for Marco Giltrap, he's already out to 1.5 seconds. Not phased by these conditions. Flack drops into 2nd. Target is up to 3rd now with Shields, Fitzsimmons and Osborne in the top 6. But everybody's safely through at least the first 2 sectors of the opening lap. It's going to be a long race. 45 minutes of 22 laps as we stay with Target looking for a clean sweep. He's dropped down into 4th position, and a bit of work to do as Giltrap starts to clear out. It's nearly 3 seconds on the first lap, Krause.
Well, he's a Kiwi, so no surprise that he's going well in these conditions. He's got enormous natural ability, though, young Marco Giltrap, who has been the epitome of consistency this season. Really good racecraft by everyone on these opening laps in these dubious conditions that no one knows where it is. Brad Carr up to 8th, car number 8, getting passed by Ronan Murphy, Class B car. He's 200cc and about 40 horsepower down on everyone else. So I reckon it might actually be working as a bit of a traction control in these conditions, a little bit less grunt. He might be able to put that power to the ground better as the rain falls. So lap 1 complete, Giltrap by 3.6 over Marcus Flack for Sonic Racing. He's got Aaron Shields next, who's looking around the outside of the pole sitter. Is he? He's not looking around the outside, he's looking to keep it out of the gravel.
Just keeps it out of that very deep gravel trap at the end of the main straight and drops him way down the order after that blistering start from 5th. Shields drops down to at least the bottom of the top 10.
Ronan in front of Lockie Bloxham, looking towards a step up potentially to Carrera Cup next year, we understand, which would be really exciting, as will a couple of this field. Trying to keep up with who's where is hard work at the moment. There's some seriously committed driving going on, and everyone keeping it on the island as Tom McLennan in the Mac Pro car goes down the inside of Brad Carr, who remains the Class B leader and in fact leads all of the Pro-Am runners in the latest spec car as well. Matt Slavin's leading Pro-Am in 13th outright. Lockie Harburg up to 12th in the cover shop car.
He'd be loving these conditions. What a great character he is, Lockie Harburg. Genuine hardcore racer. And runs up there in 12th position as it settles down for a moment. I just caught the rear wing of Lockie Bloxham's car. It's missing the end plate. I think there might have been some contact at the start there. He's missing his rear wing end plate on the left-hand side of the Option car 23.
Well, he stalled, didn't he? So I wonder if he was clipped as the field took evasive action as McLennan looked down the inside. Wow, it's on in front too. Target flat. Clay Osborne, the young Kiwi, in second, third and fourth place. We're all boxing on. Here they are. Look at the spray. So wheel tracks on the exit there of 16, and Osborne gets down the inside. Third ever Porsche race. First race meeting in this car. He's come across out of a champion glittering go-karting career where he won a world championship in Italy. A couple of seasons in NZ Toyotas. First meeting in a Porsche. 6 in race 2 yesterday. He's third. What a drive. If you want a Kiwi to perform, just add some rain. And now he's going for second. Down the inside of Flack, and he's going to get the spot. Just like that. He runs wide. Just like that, he runs wide, and Flack retakes it. A little bit too much ambition, overriding the adhesion down in there into turn 1.
10 out of 10 for trying. Look at the company he's got around him right now as he's getting swarmed by the likes of Harrison Goodman, Oscar Target, and the Grove Junior team car just behind. Through this left-hander. Well, all the while, this is just letting Marco Giltrap disappear into the distance. 4.5 seconds now. Move on down here at turn 6.
Oh, Target!
2 for 1.
Where did he come from? That is the latest of late break at turn 6. He gets into Osborne, bumps him off the road. They're 2 by 2 behind. Osborne's going to tumble down the order. Harrison Goodman in the Bob Jane car's got nowhere to go. He's just boxed in through all of this. Bloxham's in the fight. This is unreal racing in Sprint Challenge. This is what we've come to love about this category. It is so good, and the size of the sheep station at the end of it just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Kids with no fear in race cars. What a and water. What a combination.
How was Target down there? So Flack ran wide, I think on his own at 6. Well, we'd build a replay package for you folks, but we'd miss about 5 laps of racing to show it to you.
We've got to get our fare at some point today.
Wow.
Wow, that was cool.
This has been a racy drive from Aaron Shields as well. I like what he's put on in the 116. Back up to third position. Target back to second and flying and going out after the race leader. I wonder if that bump on Osborne on the exit of turn 6 before 7 will be looked at in race control. I'm sure it will. Alex Davison, the driver standards chief this weekend. Oh, wow. Where do you start with all this? Giltrap 2:02.7.
Massive moment then for 16. He got on the red and white paint, which has still got water on it, and it almost sent him hard left. I said almost.
Well, Harrison Fitzsimmons that was, who has an enormous amount of natural car control. He's climbed to 4th in the championship with a really strong weekend. He's running 7th at the moment. So the leader last time by Knowles, 2:02.7. This is Fitzsimmons.
So there, he got the red and white paint. Oh, man.
So it was the first bit of curb before pit entry, and then the second bit after it. Really introduced himself to the tyres at pit entry. Wow, you're just checking your heart rate monitor on your phone. How's it going? It's 1 million beats a second at the moment. So, I just want to finish my point on lap time. It's almost redundant now, but Oscar Target was 2.3 seconds quicker than Marco Giltrap last time around. So the Grove Junior's got enormous pace right about now.
9 seconds quicker than the first lap of the race, so conditions settling down, but the racing may not be. As around through the backside of this Ben Motorsport Park course we go. Action wherever you look. Across this 26-car field, Matt Slavin with 2 cars queuing up just behind. Jacques Jargeau in the mix in his first run in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. How'd you like to be a director today?
Oh, good luck. Need to get paid as much as you to do it. Brett Bolton, I think, just got the move done there. No, actually didn't, in the Bold Living car. One of the regular Pro-Am contenders in Michelin Sprint Challenge. So it's just settling down a little bit, but the leading margin's down to 1.8. So Target is hauling in Giltrap and needs to do so to keep the championship alive going into the final round. And the lap times are tumbling. 55.9 for the leader, 54.9 for Target, Shields 54.7, 54.6 Osborne. Bloxham's the quickest of the lot, and he's in 5th place at the moment.
He's second quicker than the guys up ahead. So 154.4. Track conditions drying out still Still some windscreen wipers out there as this angry pack of Porsches make their way down into turn number 1. Headed by Brad Carr, a multi-time winner this year. Class winner anyway. Love this spot. He can really plunge the car. Not like that. Not like that. Get it right, it's awesome. Get it wrong, that's the end result.
Got away with it. Got away with it. So Caleb Sumich behind, trying to get past his teammate Brett Bolton. Caleb was winning here last year in Radicals. Jarjo down the inside. That's a good pass on Matt Slavin. Nice work. Just stabilised a little bit out in front, that leading margin, so don't worry, you're not missing anything there while we watch the action. Brad Carr continues to chip away nicely. He's leader in Class B, up to 11th place. Jarjo with that sort of Coca-Cola style livery on his car is next in class. The Class B car's loving these conditions.
He's made up 7 positions in this race alone from 19th on the grid. His very first weekend in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. His car about to be passed here again, so Jarjo with the move and just peeling his way through the field like he's done this for 100 years. Driving with experience.
And takes the lead in the class. So great. You're wondering the difference between Pro-Am and Class B. Well, Pro and Pro-Am is based on driver experience and level of performance. Class B is the older model car, the Generation 1 991 GT3 Cup car. So it's an older car. 3.8 litres as opposed to 4, so it's got a little bit less horsepower, less revs, less downforce. But still a very, very capable machine in the right hands, as are all one-mate Porsches. In fact, in the right hands of 996 with the H-pattern gearbox to still be a proper rocket ship as Bolton goes past Brad Carr as well. So 11th and 12th position they now run. You can see Shaheen lights ablaze in the background. Still 1.7 out in front.
Good recovery. Remember, he spun down here.
Sam spun twice in this race. So he spun on the formation lap and then again at the start, but he's still managed to carve his way back through the field.
Oscar Target 152.5. The gap is 1.8 seconds from Giltrap to Target. Shields a further 1.5 seconds behind, back in third. Osborne runs in fourth. Lockie Bloxham is fifth. Harrison Goodman back in sixth. Then Fitzsimmons, Flack, Ronan Murphy and McLennan. That is your top 10. As we've got 17 remaining. Lap 6 in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge here today from the Shannons Trophy Series here on 7+.
This is the battle for third and fourth place. Aaron Shields, who has 2 race wins to his credit. He was a winner in the Enduro Cup race at Sydney Motorsport Park earlier this season. He drives for TechWork Motorsports, Queensland-based team. Quite experienced now in his second year of Sprint Challenge racing. He came out of go-karts, slightly older than the real genius in the field. Oscar Target's 16 for crying out loud, but he is still very, very fast. Osborne behind, going along really nicely in his debut weekend in a Porsche. And then Lockie Bloxham, one of the more experienced drivers in the field now, up to 5th position. Pleased to report his old man was on the barbecue last night as well, and a fine job he did.
That's good. Good to hear.
Marco Giltrap responds, the race leader, and punches out the quickest lap of the race. And all of a sudden, Knowles, the track has come alive. So there is some real lap time in the circuit. So 151.88 matches up to Ryan Wood's 151.54, which is the lap record for Sprint Challenge here. So they are not far off lap record pace. So that little shower, it's almost like it's cleansed the circuit. They've had a little time to meditate on it, and all of a sudden it's a rocket ship place. So they're going very, very quickly.
And it sits at just under 2 seconds. Indiram Padiachi is in the pits and has been for just over a minute now. More moves happening down here at turn 6. What a popular place it is. And Flack just gets the car pulled up to cover off that position. In turn 6, it's one of our favourite points, that sweeper through turn 5. If you're tucked in behind the car ahead, you can usually bomb the move down there and have plenty of escape plan out there. There's one thing we'll give the creators of this Bend Motorsport Park is if you're hitting a wall, you're going very, very fast. There's a lot of outfield here, as you can see on our coverage.
Yeah, that complex is great. Turn 5, ripper, really fast, loaded left-hand corner. And then you try and break and stop the car for 6 at the hairpin. So this is a good battle. It was a great move. Fitzsimmons heads up driving, though. Didn't he open the steering, saw Flack was coming, didn't want to create a collision, and avoided that nicely. There's Ronan Murphy. He's running in 9th position. everyone's setting personal best sector times or laps at the moment. This racetrack has come alive. So 5 laps ago, they were in the 2-minute range, and now they're doing 51s and almost nudging the lap record.
They're 18 seconds quicker than lap 1. Lap 7, you're watching Tom McLennan running back in 10th position. Jacques Jargeau, the biggest mover of the field here so far, from 19th up into 11th, and now class leader.
Sending a little message to the weather gods, like a little rain shower like that. Nothing heavy or dramatic, but just at about 5 laps from home, that'd be tremendous, wouldn't it?
Help to start. It's a light dusting out there.
Superb. That was just great motor racing, those opening couple of laps.
But it looked diabolical. When we first came to the coverage, there was dust and haze and mist. Completely different conditions now. So approaching the half race distance mark in race 3, the penultimate round of this year's series, which is going to be incredible when we head to the mountain.
So through all this, just to bring up to date, if you're playing at home, looking where your favourite driver might be, Jacques Jargeau leads Class B. Brett Bolton leads the Pro-Am class. After a challenging start to the weekend, he's climbed himself up now to 12th position, but he's got Sam Sheehan about 3.5 seconds behind him. So Sam's recovered to 14th place. He's got Caleb Sumich in between them. We're watching a little battle further back with Indira and Padiachi, having a good battle with David Gregg in the 87 Dakin car. Greggy, former rally driver, ran at the front of the Victorian Rally Championship for a long time, was telling stories of some of his rallying exploits yesterday. He's a ripper bloke and a very, very competitive runner in Michelin Sprint Challenge and has been so for a long time.
Should have dusted the overalls off and had a steer in the Aussie Rally Championship that's here this weekend too.
I'm sure it crossed his mind. I think
no
that's
doubt.
why he wanted to come and talk to us about rallying. As Sumich gets up the inside of Jargeau, nice pass. So that elevates him up to 11th position.
He did that with a little bit of ease. That's that little short straight between turn 12 and turn 13. So Sumich up now into 11th position, putting Jargeau back into 12th, Bolton 13th. Sam Sheehan now after that spin is reigned in 14th position in car 13. Marcus Flack, I should say, is the quickest car on the circuit. We're edging closer to a 1 minute 50 in this race. Sheehan suddenly on the back of Jargeau. He's picking them off one by one.
Well, Sheehan's target is Brett Bolton a couple of spots further up. These two have had some ding-dong battles in the Pro-Am fight. Sam's got great drive out of that final corner, and he'll have a little bit more cubic inches and some more grunt just to drive past the straight line. They get to the braking zone up there, and all of a sudden it's lightened up as well, and the sky's a bit clearer. All that dark cloud around has passed on, which that heavy breeze tends to do. Hope our mates over at the drag strip survived that little precipitation. Lap 14, or 14 laps to go in this one, lap 9 of 22. Giltrap target 1.5, but quite often these long races become a tyre management battle to get to the end with the best 4 Michelins left on your race car so you can fight for those final 5 laps. So this by no way and means over. And while both these cars at the front of the field are run by Earl Bamber Motorsport, they're certainly fighting for different things at the moment. Giltrap knows that he just needs to accumulate points. If he beats Target, he will wrap the championship up this weekend with a round to spare. He will have an insurmountable points lead. Target just wants to win the weekend. So that's why he's going out, and catching them both is Aaron Shields. The 116 has caught the back of Oscar Target. So it's all compressing at the front of the field.
Suddenly Greg was slowing down. He was going a lap down anyway. So he's cruising back to the pits, which is weird because he was on a flying lap there. It's only happened in that second sector for the Dakin entry.
Or was it just trying to get out of the way, I think, of the leaders?
He looked like he was slowing.
Just carried on. The leader goes past Indy Padiachi. Great to see Indiran back. Indiran had a massive crash at the Grand Prix at the start of the year in Carrera Cup and had a bit of a recovery process from that, but it's cool to see him here. This is for position. Harrison Goodman goes down the inside of his teammate Marcus Flack. This is for 6th and 7th position. Nice pass. Now check out the front where it says T-Marts on the front of the Bob Jane car. True Grid up the side, but they're rocking the mode on Harrison Goodman's number 88 car. So he is doing the Movember thing to raise some cash for that all-important charity. So well done to Rodney and all the team. Melissa at Bob Jane T-Marts. Flack came from a long way back. We needed to see the outcome of that because it looked like he went full send on his teammate. And is this the leaders? So it's still second and third, Target and Shields. So Shields has got to the back of Grove. I'm just assuming that Goodman and Flack got out the other side of that because it looked like a big move. Here it is.
Long way back. And yes.
Did he keep the spot?
No. For about half a turn, he got it anyway.
He got a little look at the mo when he was in front and then decided that he needed to shave that off and just went a little bit wide.
Lead up, Giltrap comes through. Nearly 3 seconds. Second and third, covered by less than half a second now. Target and Shields. Osborne runs back in 4th position still. But this is the battle of the race. If you just joined our coverage, we had a bit of mist over the circuit as now Shields makes the move up into 2nd position. After going wide, is he going to be able to cover him off in this final turn? Target will lock into the back of the 116 and use the long straightaway here at the bend to maybe repass him into turn 1. I'm not completely sold that the weather's gone yet, by the way, Krause.
Oh, you're a drama merchant, though. You try to talk it up. Target with a good run. He got the toe, but it wasn't enough to get the move. Shields very good under brakes. A big stop from 275 kilometres an hour up there to turn 1. My concern for Aaron is he's been driving this thing really hard. So, might work now, but this is a long race. We're only halfway through.
We've dropped away again the lap times. We're back into 53, so whether there is a bit of light mist down the bottom of the circuit or they're just starting to manage the tyres, knowing they've still got another 11 laps to do at the end of this lap. Lockie Bloxham 5th position after semi-stalling at the line. And you can see where that wing plate is missing off the rear of the Option car.
It shouldn't affect him a massive amount. A little bit of stability perhaps through the high-speed stuff, but he'll learn to drive around that. And he's done a nice job to get himself back up to 5th position. What a race this has been. And there's still, you feel, a lot to play out, and that margin between the leaders just ebbing and flowing as they get to traffic. Blocks him now with a really good run on Osborne. Not quite close enough to have a look up the hill there into turn 13. Such a challenging corner, but it's a corner a lot of drivers love because you can really attack the apex there quite late, run the car out wide, then quite awkward turn 14, 15's the bottom of the hill, get on the power there mid-corner because it's banked really hard, and then up over the hill at 16 and down to 17, which is a good overtaking opportunity here that Bloxham can't quite take advantage of yet. How's this for Osborne? 3rd ever Porsche race.
Look at the names he's surrounded by. It's good to see. Bloxham himself, a real standout performer this year. His dad Jonathan ran in Aussie racing cars, and Lockie had to steer himself at one point, but focusing on this Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Wipers still sweeping the screen of Oscar Target as now Bloxham goes for the move on Osborne down here at turn 1. Job done.
Nice pass. So that really was set up at turn 17. He got great drive out of there, was able to follow closely through the final corner, and then nailed him under brakes into turn 1. So Bloxham moves himself up to 4th. Good comeback drive from Lockie, the Option Team Navy car from McElroy Racing. Giltrap, Shields, Target, top 3. What does the round result do if they finish this way? So the trophy's awarded on the top 3 for the round. Well, at the moment, Target will win it by 1 point. A single point. 169 plays 168 for Marco Giltrap. But Marco would ultimately get the bigger prize. Now Aaron Shields tied with Lockie Bloxham on 126 points for the final step on the round podium, but would get that on a count back. But of course, all of this is absolutely rubbish because there's still such a long way to go. It could all change by the end of this one.
It was worth saying, though.
Oh, totally.
Calling me the drama queen. Shaheen up into 12th position now in this race. After having a half lose on the parade lap out to the grid and then losing it at the end of lap number 1. He's just dominated this Pro-Am category now for several years, and there's those raindrops back on the lens around the back section of the circuit. It's darker over this side than what it is here on the main straight at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Giltrap sits at 2 seconds to Shields. Target another 1.6 seconds away in 3rd. Lockie Bloxham starting to eat away at that margin. And
you're right. Oh, that hurt.
How do you feel?
The intensity has gone out of the lap times too. So a 53.1 for the leader last time by. is a good 2.5 seconds better, to the worst, sorry, than his quickest lap of the race, which is very near lap record pace. So yeah, a little bit more of this light mist that's just irritating them in this race as we watch this great battle for the Pro-Am honours. So how does this play out with 10 laps to go? I mean, it's still longer than the full sprint race we had yesterday afternoon. Who's got the best Michelin tyres beneath them? Who's saved their best set of rubber for this race? Has Aaron Shields got enough to go out after Marco Giltrap and aim for race win number 3, or can Marco deliver a win? Now, we want to go back and unpick all of this because it was ridiculous. Lockie blocks them, and it was Clay Osborne who just grabbed the end plate off as a little bit of a souvenir. The Optimum Team Navy car. Good evasive action, though. Could have been much worse.
Tore the complete rear wing off the car.
And worse, the engine lives under that.
Exactly.
So we've seen some big start line pranks at this place. Supercars last year, Carrera Cup 2 years ago in the pouring rain. Shields is going out after Marco Giltrap.
And Marco Giltrap would also be wanting Lockie Bloxham to get ahead of target right now, because that could change the overall round honours. He's in 4th position, 1.3 seconds away. He's just inching closer to the back of the Grove Junior car number 4 that scored 2 wins in a season of new winners in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Shields 1.3 seconds away. Giltrap just controlling this race.
So Aaron currently 3rd in the championship. Mathematical, maybe coulda, shoulda, woulda championship hope going into Bathurst ahead of this race, but needs to be within 180 of the championship leader going into it. So I think that you rule that out. He'll be looking for perhaps 2nd, but I think from here it's all about winning as many races as he can to end the year on a high. Consistency's been a big part of this championship, as it always is, Nolts. And Marco Giltrap has been the most consistent by far. Average finish of 2.8. The next best is Oscar Target. Everyone else swings and roundabouts like a yo-yo up the leaderboard at various rounds. So Ronan Murphy started super strong in the 77 muscle car warehouse car, but has had a couple of really challenging rounds the last 2 times we've raced. So that sort of dropped him down the order from a championship point of view, as Brad Carr gets down the inside of Matt Slavin. So as the track slows, as there's a little bit more water around, the Class B cars again go forward. And they've just passed one of the leading contenders in Pro-Am in a current spec car for Sprint Challenge in Matt Slavin.
Yeah. They're not bothered by the fact that it's a bit wetter out there than what it was. Not intimidated by the conditions. It's Lockie Harburg, who's 17th, so they were as high as 12th there at one point.
Yes.
Both he and Jacques Jargeau was 10th from 19th, but they've kind of dropped down the order a bit here now. Eric Constantidis has come up from 24th into 18th position behind this group of cars. As Caleb Sumich and Sam Shaheen battle out here.
So Shaheen's got Bolton too, by the way, for the Pro-Am lead. So the race within a race. Sam in the unique position of leading Pro-Am in both Porsche Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, Big Boys race last weekend at Bathurst, and Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia. So he's trying to do the double in the Pro-Am class. A remarkable amount of pressure and a remarkably different driving style between this car and the 992, the latest and greatest Cup car that runs in Carrera Cup. Still 8 laps to go. Still a full sprint race distance that we saw yesterday. So this has got a long way to play out. Shields leading Marco Giltrap. He's leading Marco Giltrap. So Marco's back to 2nd. Where's that happen? Whoa, and Ross McGregor, the most capped driver in Sprint Challenge history, has a spin.
There was 2 seconds a lap difference in their last lap times.
Well, and has Shields had an issue as well? He has. His Aaron's dropped off the track.
What? So we're hearing he might have hit him.
There was contact between them.
And suddenly this race has burst into action with some dark clouds again looming over the top of Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Giltrap goes back into the lead. Shields has dropped down to 4th position and puts Oscar Target 7 points clear for the round win for now. But here it is on the Shannons replay.
Yeah, but Shields hit Ross McGregor.
Did he hit him?
Yeah, but that doesn't explain how Shields got to the front in the first place. So that's why Shields lost the lead, but we're still trying to understand how he got it in the first place away from Marco Giltrap, because he was a good 1.9 seconds behind when they crossed the line. Marco must have had an error up the hill into turn 1. So we're working on that for you, but we understand he just ran the car off the road, and that was what allowed Shields to go through, grab the lead, and then Shields hit McGregor, which I think he'll probably get a penalty for.
All we know is Giltrap's gone back in the lead.
Giltrap's back in front, Target second. Lockie Bloxham now finds himself in third place. And here are the leaders, all locked together. Told you this race would keep going. 7 laps to go. And the top 4 cars covered by 2.4 seconds.
Back in the 53s, and we have been for several laps now. That lose for Shields cost him 4 seconds and a couple of spots. He's back in 4th at Osborne. Marcus Flack 6, Fitzsimmons, Goodman, Murphy, McLennan still all inside that top 10 through turn 5, and now the sun comes back out.
Of course it does. As Hamish Fitzsimmons, I should say, goes down, has a look down the inside of Osborne. So he's got past Flack, who's actually cleared them both. Timing's just having a bit of a mare catching up with all of this positional change. So Giltrap Target 0.7. This is the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th position a little bit further back. Back to the leaders. Target now locked to the rear wing.
And again. So too's Bloxham.
Yeah.
Just in that shot, he was just joining the queue of cars at the back in the Option number 23. Down through this left and right, down the hill to the final set of turns. So our top 3 covered by less than a second.
You see the flash, the headlights, Oscar Target, cheeky. Trying to unsettle Marco Giltrap, so he's right up underneath that Michelin rear wing of our championship leader. Target looking to sweep the weekend for the first time. And this is what happened, so well done by the team. So Marco Giltrap did that all on his own under braking for the penultimate corner. That's how he lost the lead. Aaron Shields took it. Aaron Shields then hit Ross McGregor, ran wide at turn 6. Giltrap got back in front, and now he's under pressure from Oscar Target. And we could be up for lead change number 473 in this race. with 6 laps to go. Oh, and Marco very wide on the exit of 3. The rear end of the Giltrap group car dancing around. And Target at the moment looks like he's got better Michelin tyres beneath him.
Watch Bloxham, the 3rd car in your shot. Target can sniff a clean sweep. He's won 2 races so far this weekend at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. He's going after Giltrap, the series leader in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, down the hill through this series of right-handers and back up the hill. Plenty of time to play out still in this race. 5 to go next time by. I'm liking the 3rd place man, Krause.
Yes, he could be in the box seat. I was just thinking exactly the same thing. He's pretty smart head on those shoulders, Lockie Bloxham. Well, the Grove group have got behind Oscar Target. Stephen and Brenton with El Bamba raced in the Indianapolis 8-hour last weekend in their Porsche GT3R, the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series. And I know Stephen's on holiday at the moment. I'm sure he's watching this, though, because they have targeted, for the lack of a better word, young Oscar as a rising star of the future. And at every turn, he has delivered on that this season. He has been spectacular in these cars. He missed the first round at Phillip Island because he was not old enough to drive there. He was 15 years of age. Finally got into the car at Simmons Plains and immediately put the thing in the top 3. And he has outscored everyone, including champion-elect Marco Giltrap, over the last 4 rounds of the championship.
Both he and Bloxham the quickest on that lap, both in the 53.0s, Target 53.2, Shields 53.4. But just behind him, Marcus Flack 52.6. So might have another car joining the train very soon.
And all of a second, as that little front cleans over and the circuit starts getting a little bit quicker and quicker, Giltrap's car gets better. So he's clearly uncomfortable when the conditions get a little bit dicey, and that's where it comes to Oscar Target. but it's a little bit brighter. That little haze has disappeared, and all of a sudden the Giltrap Group car just edges away slightly. Well, half the New Zealand motor racing community will be sitting on the edge of their seats at the moment. The Giltrap family have supported probably 90% of all of the successful Kiwi drivers that have ever raced in global motorsport in the last 50 years. And they've finally got one of their own behind the wheel, with the Giltrap surname actually affixed to the driver's side window of a Porsche Cup car. So they've finally got one of their own to cheer for among this amazing broad family of Giltrap back drivers. And even Shane Van Gisbergen, who won Bathurst last week, has still got the Giltrap logo on his helmet. And I'm sure we'll take that to the States. Scotty McLaughlin, Scott Nixon, the list is endless. Yep. Hunter McElrea and Indy Lights this year. And they're cheering on young Marco, who's been spectacularly run 4 of the first 5 races this season. Hasn't won since, but has just set about accumulating because he had such a good championship lead. The sun's out.
Sure, whatever.
What a race.
It's a thunderstorm over in turn 6.
This is
all
insane.
good.
Here he goes.
Here comes to the move.
Here goes Oscar. He gets down the inside. There's a little bit of contact between them. He's going to be in the right spot. There's a lot of contact between them.
And that'll be enough to hurt the steering, you'd think. And look at Bloxham. Here he is. They make contact on the way through 3.
You called it. You called it. Watch out for Lockie Bloxham. And all of a sudden, it's now damage limitation for Marco Giltrap, who goes in 3 quarters away from sealing the championship to now fighting for survival. Shields gets down the inside. Bloxham's on here. Who's that taking? Oh, someone just taking evasive action way back down the field to get out of the way of this particularly intense battle for the lead.
Why would you want to get in the way of this right now? So to the lead and looking for the trifecta of wins, Oscar Target in the Grove Junior Team car. Car 4 blocks them up to 2nd. And Giltrap drops back in behind. Aaron Shields now in 4th and mixes up the outright round winners now for the weekend. More happening.
At 13, an outside pass. There's a big move and couldn't quite get it done. Giltrap clinging on to this. He's 2nd for the round at the moment, but if he drops a couple of more spots, he could be in real strife to get a trophy at all. 3 laps to go next time by. Oscar Target back in front. He's led this race 3 different times now, I think, from memory.
Could be 7.
A lot's happened in the last 36 minutes and 40 seconds. And I can confirm that Stephen Grove is watching this race. And the Grove team coming off a pretty good weekend at Mount Panorama. There was the bump, the elbows out.
It's this one here, Kralsey, there.
Ooh. Almost like the Giltrap car, just had a little bit of understeer and slid into the side of the Grove car. I don't think there was anything malicious in that. The Bloxham one was a little bit more feisty on the outside there, and there wasn't a huge amount of room for Giltrap, but Alex Davison gets paid more than I do, and it's his job to deal with those moments, so he can manage that. Good luck in race control. David Stewart, the race director, will make those decisions. I'm not actually sure what Alex is on, to be brutally honest with you, but he's got much more responsibility than I do. Bloxham's in front. Lachlan Bloxham leads the race. Target drops back to 2nd. Turn 6 again. That you could write a novel on everything that's happened down there today at that corner.
Has he gone too early? Lockie Bloxham, no. He's going to hold back the Grove car for at least 2 laps. But Bloxham to the lead and another leader in this race. 2 laps to go, we're hearing from Motorsport Australia Race Control. Bloxham, Target, Shields, Giltrap and Flack, your top 5. And it's 2.4 seconds covering that group.
Here it is. Whoa! Wow. I've seen more false ends at turn 6 in this race than every other Porsche race held at this venue since it opened in 2018. How far back did he come from?
Came back from...
I don't have an answer.
From Mildura.
I cannot tell you.
Yeah.
And how's this leading group of cars? The top 7 cars are all locked together in this freight train. This is an extraordinary race. And there's still a little bit to play out. Can Lockie Bloxham get his first win? What a turn up that would be as sunshine bathes the bend. 2 to go. So they should go full distance, Nolts.
Can you handle much more?
No. Oh, no, now we're being told final lap, so we might just trim a lap out of this. So all of a sudden, that intensity will raise a little bit more on Oscar Target. Oh, here we go, turn 6. If it's going to happen, it could be here. Watch the red and Grove car. Lachlan blocks him, he's smart. Puts the car in the right position and defends.
But compromised his exit there at 6. And now down through this right-hand section, down around the back of the circuit. Last lap. Half a lap remains. Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Who wants to win this one? It's the case in today's race. We started with dusty, misty conditions. The sun's back out. Multiple race leaders. Lockie Bloxham leads us in this sector, but will it stay that way at the final turn?
Giltrap's recovered to 4th place, but the championship will go down to the wire at Mount Panorama in a couple of weeks' time. Target on to claim the round, but it's not done yet. There's still a few corners to go. And a last lap pass would be so on brand for this race that has delivered so much.
He's lined him up, Krause. He's looking for the 3. He touches him. Gives him a bump down the straight. He's almost on the grass. Look out for Shields in 3rd position. Grandstand finish coming up. Target pushes the issue out the second last turn. Who's going to win?
Is he got to get down the inside? He's not. Bloxham should hold on here. It'll be so close. We're told final lap. Is the checkered flag flying? Is this Lachlan Bloxham's race? It is. Lockie Bloxham wins a thriller. What an incredible display of Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia. The top 5 cars were covered by 1.2 seconds across the line. That is insane. Marco Giltrap, I think, gets 3rd, but it all changed as they crossed the line. I think Shields got hip and shouldered out there when he went for the bold move.
There's a bit going on there.
Oh, I need to see that last little sequence again. I think everyone needs to. And then go and take some Panadol and lie down. Checkered flag, so Pro-Am goes the way of Sam Shahin. And did Jacques Jarjo win Class B? I think he did in his 3rd race in Michelin Sprint Challenge.
Rest of the field coming across the finish line, and what was a thrilling end to Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. This was the run on the Shannons replay, how it all began. And they were so close to the overlap there. The 23 could have been spun to the infield. It brought Shields into the mix. Bloxham was maxed out on the brakes there at turn 17. And that's what 1.2 seconds looks like at the finish.
That was insane. How Bloxham had the thing on the rack stops trying to get it stopped. It was sliding around. He had Oscar Target sending him Morse code messages on the bumper bar. That is one of the great Sprint Challenge races. Oh, that is sensational. These kids, Nolts, these are the future of our sport. And that is just such a cool thing to know, because the level of natural ability at the moment is so high. I mean, this could all change because race control is going to be really busy, but
let's not spoil the moment for now.
No, that was so cool. Bloxham, Target, Shields, the top 3 at the end of that. Oscar Target will win the round. Confirmation of that. He has more than enough points now with Giltrap finishing 4th in that race. So Oscar Target, well done. He is a round winner in Michelin Sprint Challenge for the first time. The Grove team with EBM will be really proud of that. Marco's going to have to wait a couple of weeks to try and wrap up this championship, but he's still got a very big lead. Flack, Osborne on debut with 6, but remember, he ran as high as 3rd in that race. Fitzsimmons, Goodman, Murphy, and Tom McLennan, the top 10. Sam Shahin wraps up Pro-Am after a spin on the outlap and a spin in the race.
Big recovery
ends
for him.
Up 11th, yeah.
Caleb Sumich will be home for 12th position. As we look through the rest of the field there, Brett Bolton 13th. Jack Jarjo, first weekend from 19th, got as high as 10th during that race, would have to settle for 14th. Bradley Carr was 15th, Matt Slavin 16th, Lockie Harburg in 17th. Back to Eric Constantidis back in 18th from 24th on the grid. Steve Boylan and Dave Allen And down to some of the hard luck stories of today's race. Phil Morris from the back two, 21st Ross McGregor, Pan Biaggi in 23rd spot. Tim Wolf and Darren Padiaggi back in 25th position. And David Grieg several laps down there after coming into the pits on more than one occasion in the Dakin 87. How about that run from Lockie Bloxham? 9/10 of a second covering the first 5 cars in the final race of the weekend in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Thoroughly enjoyed that one.
Oh, man. That was a cool motor race. Well done to Lockie's first win of the season. 6 different race winner of the year. Remarkably first win for McElroy Racing this season as well. They've been a busy team in Sprint Challenge, that is.
I'm going to assume it was Ollie, then Aaron, then Lockie, I think.
And we're just everyone debriefing downstairs. So
Yeah, I know, he got the win.
You can be forgiven, they're all confused as well.
I've got no idea.
There's a bit going on.
My read of it is that Target wins the round over Giltrap and Bloxham third for the weekend, but Lockie, of course, with the race win. So we'll go down and bring you some, I imagine, fairly agitated and or enthusiastic interviews at the end of this one. Provisional Championship points, Marco Giltrap 727, Oscar Target 561, Aaron Shields 547.
So it's not the margin that Giltrap need to be 180 points or more to wrap up the title. So that will be mathematically still open for Oscar Target.
So
when
it's
we go to Mount Panorama.
Sorry, no, it's actually come down. So it's 166. It was 175 coming into that race. So he could wrap it up in race 1 at Bathurst, there's no doubt, on the Friday afternoon of the Bathurst International in a couple of weeks' time. But still certainly not a done thing. All right, let's go down and hear from our winners after an incredible race in Michelin Sprint Challenge. Here's Cameron.
It was an incredible race, Kralsey. Thank you for that. But we're going to go with the round winners for this weekend. Oscar Target, congratulations. Mate, it was willing that last race, but great weekend from you.
Yeah, it was a good weekend. Bit of a shame to not clean it up in that last race. Made a mistake on the second last lap that was just I shouldn't have made, and that kind of cost me the win. But yeah, it was a chaotic race. I think it was 5 cars within probably pushing each other across the finish line. So yeah, really great weekend. My first time winning a car race this weekend, so it's not much to complain about.
No, mate, well done. Congratulations. Great job on the round win. We're going to sneak round to Aaron Shields as well. Mate, we just were enjoying... I was sitting in the back of the commentary box watching that race. You must have just seen carnage all around. Second for the round, though. Congratulations.
Thank you. No, it was a really chaotic race. There was so much going on, but I don't know how there wasn't a safety car, to be honest. But look, my car was really strong at the beginning. We managed to get the lead after a few setbacks, and I thought I was looking pretty good from there. But unfortunately, I got tangled up with Am I was lapping, but I guess that's racing. And look, overall, really happy that the team, what they've done for me, just really happy to move forward to Bathurst now.
Well done. Congratulations, second in the round. And we're going to sneak all the way round to Lockie Bloxham. Mate, what a race. And you finished third for the round. Congratulations.
Thank you. No, we got it done in the end. It's my first race win in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, and that's one way to do it. I expected there to be a bit more water on the start and for me to slip up a bit more, so I used a little bit less throttle and ended up stalling it off the line. So if you had told me I would have won the race on the first lap, I would have been telling you were dreaming, so yeah.
Well, mate, I'm going to stay with you for one more question, because you did finish third in the round, but you did win that final race. I think this track, these conditions threw just about everything at you out there. There was rain, sunshine, there was cars into the back of you, cars into the front. Mate, how did you keep your head together to get that win? As you said, the first one in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge.
Yeah, to be honest, after the first lap, it was pretty much just head down and keep trying to make as many spots up as I could. To be honest, I was hoping for a top 5 finish, not a win. So, yeah, to be able to drop way to the back and be able to make all those spots up and come away with the win, I'm so stoked.
Well done. Congratulations to each of our drivers. Great job here in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. We're going to take a break on 7+.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man. The Falcon Squire wagon was unloved in 1964, but turns heads today. The Americans call them woodies, but the panelling, it's just fiberglass and plastic. But it's a passion that Shannons understands, which is why my Fords are insured with Shannons. And now, so's the home.
Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The biggest and toughest go head-to-head on live Friday fight nights. The One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Hi, I'm Oscar Target. I'm 17 years old and I'm in the Grove Junior team and racing the Porsche Sprint Cup with Alabama Motorsport. I started in 2013 racing go-karts, and by the time I was 7 I was completely in love with it. Basically every single weekend from now till November, probably, until the season ends, is somewhere at a racetrack in the country. Dad was kind of the first Australian ever to move to Europe to race go-karts. He went there in 1990 and raced up until 1994 and then stayed all the way till 2000 as a team manager, mechanic, and then kind of became a team owner. And then Mum was kind of the same. She's been around it since one of her best friends got a kart when she was young, and lots of mechanicking, lots of team managing, you know, dealing with drivers. The guys at Grove just support me in whatever I do. You know, last year, moving to Europe, they'd ring up at 3 o'clock in the morning Australia time to see how I'm going because I was there by myself. As well, they've taught me so much already about how the world of motorsport works in car racing and how it's not just get in and drive fast. You've got to do all the other stuff too. Coming here to Alabama Motorsport, there's Ben, team manager, and Bruce, my engineer. They've done all forms of motorsport all across the world. As well, you know, my teammates, Callum, Dale, Adrian, they're all here, and then as well, Zach and Marco in the Sprint Cup with me. They've done a lot more car racing than I have, so they've even been great helping me out with, you know, the driving side of it and how to work with the team more, because I've never really done it. Always just been me and Dad at the go-kart track.
Welcome back trackside here at round 3 of the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series, brought to you by the great people at Motorsport Australia, and we thank Shannons on 134646 for all of their support over so many years at the national level and right through to the grassroots level, or the other way around in motorsport. It's such a tremendous company to deal with and benefactors to motorsport. The Hyundai safety car bringing the prototypes around for their start of their final race for the weekend. Race 3, Mark Lauke from Lauke Flour Mills, the Wolf GBO8 Tornado on pole position. Scotty Borman. Will this be his last race in prototypes? I think it is. I think he's selling up and going to do just something a little bit more relaxing, running his Lamborghini Super Trofeo in just midweek drive day. So nice job if you can get it. Alex Gardner out of 5th, the one to watch in the 94. Out of 6th, Andrew McKee. Terry Knowles, Peter Clare out of 8 in 2 of the Radicals, and Phil Hughes off the rear of the grid here. Jason Macris taking no further part in this weekend as of this morning. But this is an amazing front 2 rows of this grid. Darren Smith and Michael Stratus alongside me here for this one. The jockeying at the front there. Mark Lauke setting a pace. Scott Borman going with him. Lauke lining up, getting in front of John Paul Drake, who is the champion-elect. They've got to get this race done and dusted. And away the 3 Wolves go. The 5.4 litre Voodoo Coyote engine of Scotty Borman. The number 7 will lead the field for the final race for the weekend and this series into turn 1. Where is the black radical of Phil Hughes? There he is, made his way up to P4 before turn one.
Very exciting start. You know, Borman getting the pass on Mark Lauke, Phil Hughes climbing up a few places. So really good start for those two drivers. And JP Drake just hanging back in third place there, ready to pounce when he's ready.
And Lauke has taken the lead back off Borman. Grabs that back around the turn 1, 2, 3 complex. They're down into turn 6 now. The Radical Phil Hughes on cold Goodyears. The 3 cars in front of him are on Hancocks, and he is on fire here this weekend. Phil Hughes has still got a mathematical way of getting second in this championship. The problem is the car directly in front of him also has aspirations of that and has a better mathematical chance of doing so. So we're seeing a very high pressure race here with Scott Borman coming under fire from the number 42, the Bira Baraka Ferrari fixer from Hughes Supercar Services coming under play there. And the interesting thing above all of this is that guy, Alex Gardner, in the 94 weighing in on this as well.
JP Drake made another pass early on in the first couple of laps, and he's now sitting second place behind Mark Lauke. So those two will be battling really, really hard. And I think they've already gotten a bit away ahead of anyone else, with Scott Borman 4 seconds off the pace and Phil Hughes just 0.3 off. And you can see it's really close between those few cars over there. Alex Gardner will be trying to have a look in against Phil Hughes at one point, but at the moment Scott Borman is controlling that 3. And just the front two have really, really edged out here. They're quite far away from the other two.
We just hear that awesome car of Scotty Borman's, the Wolf F1 Extreme, thumping down the very long straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Phil Hughes going with him, half the capacity, 2.7 litre V8, 10,000 RPM at his disposal. And Phil is right into the back of the number 7 now. Interestingly enough, the 2 cars out in front, both Peugeot-powered turbocharged cars, whereas this normally aspirated V8 and then the normally aspirated 2.7 litre V8 of Phil Hughes, and they are being shown an absolute clean set of heels by the Wolf GBO8 Tornado of Mark Lauke and John Paul Drake's Wolf F1 Mistral 2.7 litres. So quite a lot of difference as far as power plants are concerned in this front 4 cars. Completely different power plants on all 4 of them.
Well, I think I spoke a bit too soon before, because Mark Lauke is just powering away from JP Drake. He's almost 4 seconds ahead, and Drake's sort of running his own race at the moment. 4 seconds between him and Scott Borman, so there's quite a gap between the sort of top 2, but this battle for third, this will be where we'll be watching, I think, the majority of the race.
I would suspect this is where the championship battle is still alive. This between these two that we're actually looking at, the 7 and the 42, Borman and Hughes. And I would suggest Scotty Borman, a little quiet chat I had with him this morning, he has absolutely loved it. He said to me, I've made lifelong friends over the last 2 years of being involved with these guys, and this is pressure now. Have a look at Hughes. It's just an edge of performance there that the car in front of him has got. And I'm going to say it's about 2.2 litres of capacity. The SR3, Alex Gardner, Phil Hughes cannot lose perspective of this, because Gardner could take him at the snap of your fingers and it could be all over for the Bira Baraka Radical. Here comes another one of the Wolves going through on Gardner in a straight line there, leaving him in his wake. The 13 there coming across the line. That is Andrew McKee in the F1 Mistral, brand new to this competition this weekend, and nothing short of horsepower is what gets him through.
So Phil Hughes won't have to worry about Alex Gardner anymore. Now he's got to worry about Andrew McKee, who's going to be going really quick, I can imagine. But Hughes, for me, I feel like has to make a pass pretty quickly on Borman, because as we've seen over the last 2 races, he started really well but then dropped off towards the end of each race. So I feel for Hughes, he needs to make a pass really early, and you can see him here going hard for that pass, and he might make it here. No, absolutely.
Phil Hughes actually has to get past Borman, John Paul Drake and Mark Lauke to make it a game play. So we might be just watching the nuances as they play out here at the moment, Michael, but boy oh boy, when we're looking at them so close here, these prototypes, and by the very definition of the word prototypes, every single one of these cars are different. There is some fairly significant differences you can see between the Wolves and the Radicals, but then between the Wolves and the other Wolves, there's massive differences. We've got a 5.4 litre Coyote Voodoo variant of it, is what it's called, the engine in that V8 car leading this battle pack.
He's having a crack. Is he gonna? No, he's not. Not much in it. I thought there was more in it. Darren, sorry to interrupt you there, but
no, mate, you're absolutely. It's so close. It could happen at any moment, really, and it might not be Hughes on Borman. It might be Gardner on McKee. It might be McKee on Hughes.
He's
there
done
it is. A good spot to pick there, and Scott Borman opened the wheel up there too. There was no battle, and he fires it back up there. Nothing short of horsepower there. Hughes being sent out wide there in the Birra Hughes Supercar Services car. This is absolutely no shortage of cubic inches there being on display there. And Phil Hughes will be scratching his head. He'll be wiping the sweat off his brow too at the end of this one because he's having to work very, very hard.
Darren, as we can see here now on the screen, Mark Lackey is receiving a 5-second penalty for a start infringement. But at the moment, that's what I was going to say. At the moment, he's almost 10 seconds ahead of JP Drake. So maybe he just wanted to spice things up a little bit and make it a little bit more interesting for himself. But at this point in time, I think that 5-second penalty won't have too much of an impact unless there's a late safety car and Phil Hughes going in for the dive against Scott Borman, getting the job done, but goes a bit out wide onto the grass and might lose not only his position to Borman, but lose it to McKee and Gardner. And I think he may have lost it to Peter Clare as well. I can't see that. No, he's kept ahead of Gardner, which is good for him. But as we sort of suspected a bit earlier, Andrew McKee was having a go at him and he ended up getting it. So if you're not careful and you make that tiny mistake, you can lose your position. And McKee maybe thinking a bit more hungrier, I might go for another one, but right, not now.
The interesting thing here with Phil Hughes is he had to have a go. He has to actually have a go at every opportunity. He has to have a go at. And now he's trying to have a crack at McKee. Bit of an understeer there. Went very, very tight into the corner there. Could fall into the clutches of Gardner if he keeps doing that. But you can't blame Phil Hughes. He's having to have a go. He knows every corner, if it looks like there's an opportunity, he has to explore what the outcome of that opportunity might be.
Absolutely, and now we have a five-car train at the moment, led by Scott Borman, with Andrew McKee behind him, Phil Hughes in 5th place, and Alex Gardner in 6th place, and Peter Clare in 7th. So they're all sort of nice little line there, and I think a bit more stable at this point in time. A bit of from the drum we just had there, but Phil Hughes, really needs to get a move on, I reckon, on Andrew McKee if he's going to get that nice round position.
It's almost like Phil just needs to take a deep breath and enjoy the spoils of that deep breath and then putting his head down and getting on with this race. He just seems to be going at it a little bit desperate at the moment, and you can't blame him. This is for second in the title. That car is actually for sale, and the price tag on it would be an absolute ripping buy from anyone. A very, very fast front-running car. Could be second in the championship.
Oh, hold on, there's a moment.
Spinning.
That's a moment from Andrew McKee. He's just gone off, and I was just thinking in my mind, Phil Hughes should sit and wait and allow McKee to make a mistake, and he did. So just where we had the issue before with Phil Hughes, it sort of switched the order. So we're back to where we were before with both drivers, Andrew McKee and Phil Hughes, both failing to make a move on Scott Borman, who is defending absolutely wonderfully right now. And yeah, he'd be very happy with himself.
As we saw exiting turn 6 there with McKee, got dirty tyres and got a whole lot of wheel spinners. It just cleaned all that dirt off the tyre, and what that did, whilst he was getting wheel spin, it gave Phil Hughes a 2 or 3 car lengths to be able to just ease away now, and he can start to range. If he's got anything left on board, this is a Goodyear shod car. The cars all around him have got Hancooks on, and Phil is firstly mechanic and engineer and secondly driver.
I reckon Phil needs to be careful here because he's already had a botched attempt, and he's seen someone have a botched attempt. So I think with him trying to pass Scott Borman, he just needs to be careful and wait for the right moment instead of trying to dive in too early or trying to rush a move. Just be patient, and I feel like the move will come, because at the moment, you can correct me on this one, he essentially needs to come third, right, to get that second. No, he needs to finish third. Okay, well, in that case, he needs to be a little bit desperate. But look, you'd rather finish third in the race, I feel like, maybe winning, trying to catch up 13, 20 seconds.
The other thing is, Michael, if you've got the car for sale, you don't want to dig it up, do you? You want to keep it on the black stuff. We've already seen McKee head off, and that was a shame for Andrew. He headed off and bounced around last lap around there, and he lost that spot to Phil, and you get the feeling that Phil's not going to ever give that back again. But
well, I'm sure he didn't want to give up the first time.
He didn't want to give it up the first time in the Hughes Supercar Services outfit. She charges down to turn 6 here now. We watch for Scotty Borman in front. every time out of this corner, it sounds like he's getting a little bit of wheel spin. The Radical's able to cover less real estate, hold on to the line a bit more, but you almost get the feeling he needs to let it run out, let the car flow a little bit more to be able to keep that ultimate speed up, keep the revs to that 2.7 litre Radical power plant. And the race does continue on. This is really good stuff in the Australian Prototype Series.
While we take a breather from this really interesting top three, I just want to quickly point out that Lauke is now 15 seconds ahead of JP Drake. So that 5-second penalty is almost becoming relevant, and we're going to have a replay of this spin here from McKee, and there he is, maybe thinking of a pass, going in, and oh, there you go, and there's a bit of a spin. I thought I saw something happen, and then, yeah, it's a bit of a hard angle, but...
Yeah, he pinched up that left front, and that's what sort of pitched the rear around to come around up to the side of him there. Good on him for catching it. He did head over onto the grass, but the most time he lost was cleaning the tyres, getting back on the track. Now this trio are bunched up again. Beautiful shots out in front at the moment, and you get the feeling that Mark Lauke's just whistling himself a sweet old tune in there, and he will be lapping this up. It's been a tough gig for him this year. Great to see him return to some form. Sadly, the form has come at the end of the season, but a greater gentleman at a racetrack you will not find. He's a ripping fella, and it's his home track, his home region.
Darren, I'm starting to notice, obviously he's probably got in his mind, I need to get as far ahead as I can with this time penalty, but I feel like Phil Hughes, Scott Borman, Andrew McKeon is sort of catching up to JP Drake, because the gap between the two of them is now 2.5 seconds, and I feel that's actually reduced quite significantly in the last lap.
It has in the last couple of laps. No, I get the feeling that JP's car might be set up for later on in the race. He might have started off with a lower tyre pressure setting on the Hancooks and the other Hankook runners, but also JP he's got the trophy in the cabinet. Essentially, they've got the job done, and he's also not the kind of guy just to rest on his laurels either.
No.
He likes to come P1, he likes to throw the finger in the air and be the alpha male out there on the racetrack and enjoy the victory. But gee, at the moment, Mark Lauke is 4 seconds faster than anyone else on the track, and the next one is JP Drake. JP Drake's been 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds at times this season ahead of everyone else, but Mark Lauke is in the zone. It's great to see a guy that has been around. He's won a couple of championships, so he's no slouch. But it's great to see some form coming back his way.
It's interesting because JP Drake has actually produced his lap is actually his best lap is slower than Borman, Hughes and McKee. So he's just, I think, cruising out there a little bit, as you said that he would be. And yeah, I'm sure he's just enjoying the sunshine, knowing that he'll be doing a lap around the bend as a title winner. But if we look at these three, and you know who I feel sorry for, Darren? I feel sorry for Alex Gardner. Twice he's had a driver go off in front of him, and twice he's just missed out on getting that position ahead. So unlucky, but now he's dropped a bit further back now.
Here's the 66, and they're almost in the same frame shot as Scotty Borman, so he's starting to fall back into the clutches of. Here is a couple of radicals going for it, and that is Gardner.
Gardner losing a
Peter
position.
Clare going through, and we'll
Side by
have to call
side.
it once we get out of this corner. Interesting though, JP Drake, if you had the Wolf F1 Mistral in the shed, you'd be out to have a bit of a crack as well. And if you couldn't chase down your great mate Mark Lauke, then you ride out the season and you take the big trophy at the end of it. And they're not too far away. We're on lap 8. It's an 11-lap journey.
But I'm just curious, Darren, as to why JP Drake would have dropped back. I mean, he was quite on his own, and if he was wanting a comfortable sort of finish to the end, finish to the race, he would have just kept going at what he was going. I'm not sure why he's slowed down to the go.
His lap times say to me, Michael, to be honest with you, that he might have just kept an old set of tyres on the car and gone, I've just got to play this out.
Yeah.
Why would I drop another couple $1,000 on some more slicks and put them on? It sort of has a bit of that feeling to it. Now, JP may prove me as a liar and on the last lap do a 47 or something, but that's sort of what I feel is playing out here. What's playing out here is that these guys are eating the meal that's on the plate right in front of them at the moment. They're not worrying about anything else, not even dessert just yet. They're just getting their meat and veggies done. And under brakes the Radical in the middle of this pack, just losing out a little bit to the Mistrals there. They must have a better airflow into the brakes to keep them cooler this late in the race. 8 laps is completed now by Mark Lauke, our race leader. I can't believe it. It's actually 27 seconds further back to Scotty Borman.
And just sort of after we spoke, JP Drake's now added a bit more time onto his gap between himself and Scotty Borman. So now it's 3 seconds, or was 3 seconds, now it's back to 2 seconds. So it's a really interesting strategy from JP Drake, but I guess Scott Borman is concerned about Phil Hughes and Andrew McKee, so he won't really chase him down unless JP Drake's trying to dangle a carrot in front of him and say, come and get me.
They also might be trying to do one of your favourite things on the planet, Michael Stratus. They might be trying to do a speed comparison. They might be trying to get these 3 different cars to do a speed comparison.
I do love a good speed comparison, but I'm not sure at this point that's what he's wanting to do, because he would have dropped further back. That would be a very interesting end to the season, I believe, for the Australian Prototype Series. It's been a wonderful season, and Mark Lauke is just going to finish the year off with a 25-second or more victory. And who knows, maybe these 3 guys want to give us one last hurrah and really have a crack. I feel like Phil Hughes is losing further, more time over Borman, and it's just between him and McKee now.
Yeah, Borman has stamped his authority on it, 2.6 seconds away. And, well, he may also be buoyed by the fact that he can see the back of JP as well.
Absolutely.
And he knows if he can get onto the back of JP, they can have a ding-dong battle for it in the closing stanza of this race. 2 to go. And, gee, that car of Cam McKee's looks menacing, doesn't it? They've got a great livery on that car. Out the back of the black, all black number 42 of Phil Hughes.
Right before every corner, most corners, you always see Adam McKee go a bit out into the inside just to see if there's maybe a look in or maybe to get into some clean air. But yeah, I just don't think he just doesn't seem like he can get the move done at the moment. I'm not sure if he's holding on or if he's trying his best.
Yeah, Andrew McKee is doing a good job, but newcomer to the game, and it's now down under a second. Fastest lap now, 1:48.71 for Mark Lauke. What a great lap time that is too.
And JP Drake, his fastest time before this lap was 1:53, around there. Now he's 1:51.2, so he's actually almost gone 2 seconds faster on his last lap. So he's doing a wonderful job there. And although Scott Borman somehow is now within 1 second of JP Drake, despite JP putting in his best lap of the race. Probably because Scott Borman also put his best lap of the race.
That would cat and mouse at the front, isn't it?
That would make sense. Maybe the track's getting a bit warmer and it's quicker out there. But look, at the end of the day, JP Drake has gotten a 1.5 second advantage over him, and I think at this point in time he could do his best to hold off Scott Borman, who's trying his best as well. And Phil Hughes sitting in 4th with Andrew McKee. So we've got 2 little battles here for second and for 4th. So quite a bit to look out for in the remaining laps of this season for the Australian Prototype Series.
We've got a very, very similar scenario coming up next with the Australian Formula 4 Championship as well. Everything on the line for 2nd and 3rd. We are into the final stanza of this race and this season for the Australian Prototype Series. A wonderful mix of cars producing their lap times in many different ways. Ultimate horsepower, aero under and over the car.
I have a small feeling that we might see something dramatic right now, because I have this, Andrew McKee is going to have to go for a move. He is going to have to go for it, and he might be, there's Scott Borman also thinking about
the move beforehand.
Maybe, all right, he's going on the inside. Can he get the move done on JP Drake? And I think, no, he's going on the outside now. No, JP says, no, thank you. I want to stay in 2nd place, and there you have it. Now, I see a bit of drops of rain on the camera. Could we have a bit of rain to really
Let's hope not. There's only half a lap to go in this one. Let's hope that it all goes dry here. We don't want anyone throwing it away in a big way before the end of this one.
Well,
John Paul Drake, mirrors filled, absolutely filled with Scott Borman's Coyote Voodoo-powered Wolf Extreme F1, or F1 Extreme.
Now, it's a bit further away now at this point, so...
Yeah.
I think maybe he can hold on. Maybe he's just got to hold on. JP Drake's just got to hold on. He had a really good start to the race. He dropped off a little bit throughout the race. Now he's just got to hold off on Scott Borman, who has come charging by. And there's Mark Lauke in the back.
Lights ablaze. Just
Cruising.
letting everyone know that he is making his way to the end of this lap. 1:48.71.70 to Mark Lauke from Lauke Flour Mills. And he gets it to the finish line to take out the final race. Race 3 for the weekend and for the season for the Australian Prototype Series. Mark Lauke will be very proud of himself. And if I know Mark, he'll be very proud of the entire series and how they've held themselves right throughout this season. Sadly, we didn't get to see the Praga with Miles Lacey at the wheel in this one.
And sadly, we didn't get to see the Hyundai safety car as well, or the Ford Ranger recovery unit.
Fortunately, they got a mention, but they didn't get any laps in.
And there's Phil Hughes. He's managed to hold off very nicely for 4th position. Fantastic job as Andrew McKee crosses the line in 5th place. Wonderful job by all 4 of those drivers who gave us a bit of entertaining racing, didn't they?
John Paul Drake, two titles now. He was very happy to see that checkered flag that time around. You get yourself to a point where it's just you've got to ride out the rest of the season, and he has done a brilliant job again. The Joker, Alex Gardner, still racing hard to the line for 6th in this one, ahead of Peter Clare and shared runway entry, Greg Kenny. And they were the starters that will be the finishers in this one.
Alex Gardner's had a big weekend, hasn't he? Racing radicals and prototypes, and he's gotten the win in all 3 races for the Prototype Series, or the radicals. And here's a replay of... Well, I think we have 3 cars side by side. Maybe the speed comparison was happening right now that I was asking for, but yeah, 3 cars all side by side along the main straight. What a beautiful shot there for some photographers.
Maybe that's what it was, a setup for a bit of a promo shoot there. So that was strange, and they're going to do it again here by the looks of things.
They're all going quite slowly around. Maybe they think it's the end of the race, and they're just cruising. This is their cool-down lap, probably.
That's very interesting.
I would say they think it's the cool-down lap.
They've definitely got the checkered flag, surely. No,
here comes this wonderful photo. I hope there's a photographer down there taking this photo. Yep, there's the thumbs up from Alex Gardner to Peter Clare. And I think they are replicating this photo. Very interesting moment there. Bit like a historic Ford moment, I believe, made famous by a movie.
Yes, they did. They did. Well, they've now received the checkered flag, so all is done and dusty for those guys. They bring it back to the pits. Shenanigans all the way to the end of the series. They reckon John Paul Drake's the Joker in this one. I think everyone's trying to outdo him. Confirmation of the final race, race 3 for the Australian Prototype Series. Mark Lauke in car number 55 beats home John Paul Drake over 34 seconds. Scotty Borman only 0.2 of a second behind. Phil Hughes ultimately home in 4th place there, and I think 3rd place in the championship. Scotty Borman will be 2nd. Andrew McKee, Alex Gardner, Peter Clare doing some sort of form finish there. Greg Kenny, the last of our finishers. Miles Lacey, Terry Knowles did not take, and Jason Macris didn't take any further part in the racing today. Fastest lap, 1:48.71 by Mark Lauke. Mark Lauke still holds the lap record here as a 1:47.10. So he still has it, didn't break his own lap record. But that's it for today for the prototypes. Stay with us because we've still got the Australian Formula Ford Series on track next, and that will be the final run for their championship as well. And then we'll go into a 1-hour Mobil 1 Australian production car monochrome invited, and rounding out the day with the mark cars. And then, of course, the E-Power stage for the Australian Rally Championship is not too far away from here as well.
Yes, the E-Road Power stage for the Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship's penultimate round, the Power Play Adelaide Hills Rally. Fantastic event so far that's being led by Harry Bates and Coral Taylor.
We look forward to those results, and we'll go down to the pit lane with Cam.
Thanks, boys. Mark Lauke, great drive. Congratulations. Great weekend.
Yes, well, thank you. I was encouraged to see if I could win 1, and then it was 2, and then it was 3. So, yes, I managed to win 3 in a row, so I'm very happy about that. Also happy that I didn't get in the way of the guys behind because they were fighting the championship. I wasn't good enough for that.
Well, mate, great weekend, and I look forward to seeing you at another racetrack in the future.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, we head from Mark Laucky now back to JP Drake. John Paul Drake, here he is, the mate in the guy in the most colourful car out there, the most colourful race suit. Great job, JP Drake. Here we are chatting again after another great result, second in that race.
Yep, second place. I was happy with that. It was a bit of fun with the faster guys on the straight. So, all right, that's hard work. I had a bit of work in today. I just didn't have much pace today. Had a bit of wasn't here Saturday. Big thanks to Pilatus Jets for flying me in here overnight. I really appreciate that. I love you. Also love my wife. Thanks for my wife for making me race and letting me race. And for Pit Guy, Garnet and Jam Motorsport. And do you want to ask me any other questions?
No, mate. No, you keep going. You're taking this here on 7+, mate. You got the opportunity.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. I wish I'd done my hair. But yeah, great. It was great. It's great fun with these guys out here. And yeah, it was just catching my breath a little bit. But this was just the race today. So championship is won. So did you ask me that or not?
No, I didn't. But you go for it.
All right. Well, I think, did I win the championship? I think.
Well, here you go. Congratulations. He's won the championship.
There you go. There we go. So I'd just like to say thank you. Thanks to all those people. I mean, motorsports, it looks like a single horse race, but it's not. Really appreciate it. I love the series. Love racing with these guys. And yeah, a double world APS champion. So see that in Fox on Sports Plus.
Mate, you're all there. 7+. It's all good. And I love that you're going the NBA route and that you're the world champion. So I do love that, JP Drake. Thank you. All right. We'll steal the camera back. Keep it away. He's had a lot of time there, JP Drake, and deserves it. He won the championship. Well done, Scotty Borman, mate. Congratulations. Well done getting onto the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, had a fantastic race, boy. It was a bit tiring toward the end there, and just to start catching up to JP, that's a task and a half. We didn't see Mark, but yeah, big kudos to Mark. Congratulations for 3 firsts, JP for coming back, and man, that was just so much fun. So loved every minute of it.
Well done. Thank you very much. That's it for the prototypes. We've still got plenty more action coming up on the other side of this. You're tuned in to the Shannons Trophy Series on 7+.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
7+ is your home of hockey.
What a first game this is!
The best of Australian hockey is on 7+.
7+.
7+.
What about that? Game, set, match.
And every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, watch the Hockey One League. Starts October 6, live on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at the Shannons Trophy Series for 2023, and we are at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the artist formerly known as The Bend. Still is The Bend. We're having a ripping time here to celebrate the final few races for the Trophy Series for 2023. I'm Darren Smith and joined by a great mate of everyone in motorsport, Tony Shebeki. Welcome back to the commentary booth, and we've got Formula Ford, a tasty menu item.
Yeah, we certainly have. Des, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everybody. What a great race this is going to be. It's our final race of 2023. The championship has already been decided, or the series winner has already been decided. Matt Hillier, he's done that by a fairly long margin, around about 90-odd points. Second, though, is still up for grabs, and that's what we're going to keep our eye on, Daz, because it's the second place between Jake Sadler-Lucia, who is currently leading Zach Lobko now by 7 points. So Zach's going to have to finish probably about 4 or 5 spots ahead of Jake to turn that around. If you look at the points difference, 20 points for first, 16 for second, 14 for third, 12 for fourth, and then it goes down from there, 11, 10, 9, all the way down to 15th place. So Zach's going to have to do pretty well, one would think. He's had second place for most of the year, been sharing that with Matt Hillier. And then, we'll just wait and see what happens. But it's going to be a real interesting finish.
Jake Santa Lucia, they really mixed it all up at Phillip Island last round, which is only a couple of weeks ago. And certainly that's really cool to put that all in focus. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that because those guys are lining up line astern with each other. Matt Hillier starting out a pole. Wouldn't it be the fairy tale if he led from start to finish in the last race of the series, really stamping his authority on it. He's mixed his year up this year and also done Toyota 86 Scholarship Series, Toyota 86 Championship Series. So plenty of racing throughout the year.
And what
Let's have a look here at the Bend Motorsport Park. The big charge down the very long front straight into turn one big green line. There it is. Turn one, great to see the prototypes getting through there. Carry the speed to flow it over to the left, over to the right, and my favourite part of the track, turn 4 and 5. Throttle buried to the floor, massive stop down at turn 6. A very, very wide, it's like an acre of bitumen to play on there, but try and stay as tight into that corner. 7, 8, 9, again, wide open throttle, rush up to turn 10, flow the car, a nice sweeping turn 12, up into 13. This is where it gets a bit technical. Short shoot, left-hander up over a blind rise and back into the complex for 15, 16. A long run down to 17. Big pace there. And we just see the XLs coming together there as well. A turn onto the straight. And that is one lap of Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. John Magro, the lap record holder, on a 140.7 and 2.9, 4.95 kilometres. And an absolute testament to the Shahins and what they've built here. A dream that they've turned into a reality, and I would suggest as an entire community and a sport, we owe them a debt of gratitude.
Oh, 100%, Daz. And I had the opportunity to go have a look at the drag strip the other day. We had Eddie Beswick was doing his HSC exam
yes, I heard
on
that.
Friday, so we took him over to the drag strip where it was nice and quiet, and he was able to do that for the 3 hours. But we had an office where he was doing it just looking straight down the middle, so it was the TV commentary box basically at the drag strip. And what a beautiful sight that is. You've got the go-kart track here.
Hard to concentrate
as well.
on your HSC exam.
Well, fortunately nothing else was happening, which was great. The only thing that's missing from here is the speedway, isn't it? Then you'd have everything.
It'll be coming. Here we go. This is the starting grid. Matt Hillier to Jake Santaluccio, Zach Lobko, Harrison Sellers in the mix there as well. Then we go to Kobe Williams, Eddie Beswick in the Synergy Motorsport Spectrum, Xavier Kokai in the Spectrum as well, Lockie Strickland in the McGale in the number 47, Jack Bussey, Tom Davis in the BF Racing Spectrum there as well, Cody Mays Rutty for PCR Australia, and then Fraser High in the 014 there as well. Ethan Fitzgerald back to Liam Locano.
Yep, Locano.
And great looking car too, the Fork Logic McGale. Out there on track as well. Imogen Radburn in the Radburn Racing McGale, Lachlan event in the BF Racing outfit there as well. Kyle Cotter, Kyle's Trade Synergy Motorsport Spectrum, the Fork Logic McGale of Oliver Locano, and then Connor Summers right back down the field there.
And there's a reason for that. Connor was a naughty boy in race 2, turned around Joey Fawcett, so got a 30-second penalty for his involvement in that. So he was third in race number 1. It was a Sonic 1, 2, 3 in race 1 with Santalucia and also with Matt Hillier, who came second in that race. But yeah, Connor relegated to the back of the field via that 30-second penalty.
Tony, I won't tell you a lie. I've had a love affair with Formula Ford since the 80s, since I first started watching car racing. These cars, the wheel input, you move your hips in these cars if you can, because you're in there pretty tight, and the car will move around on the track. They are just such a fantastic training ground for any form of motorsport, and not just a training ground. We find great people like Mark Zellner and Paul Ziddy that just keep coming back and racing these things. Peter Fitzgerald, was racing them in the 90s and has come back some 20 years later and still racing them. This is the National Series, though. This is the proving ground for the stars of the future.
Certainly is, Taz. And I'll tell you what, a stat that I loved, I sort of dug into it just during Sandown and Bathurst, 32 of those Enduro drivers, 33 if you include Shane van Gisbergen, got their start in Formula Ford out of 54 drivers. So that's more than nearly 2/3 of the field all started in Formula Ford.
It stamps their authority on the training ground status, doesn't it? It absolutely does. Jake Santa Lucia and Zach Lobko are where we're going to be watching. That's the number 7, the white car with the blue side pods on the second row of the grid. Matt Hillier gets away in car number 2 very, very smartly. Let's see if he comes back to where car number 1. Generally, they get the number 1 and move on to another step on the way to the top of the sport, don't they?
Good stuff for the Tasmanian there, and Harry Sellers as well out on the outside. He goes up to 3rd. Following him through there is Kobe Williams as well. He goes into 4th. And the bad news for Zach Lobko is he's dropped down to 5th place.
Eddie Bezic moves through 2 there as well. Xavier Kokai in the pit lane clothing entry moves into the 10 as well. So he's car number 10 into position number 8. Some great shots here. This is the extreme centre of the battle pack here. And you know why the cameras go to that point, because that's generally where the mayhem starts to unearth. Just watching, very interested to see that Joey Fawcett came from the rear of the grid. He's got plenty to celebrate no matter what happens this weekend. He's just won the Victorian title.
Yeah, which was a fantastic effort down at Phillip Island just a couple of weeks ago. The National Series was also down there with the State Series, and that was a really good weekend. Some really great clean racing and tight racing. Matty Hillier still leads now from Jake Santa Lucia. Sellers in 3rd, Williams 4th, Lobko down in 5th, Eddie Bezic 6th, Strickland in 7th place, Xavier Kokai down in 8th, Jack Bussey in 9th, and Cody Mains Roddy making up the top 10.
Have a look at this here. This is the field we're looking from 10th right through to 20th there at the moment. And the guy we were just talking about in car number 23, Joe Fawcett, is in the middle of that there, and he's recovering from a spin. That's the black car just poking the nose into the shop there. There it is, the black car with the aqua stripe over the bodywork there, and some places starting to be switched around, jumping outside the slipstream. They'll all try and line up. They'll try to find a spot in that lineup to get into the straight here, because the only way to get up the straight in a Formula Ford is to be in the lineup. Otherwise, you just go back places.
Yeah, so Joey Fawcett taking Imogen Radburn in that last move. So the 2 black cars next to each other there with Fawcett and High now going for positions 13 and 14th. Santa Lucia takes the lead from Matty Hillier. Gives him an extra couple of points to play with.
I get the feeling we're going to see that 7 more times.
We did in race 2, actually. The lead changed just about every lap between those 2, right through to the end. Zach Lobko working his way back up into 4th place now. It's not going to be enough for him, though. He's going to need to win this race effectively from this point and hope that Santa Lucia drops back to about 7th or 8th.
One of the great things out of the Phillip Island round was having Thomas Randall come up to the commentary booth and call the races with Callum Brannigan. They did a terrific job, the 2014 champion. And Thomas was actually a great asset at that event. He went out of everyone's garages and was having to chat with everyone and came up and called the Formula Ford race. He did really a good job and gave everyone great praise for the type of racing that they were doing. And Formula Ford really has risen above. You know, that's probably more than a decade ago that it was a little bit of a crash fest, and I think that all probably stopped because it started to get pretty expensive to do that.
Yeah, well, speaking about past champions, of course, one of our past champions is Tim Blanchard as well, and the Blanchard family have been very involved with Formula Ford for many years. John Blanchard Sr., of course, has the Memorial Cup named after him, which was handed out last night, and the winner of that was Matt Hillier. That's awarded to a driver that sort of is consistently improves all the way through, has fantastic presence on the track and off the track, all that sort of stuff. And Matt Hillier really resonated, the Sonic driver, in that regard.
It's like a best and fairest type.
It sort of is, yeah, exactly. And it's judged by a panel of people who are involved as Formula Ford members. And Matty Hillier got the nod there, which was fantastic. The other award that was handed out last night in the end of season dinner, which had 72 people there last night, which is a great crowd. Harrison Sellers winning the Hard Charger Award. Not necessarily named because you have passed the most number of people for the year. It's not that at all. It's for a guy that just shows consistency once again throughout the year, improvement. And he had a pretty tough start, but then at Sandown got pole position and also had a win at Sandown as well, and his year's been going well from there.
That's car 13 we're looking at here, and he's living true to that award right now. He's charging pretty hard for a P2 and eventually a P1. He looks like he's heading in that direction. Zach Lobko just managing to stay with them in the number 7
It's
here.
going to be a good finish.
It will be. And Williams, Eddie Bezic, and he's had a pretty tough old weekend, sitting exams over at the drag strip.
Sellers up the inside of Santa Lucia, just couldn't get it done. Look at this, 5, 6, 7 in a line. Santa Lucia with his nose right up the back of Matt Hillier. Under pressure, the teammates.
Wouldn't he? Absolutely had enough of seeing the back
happened a bit this weekend.
His car.
It has definitely happened a bit this weekend.
See if
and
he
this
can push
year.
on in the focus on furniture. Number 4 entry there. Looking back down, Eddie Bezic, Strickland, Xavier Kokai now holding on to 8. Bussy, Ruddy, Davis, and cameraman falling over trackside there. We'll get the medics out to check out, make sure we've got the.
I knew it was breezy, Daz,
cameraman.
but I knew it was breezy, but well, I didn't realise it was that strong.
We've been here when it's been breezy, Shebex, haven't we?
First weekend of racing here, wasn't that just crazy?
It was monumental.
There was no grass, folks. It was just dust.
Just on a bit of Joey Fawcett. Watch here. He's now made his way up into 13th after starting off the rear of the grid in 20th spot. But the car's doing a good job out here. Matt Hillier, get the feeling this is no way over. He hasn't been able to clear away from them like he has done numerous times throughout this year. But at the moment, Santa Lucia, who knows, might go for a second season in the National Series.
So here's an equation for you, Daz, that we're going to keep our eye out for. Lobko, who's on camera right now, currently 4th place. If he can get himself into the front of this race and win it, and if Santa Lucia finishes in 4th place, that is an 8-point margin between those two. That's enough to give 2nd place to Zach Lobko. He's
Lobko's
moved
gone
into
into second. Big move there, and he's brought the 94 with him as well. That's Kobe Williams. Been with the Spectrum crew for some time now, and they've just streamed on through as, like a puppet master, Tony Shebeki suggested, he responds.
Matty Hillier now making sure that he can claim that place back. Oh, locks him up a little bit. Was able to save it though. Good work for Matt. Look at this for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. You'd reckon there was a world championship on it.
Zach Lobko responding to Tony Shebeki's requests for getting out in front. Into P2 now, William Sellers, Eddie Bezic now in the 5. Xavier Kokai's now moved into 7. He's pushing on, made another spot in this last lap.
Oh, Sellers right up the back of Hillier right there. Is there a gap up the inside for him?
I thought we had a sort of settled race there on lap number 2, but it hasn't. Here's turn 1. The big send of the 7. In fact, it wasn't a big send. It was a calculated threshold of braking manoeuvre.
Good work, Zach Lobko. Gets himself into 2nd. Will want to get himself in front. And if he does, then the pressure is on Santa Lucia.
Have a look at this. It's like a log jam just inside the 5 now. Hillier, Bezic, Strickland, Kokai and Bussy. It's a very feisty battle. And it's starting to build. It's like a drum roll. It's starting off just in the back of the Scottish Highlands, and it's bringing in a bagpipes, and then we'll bring in the big bass drums.
Can we go another 7 laps? 7 laps of this isn't going to be enough.
Run out of fuel. They don't carry the whole load of fuel.
Damn. But this is going to be exciting. This is going to be exciting, the last 3 laps, folk. Stay tuned.
Yes. So our leader, Jake Santa Lucia, Zach Lobko responding to Tony Shebeki's request for a win here. The 47 just going back a spot there. That's the Strickland entry. Great looking livery there. Oh, little touch there. That is Hillier and Sellers. Hillier finds himself back in P4 now. It's not a problem, but he's a race driver. Getting rid of that tear off too. There it goes. Reaches up, rips that off. And we've got a spinner in the number
Cody Main's
69.
running out. That's a bugger.
That is. And I'm not really sure exactly where that is. Let's hope we keep it green. That's not going to be a good spot because that's the
turn
extra
2 dash.
one. Yeah. Gee, we've got the yellow there. I wonder if what race control are considering.
Safety car probably being called, we'd reckon. Yellow.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is,
Safety
yeah,
car.
bang. So that's interesting because with 2 laps to go, you would think it's going to take you at least the best part of 2 laps to extract this car and get it back. Be great if we had 1 lap of racing, but I don't think we're going to get it, Daz.
I think if we had a Shirley Strawn sky hook and we could just call it in, hook him up and whiz him off, that would be the way to go, wouldn't it?
100%.
Ego is not a dirty word, Tony Shabbat.
No, not in TV anyway.
No, that's right. So we don't have a sky hook, unfortunately. We'll have a flat toe, and that is what it is.
Disappointing way if this is the way it's going to finish the season for 2023. We were on the hookup for something that was going to be pretty special. Because with that 1 lap of racing, you got Lobco right next to San Lucia for the restart. You've got Williams, Hillier and Sellers all wanting to pick up a place as well. Wow, it would have been an astronomical 1 lap dash for second place in the championship.
Big shout out to Yokohama and Racer Industries, Castrol and Ferodo Racing Pads for all of their support through the Formula Ford Series for 2023.
Massive shout out to the Shell V-Power Racing Team because they provide our winner. This time, of course, it is Matt Hillier. This is interesting now. Consider this. Matt Hillier, who of course is employed by WAU, has just won himself a drive in a Shell V-Power Mustang as part of his prize for first place. Do you reckon he gets the chance to take it?
Of course. You got to honour
Get all the secrets and bring them back.
Yeah, take
That's
the
what
camera.
Ryan's saying, taking photos and bring them back.
Yeah. Take a bit of artificial intelligence with you and gather all you can.
Great
we
prize,
would not endorse that, of course,
No,
Tony. We would endorse him to take every
No.
opportunity that comes his way and grab it with both hands.
Espionage in motorsport should never happen.
Oh, no. Joe Fawcett's had contact.
He has too.
He's ripped a side pod off and absolutely destroyed.
So that's crashed under safety car.
Every
That's
single control arm on the left-hand front. Hands in his face in his hands.
Well, he's had a bad weekend, Joey.
2 weeks ago at Phillip Island, he secured the Victorian Championship.
Yeah, he looks like he might have a bit of a sore back there too. But of course, turned around in race 2, had that incident in race 3. Under safety car to have that incident in race is very strange.
That is very strange. You under safety car. I remember at Malala some 20 years ago, a driver absolutely losing concentration behind a safety car. And it can happen. You can lose concentration behind a safety car.
Do we know who that driver is?
I'm not going to say it on air. You'll probably have to conduct the interviews at the end of this race. But Joey Fawcett, that's a shame. Like he's to bring the car home after winning it 2 weekends ago, to bring it home dinged up is not ideal.
It's even more of a shame, Daz, to the extent that we definitely won't have a restart now for that 1 lap dash, which we might have been some sort of chance, maybe, I don't know. But
you know the beauty about what I just said? My whole racing career, there was no such thing as a safety car. We just had yellow flags, so I can't get called out on that one.
Exactly, you can't.
There was not even any social media either, so that no one can even look up whether I did or didn't.
And kids who are watching us, of course, on 7 Plus or Blendline TV, that's how long ago it was when Daz raced.
I don't think there was TV. Not in this format anyway. That's for sure. For Yokohama, the 2023 Australian Formula Ford Series looks sadly to come to end under safety car, which is sad because like a decade ago it was something that was a bit of a feature of Formula Ford racing. It doesn't play much of a part in Formula Ford racing anymore, and thank goodness, because these guys and girls need every single racing lap they possibly can get, as Michael Stratus would say. Well, the good thing about this is we get to see the Hyundai safety car.
Very nice car.
That's a tick in one of the commercial obligations.
Yeah, very good looking car. Hey, Jake Sanalacher would be pumping the air, won't he? Because he's
ready for a race start, isn't he? He wants to get on with it.
He's pretty much wrapped up second place in the championship, so that's great for him. Zach Lobko will finish third. And for the round, Jake Sanalacher will also take that 56 points his way. Matty Hillier on 49, and then Zach Lobko will finish with 42. He'll finish third for the round as well. But it's a shame. We could have had an exciting final lap, but unfortunately it's not to be.
Yeah, Matty Hillier confirmed the championship win at Phillip Island at the last one.
So let's have a look here. So that is... What are we watching for? The car's in the safety. Oh, there it is at the back. Yeah.
Came rushing up to turn 1 there and collected each other.
There you go. Someone either braked early or late, or
that will certainly be frowned on by the series stewards and the event stewards here today.
Stephen White, the DSO, will be looking at that extremely closely.
Talking about how lucky can a series be to have a bloke with so much worldly experience like Stephen White looking on and offering advice and helping these drivers out. What a career he had.
Was in the best 100 Australian drivers ever to drive. There was a list apparently put out somewhere that I've never been able to find.
Yeah.
But
and Steve's the kind of bloke that would fob that off. He'd go, nah.
No, he was the one that told me.
No, did he? There you go.
Let's have a look at the replay again. So we've got Joey Fawcett
right in front of those bend signs.
Watch up right up the inside. Bang! There it is. There's a bit of pace going on front of the safety car.
Wasn't there?
From both those two cars.
Hurrying up to get onto the back of the train there. So that's a shame. Here's the recovery vehicle moving into place.
So this is what I'm saying. We don't have that. The recovery vehicle gets to our car there in Cody Mains Ruddy and could have probably cleared him.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, well.
So there is the Shannons Hyundai safety car.
Can't we red flag it and just still give us one lap?
The Shannons safety car on 134646. What a great insurance company and classics auctioneer company. They really do put their heart and their money into Australian motorsport. They deserve all of our support. If you're looking for an insurance company or if you're looking to sell your classic car, give them the absolute opportunity to win your business.
Daz, can I also thank all the mums and dads of our drivers here, because they are all so responsible for getting these kids into motor racing and keeping them in. We see them all every race meeting. They follow them around the country wherever we go, whether it be Queensland, Tasmania, South Australia, or a few rounds in Victoria, New South Wales as well. The mums and dads are there with the kids. They look after them. They make sure that they've got what they need, and all that. So it's just a great atmosphere in the paddock sometimes when you've got all these people mingling together. Congratulations, mums and dads. You are responsible for what these guys are going to be in the future, and you're giving them a great start here in Formula Ford.
Absolutely agree with you, and the drivers should pay their mums and dads back on Father's Day and Mother's Day. That's only one day a year, but being a mum and a dad is a 468,000 days a year job. And you're right, Tony, they need to be congratulated. And here's Tom Davis in the Liquor Legends car in the lane.
Well, I do know some of the parents have written in the contracts with their kids that if they make Formula One, they get a brand new house.
Well, there you go. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
So it could have been Tom Davis, could have been the man that actually hit our bloke. There, Joey Fawcett.
Certainly
looked like he had a bit of
nose
damage
cone on that car as well, missing a bit there.
So that'll play out interestingly over the next hour or two in the stewards' room.
Yeah, so the field comes around. For all intents and purposes, this is going to be the finish of the race on this lap around. Jake Santalucia will take the victory and the points and this round. It's, I guess, a great victory to have around, but when you look over your shoulder and there's Matt Hillier and he's hoisting the big trophy above his head, it's something to aim for. We've still got tons of racing to come your way. The Mobil One production cars and monochrome invited cars for the weekend for their 1 hour final race for the weekend, and the Mark and invited cars for their race 3 for the weekend, all coming to you on 7+. Big g'day to everyone that's made their way trackside here today. And we're shouting out to the mums and dads of our race drivers as well. But what about our volunteer officials all the way around the track, out on the Australian Rally Championship stages, doing road closures, doing officiating all the way around here? They used to say the great unsung heroes, but I get a feeling that they're getting a bit more recognition these days, and so they should be.
They do. They get a bottle of water and a sandwich now, so they're getting heaps more recognition. That's all they do it for, Daz.
It is.
They do it for the love of the sport.
It is.
A sandwich and a bottle of water and maybe a chocolate bar if they're lucky.
And you know what they also do it for? And you got to commend a lot of the competitors for doing it. They do it for a pat on the back from the competitors as well.
Yeah, they do.
And it's a hand-in-glove relationship, Tony. Without the officials, we don't have the racing, and without the races, we don't have the officials.
You can't play sport without umpires, Daz.
That's right.
You just can't.
That's exactly right. Yep. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see any more racing for the Formula Fords. Visit motorsport.org.au/officials for those watching on 7+. that is where you can get it, and those at the track. motorsport.org.au/officials for the best view in the house. You also get to learn a lot about weather, whether it's going to be sunny or whether it's going to be rainy.
I've learned a lot about weather today.
It's come and gone, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. We had that shower, 18 degrees currently with the wind blowing. Wind here at the bend is just something that is synonymous, isn't it? 21 kilometre an hour. We've had some fair gusts here over the last 3 days.
I tell you what it's like. You've had a feed of dim sims and the wind is just flowing through, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's what it's
I'm
like.
a dim sim connoisseur, Daz. One of the worst things about COVID for me during lockdown in Victoria was the fact that I missed out on going to the Thornbury Dim Sim Festival. It was shut down. They couldn't run it.
I don't see you with the hipsters in Thornbury, Shebex.
No, I would have mingled with them just for the day, just to try out the dim sims.
Of course, yeah, for sure.
Good South Melbourne dimmy, Daz, you can't beat them.
Couldn't agree with you more. So we just get some shots of these beautiful Megales and Spectrums. Of course, the Spectrum being the all-Australian built car. Mike Borland and the crew that he has up there for many, many years, building many, many of these Spectrums. There's the Focus on Furniture and Bedding car number 4. Jake Santalucia will take this win. And under safety car, which is sad. It's the worst way.
Yeah, you can see the flag there off the
there
side.
it is. So they will continue to trundle back around, and we will get the winners into victory lane, and we'll have Mark Boxer and Cam Badenoch catching up with them down in the lane for post-race interviews.
The other great thing about Zach Lobko is the fact that he was a part of CHE, Cameron Hill team, till the middle of the year. Then he decided to go privateer for the last 3 races from Sandown on, Sandown, Phillip Island and here. So to continue to stay in the hunt for that second place in the championship has been a great effort by him and his dad.
Big shout out also to Jack Atley, who's been supporting Xavier Kokai as well throughout this season as well with the Pit Lane Clothing Company. Check that out. Got some great motorsport orientated gear.
Actually, if you want to look at getting some Formula Ford gear, we've got shoes, jackets, all that sort of stuff. Jack does a whole range for us. You go to our website, formulaford.org, and just click on shop and it'll take you straight to the page. Some great jackets,
good
hats,
gear, isn't it?
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, good gear. There it is. Confirmation for us, Tony Shebeki. The Jake Santalucia takes the win. And I guess those gaps are really irrelevant at this point in time under safety car. Zach Lobko, Kobe Williams, Matt Hilliard in car number 2. If he comes back for the 2024, will be car number 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure
we
if
don't often see car number 1 in Formula Ford, do we?
I'm sure there's some bigger things ahead for Matt Hilliard. Porsche Carrera
right.
Cup with Sonic, maybe a bit of Super 2, possibly with WAU.
Well, he's certainly going to swing out of 2 of the biggest teams in supercars.
Exactly.
He's going to go to Shell for a drive, and then he's going to go back down to Clayton and get a seat fitting down there.
Yeah, another champion of the sport of Formula Ford that'll go on the big things, hopefully.
Harrison Sellers there as well. Then
good finish for Imogen Redburn, 11th. That's nice for her to finish 11th, working down the list there. Joey Fawcett, unfortunately, we saw got turned around. Cody Mains-Ruddy also at the end, and Lachlan Manif was car number 21 in practice 1, and that's all we pretty much saw of him. Engine blew up, and that was it for the weekend for them.
Jake Santalucia ultimately got the fastest lap in that race on 158.6911. So that's also very nice to take away. It's not a lap record. The lap record is a 58.0, and that is where that has gone. Tony, thank you very much for joining me here.
A lot of fun, Daz. Hopefully we get to do it again.
Great to have the Ferodo Yokohama Racer Industries Castrol Australian Formula Ford Series as part of the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series.
You're losing one legend, you're getting another.
Well, that's exactly right. I am not worthy.
It's been a big day for you. Boy, oh boy.
Not worthy. And, well, thank you, Tony, very much. And just before we do go, for all those that are listeners to On the Grid for over 20 years, you've got a horse that's qualified for the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, just fine. This is a fantastic story. I brought a share in some horses for me and my 4 boys for Christmas last year, and Just Fine happened to be one of them. He was owned by the by the Queen. She dies. The stable then gets handed over to King Charles. He's King Charles's first winner ever.
There you
and
go.
King Charles decides to sell half the stable. He's one of them. some blokes bring him over to Australia. I buy a share in him. He wins his first 3 races. Ran last yesterday in the Might and Power at Caulfield, but it wasn't really run to the way that he would like races to be run. But he's second favourite for the Melbourne Cup at the moment. Has dropped out a little bit in odds, which is good. So
exciting times for a 1 in 2,500% partner.
I own 3 hairs on its tail, Daz.
Doesn't matter.
No. Apparently I can pick any hairs I want. That's my choice.
It's actually the hairs on their nose that win the race. The tail just follows it through. It's like the rear wheels on a front-wheel drive. You only need to stop the back dragging on the road.
Big party, my place, Melbourne Cup Day. Daz, you're more than welcome. Gaz is coming down from Sydney.
I wouldn't rely on that.
No.
I wouldn't rely on that.
It's going to drive down to Kingswood.
Well, there you go. There you go. We are still live here at the Shell V Power.
Are we really? I thought we were off air.
We're still. You mean we're on? We're on. We're on? Come on. I'll do what I want. But coming up next is the Mobile One Australian production cars and the monochrome invited race 4 for the weekend. That's been a very action-packed field for the weekend, and in fact there's some things that we're going to touch on, and that's bits and pieces of engines flying out of cars. But let's go down to the pit lane. I reckon there'll be some smiley faces joining Cameron Banner, Duncan.
Guys, I've got Jake Santolucia here. I'm just going to let him take his helmet off so you can all see his face on 7 Plus. But Jake, while we get yourself set up, mate, great drive. Well done. Congratulations on the race win.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good race. Bit of a shame to finish under safety car. But yeah, I was able to capitalise on what was going on behind me, get a good gap, and had about, I would say, 10 cars got to the cars behind. So yeah, a bit of a shame to finish under safety car, but I'm really happy with the result.
Mate, I know you say that, but how good is it to know when you get that lap round? It's just the most relaxing race win you'll ever get.
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure what was going on because I must have kicked the radio. Couldn't talk to my mechanic at all. But yeah, it was really, it's really different to finish under safety car. But yeah, as you said, really relaxing and really happy. Couldn't have done it without the crew of Sonic, all my sponsors, Focus on Furniture, Ultratune, Clyde Compost, and Revolution Race Gear.
Mate, well done. Congratulations. Great job with the race win. Let's go grab Zach here as well. Congratulations, mate. Geez, you're tall. How do you fit in these Formula 4s? Well done on second place.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to come from third, finish up second for this race. I think we're second for the weekend as well. So really good. I was hoping to beat Jake in that last one and get that second place in the championship, but just missed out. So can't complain. Third place for the year. It's, yeah, all we could hope for. Big effort by everyone, especially me and my dad the last few rounds. So it's really proud of what we've done here. So yeah.
Well done. Congratulations. Great job. We've got the production cars rolling out on track. But Kobe, great job getting yourself onto the podium, mate. Congratulations. It was an action-packed race right up to the end until the safety car came out.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really great race. Lots of close racing, and I really enjoyed it. And it's just great to end off the year with a third place in the final race.
Mate, congratulations. We've got some more racing to go, but I'm sure we'll see you at a racetrack sometime soon.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Well, as I said before, 2 more races to go for today. Production cars coming out on track, and then we'll have the marked cars a little later on. You're tuned in to 7 Plus, and we're going to take a quick break.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
I've been a motoring enthusiast all my life. My Coupe 4 is rare and very special. A real performance car with all-wheel drive grip. I'm not a car club bloke and I don't work on it myself, but I do have a great mechanic. One day, I might even get that HQ. When it comes to insurance, it's got to be Shannons.
Shannons shares your passion. Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
7 Plus is your home of hockey.
What a first game this is!
The best of Australian hockey is on 7 Plus.
7 Plus.
7 Plus.
What about that? Game, set, match.
And every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, watch the Hockey One League. Starts October 6, live on 7 Plus. Stream free.
after race 3 for the production cars, there was a story that's developed in pit lane. Ian Sherrin, mate, I see a big issue with the windscreen here. What's happened?
So after the restart with the Evo that lunged itself, I was passing the Lillis car, and then I just heard a big bang in my windscreen, like a bullet went through there, and it was actually that, which was from the Evo engine. It actually went straight through the windscreen and ended up living in the cab with me for the rest of the race, and I could hear it banging around in the cab. So yeah, it was a pretty scary moment. Just thought it was like a gunshot going off and glass everywhere, and yeah, it was a bit scary.
When did you realise it was a component from another car?
I kind of figured it was, because it was, I didn't think this windscreen would blow like that, and after that safety car and there being, a car that lunged itself, and I could hear it rattling around every corner I could hear this metal rattle around, so I knew that there was something in there. I think we were lucky that we had quite a few tear-offs on this windscreen, which kind of helped the windscreen stay intact a bit as well.
Well, Ian, thank you for sharing that, and I'm glad you're okay, mate. That would have been a very, very scary moment. You're going to be all good to go for the next race?
Yeah, mate, yeah, it'll be good. Like, we had a good battle then with Kobe, got back up to second, so so it should be on in the last race, so we'll see how we go.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, mate.
There they are, the monochrome invited cars that made their way onto the grid. And they have got the Mobil 1 Australian production cars on the grid behind them. And that is our field lined up there.
We've got Shane Smolin starting from pole position in the Porsche, Carl Begg alongside him in the McLaren. Then it's John Bauer who'll be starting in the number 32 BMW, Mark Griffin alongside him. Lindsay Kearns in the Mustang, Ian Sherrin, as he just alluded to, will be in the number 72 BMW. Tony Levitt in the number 16 Mercedes. Nathan Callahan will be driving the number 64 HSV Club Sport. Mick Rouse in the Mustang, and hopefully he'll have the sense not to jump too early this time round. And then it's Brian Callahan, who had that brake issue, which has all been fixed up, fortunately, so he's back out there. Courtney Prince will be in the 130 BMW for this one. Liam Morse driving solo all weekend in the Toyota, and then it's Randall at the back in the number 15 BMW 130i.
Car streaming around there, the Mustang looking right round the outside there.
We're actually racing.
Heading off onto the dirt, and the Levitt car got a terrific result out of that previous race with Luke King at the wheel. And in fact, I think Luke was scheduled. No, Levitt is at the wheel to start this one. Anthony Levitt out of Queensland, and is well and truly underway.
So at this stage, it's Begg that leads the way. Smolin in second, Bow in third, then Griffith in the monochrome invited class in fourth. They're the four cars out of that class at the front of the field. Nathan Callahan got a great start. He's up to position 5. He heads Ian Sherrin, or he did. He's just lost that spot. Kearns in third spot in the class, and currently running 7th. Tony Levitt in 8th.
Shane Smolin's gone through for the race lead on Carl Begg with his Porsche. So situation has reverted to the norm, and Shane Smolin leading the McLaren here at the moment.
Well, it has been a weapon of choice in the invited class, hasn't it?
Well, it has been, yeah. Tony Quinn has done a good job with it. And not with us here this weekend, but certainly done a good job. Shane Smolin teaming up with Ricky Capo from Modena Engineering has done a good job sharing this car. I mentioned earlier he races these kinds of Porsches in DTM. So knows his way around the Sherrin car. Challenging now, that's the 27 of Grant Sherrin. On a charge, gets through on the 25, which is Lindsay Kearns at the wheel of that one.
And there's Tony Levitt right in behind the Mustang as well. So a good A2 fight going on at the moment. They're second and third. It's the HSV Club Sport of Callahan leads Class A2. And those boys were praying that rain was going to get heavier, but I don't think they had any luck in that.
Well, at the moment, they're doing a good job driving away from these two as they're sort of holding each other up a bit here. And he's also got a Shannon car lodged between them at the moment. You get the feeling that won't be there for a particularly long time. Grant Shannon is on the move.
Wants to beat his brother and try and reel back some points after the disappointment of having that blowout in the earlier race today.
And, well, the blow through the windscreen, that was amazing. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No.
The only other thing that I remember like that was the wheel coming at Lowndes, heading up to the cutting at Bathurst.
I've seen a couple of Toyotas this year go through some polystyrene advertising and end up with smashed windscreens, probably from the star pickets that hold them in the ground, I'd reckon.
Yes, yeah. So, well, that I've never seen a Conrod bearing cap go through someone's windscreen like that, and I think poor old Ian hadn't either. He was as surprised and shocked. When I went down to see them after the race, he said, "Did you see that?" And I said, "Gary and I actually saw the shrapnel coming out of the back of the car, but we didn't. I thought it went either under your car or off to the side of the track." And sure enough, we had the camera there to film the handing back to the original owner. I don't think they're going to be able to fettle it back into any use.
Yeah, I don't think it fits on the rest of the Conrod with any sort of luck or security.
I think they're still trying to find a little couple of bits at the rear end of the block. So they weren't going to be going to Bathurst for the last round anyway, but real shame. You don't want to be putting the car in the truck to go back all the way back to Sydney with the engine blown apart.
How good a dice is this going on with Kearns just getting ahead of Callaghan down the straight, Mustang having a little bit more in a straight line. Well, so does the Mercedes by the look of it as well.
Nathan having none of that. Yes. Or is he? Or is he 3 V8s? All different formats of V8s actually, those three out there. Push rods and overhead quad cams and twin cams between them.
What is it? 5.4 litre, 6.3 litre, and 6.2 litre.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So everyone having their own iteration on it, and they're pretty close together at the moment. This car seems to be the better package here at the Bend, and it has been historically as well since they brought it here back in 2019, I think it was, or didn't get here in 2020, that's for sure.
Well,
but
it even had eventually the legs on the HSV GTS.
It did, yes.
The supercharged version of the car that Lillis and Callaghan are driving this weekend. So
then the DWE car, wasn't it? The
Dwayne West.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, it certainly did. But now they've just really shaken. In fact, Nathan Callahan's going backwards at the moment. He's not even in their rear vision mirrors anymore. Rowell is in the number 3 Mustang.
No, he's got a 5-second penalty.
5-second penalty, sorry. So another one. That's a shame. Pacini, Callaghan gone down another spot. So yeah, there's an issue with the 64. That's a shame. This was a battle in 3 for A2. It's now a battle in 2.
He's
16's going well this weekend. Decade of developing that car, and they've got it well and truly underway. Anthony Tony Levitt and Luke King driving the car. Luke drove the car very, very well to the podium spot in the last race. Up the straight they come, crest that little hump in the straight here, which is a feature of Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And the Mercedes, you'd like to say, it's got a flat, left front flat tyre.
Look at this dice going on. Car 3 got a 5-second penalty for causing a collision.
Not sure that we caught that, Gaz, did we?
No, we
didn't. Somewhere else on the track at the time, but the 25 and the 16 really turning it on here. This is for 7th and 8th on the road. Lindsay Kearns and Tony Levitt.
And it's for top spot in A2 as well.
It is. It is. At the moment, we have got in Grant Shannon has now got Ian Shannon, so he has charged hard. The 27 gone through on the 72, and we've got the brothers that are going to duke it out for about the next 45 minutes with a installed pit stop somewhere.
They actually came together at the second QR long distance race where one of them ran into the other one, and I'm not sure which version you have to believe. whose fault it was, but they were all right afterwards. It was just, well, what's on the track stays on the track.
Cam Duncan in the lane.
Got Courtney Prince down here. Courtney, I've had interviews with you here in Formula Ford. We've just had them on track. You've been racing in Porsches. Now we've got your production cars as well. How's your weekend unfolding?
Yeah, so far so good. Co-driving with Carly Bacchini. So I did the 6 hour with these guys, and this is my first round co-driving with them.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. How are you enjoying it? And I know you love coming back to Tailem Bend every time you get a chance to drive this circuit.
Yeah, I absolutely love this track. It's a different car, obviously, to the Porsche, no aero or that, but I really enjoy it, and it is a B1 car, so it's not the fastest car here, but we're still beating some Mustangs and that, and it's just lots of fun to get out there and just enjoy driving. It's a different type of driving.
We're starting to look ahead to the season 2024. Have you got your program taking shape? Where are we going to see you next season?
Yeah, for sure. I've got a multi-year deal with Porsche Carrera Cup and BWT, so yeah, back in Carrera Cup next year.
All right, good luck. Have a good race.
Thank you.
And just behind that, we've seen Callahan in the pits get that tyre changed.
Those guys will be investigating that. We saw that with Ray Hislop. I caught up with Ray in between races in the Mustang, and he sort of half put his hand up and said, "Oh, I had a spin, had a bit of a pinch up of that wheel, and then that tyre, and then we got the blister." And he sort of put his hand up and said, "Yeah, we do need to work a bit harder on these tyres, because you are going to have moments like that, and you really don't want to tear a tyre up." But you had a big chunk, like the size of your hand, ripped out of the tyre.
Well, I'm wondering whether Raoul's penalty is for contact with Callahan.
Yeah, okay. They were around the same part of the track, weren't they? Yeah.
So we'll maybe investigate that further.
Well, you've got to colour that picture in, Gaz, because there's Callahan in A2 and there's the Nathan Callahan.
Well, I'm talking Nathan Callahan, but right at the moment we're looking at Brian Callahan.
Yes.
Son of the legendary and late Brian Callahan. His dad raced Speedway and did a lot of Group C and then some Group A racing. And here we're seeing a good little dice going on here between the two Bassini BMWs.
Yeah, this is Carly Bassini. This is the car that we'll see Courtney Prince in the second half of this race. Good get there by Cameron in the pits to get a report from Courtney, a very talented racing driver. Again, she started out in Formula Ford a number of seasons ago and has been fairly clever in stringing together some good deals. That BWT deal with Porsche is a ripping deal.
Has been mentored by one of our previous podcast guests in Darren Hossack.
Has been, yes, certainly. Darren was well and truly there. You can catch up with his story in the Grassroots Racing podcast on the Speed Cafe podcast list. Check it all out. Plenty of names you'll know and some names you don't know, and that's the good thing about the Grassroots Racing podcast.
A good scrap between these two cars from the same garage. The lead car being the 135i and the other car the 130i. Two different classes, of course. So they can and then we just both had them run off the road. And that's allowed the second of the cars, the Class C car, to get through into ahead of the Class B1 car. So that race continues. In the meantime, Shane Smoller leads the race by 2 seconds over Carl Bed. John Bowers another 1.6 seconds away in third spot, and Mark Griffith in fourth spot. He's about 7.4 seconds further back. Grant Sherrin leads Lindsay Kearns and Tony Levitt. So we've lost Ian Sherrin. He's back in 15th position. So I don't know what's happened there. We've missed that, but there's certainly been a drama. We've just heard that Ian Sherrin's in the pits. So I wonder if he's had a tyre problem as well. He had 2 yesterday in one race. So quite possibly he's had further dramas.
Gee, that's not playing out well, is it, at all? They were actually starting to investigate batch numbers and things like that with those tyres, because the M4s have been doing such a good job with tyres up until now. Back to the lane with Cameron.
stories, guys, is the Class D Championship that's been taken out by Liam, boys. I've got his father, Martin, here with me. Martin, father and son crew going around the country, other teams helping you out with pit stops. You get the D Class Championship. You must be a very, very happy dad.
Yes, I am, mate. I'm so ecstatic. My boy, he can drive the wheels off anything. We said to him this year, we'll give you a crack at the APC. We'll support you 100%, and so will all the sponsors. And he's proven it. Apart from a couple of mechanical failures.
Can you give us an insight on just how hard it is sometimes? As I've heard from the crew around here, they're really impressed with the effort and how much you guys put into it. How tough has it been at times? I mean, it's almost big boring, stealing some pit crew here and there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it has been tough. Our first round, the first time he was at the mountain, after practice 2, he stuck it in the wall out of the chase. So we had to borrow off Murray's Dowsett's 6-hour crew, basically the right-hand side, which was, they didn't hesitate. They said yes. Everybody else out helps around. Everybody, it's just like a small family because everybody relies on other people's help and input. You know, it's not just a single team or a single person. And it's the same, everybody's, up and down pit lane is, g'day, how you going? And yeah, it's quite...
Well, it must, with all of that that's gone on, it must taste very sweet to get the class win for the season.
Yeah, it does. He wraps up the sprint championship, the enduro championship, and the overall championship when he finishes today. And I did a bit of Google research, and the Toyota Gazzoos, I think their times are 18.6, and he knocks out a 14 flat. So, and a standard Toyota 86. So that shows you that Toyota just produced a great race car.
Well, there you go, guys. A very proud dad down here, and we've got a rapid driver out there. And as he said, when he wraps it up today, he's the class championship champion for Class D.
Interesting little slip up there. They make a really good rally car, Toyota.
Yeah.
They're actually leading the rally just over a couple of kilometres here.
I think they're running on first and second, aren't they?
So they're doing well here in Class D and winning the Australian Rally Championship not too far away from here.
So if he gets off-road, he'll be all right. Is that what you're saying?
We don't, obviously hasn't been going off-road too much. We've just seen one in front there, the 71, and that is Paul Bettini in the BMW, and Control-Alt-Delete. Away we go again.
We used to see that quite a bit with BMWs once upon a time.
It wasn't just BMWs, it was Mustangs, and it was all sorts
more
of things.
BMWs than anything else.
They've got all those all these features of the new cars that have got alarms for this and alarms for that. And
so Ian Shannon is back running again, we're assuming. It didn't show up on our timing that he'd gone to the pits.
It didn't. No, it did not light up. In the timing screen, it highlights the cars that are in the pits. This is the 97 car that we've been talking to Liam's dad, and very, very proud. I got the feeling that if Cam was going to ask him another question, there might have been a little tear start to come out of the eye there. The voice started to break up a little bit. Proud dad.
Very emotional. Here's Michael Stillwell and Ray Hislop. Well, it'll be Michael Stillwell at the wheel at the moment. This is very much a learning round for the, let's say, the veteran Michael Stillwell, and getting some good driver advice and setup details from Ray Hislop, a multiple improved production nationals winner, as well as venturing into other categories as well.
Certainly going to make his presence felt, I would suggest, in sports sedans in the not too distant future as well.
Well, from what we've seen of that thing, it'll be something to see.
So this is, as we touched on, Michael Stillwell, son of Bib Stillwell, who was raced in the Tasman series and raced all around the world in the Brabham. Did lots of good things. He's a driver change being affected here. Now this is, I guess it's a controlled rush because it's a minute. They've got plenty of time to get in and out. Yeah. There's a driver support there as well, getting things done and helping Ricky Capo get into this car here. Now, what has Shane Smollen handed over here? Most of these cars in the monochrome invited field, so we just watched Liam Moyes come out in the 97D. Most of them put new tyres on this morning and were thinking they were going to get through both races.
They probably best, I would say, that they would stay with what they got. Maybe just bleed them a little bit when they bring them in, just check the pressures, and as we can see, Mick Rowell, I think, in the background coming in. He'll hand over to Cameron McLeod, and we did see Carl Begg in there as well. So John Bauer now leads the race from Mark Griffith and Tony Levitt in third spot. Keep an eye on this. This is a potential winner in Class A2, I think.
John Bow will eventually come in and hand over to Lawrence there as well.
Look how close these two came out together. So we've got Ricky Capo up against Paul Morris for what's left of this race, around 35 minutes. It should be very interesting whether the dude can do something about taking down a superior paced Porsche at this stage.
With an absolute young gun at the wheel. There is no doubt about that. Ricky Capo can drive a car. Paul Morris certainly he can point to the scoreboard, can't he, and say, look, I got the trifecta at Mount Panorama. And a absolute worthy history in racing. And I touched on it earlier on the weekend that Paul Morris is also sprinkles stardust over drivers these days, doesn't he? Go and spend a couple of days with Paul up at
come out a new man.
Yeah, you come out a richer race driver for the experience.
Many of our leading V8 or supercar competitors have been to Norwell to refine their skills. And this is Capo in the number 56. This car's been very dominant throughout the year. It's only been beaten 3 times, and one of those was through a penalty for starting out of position.
Gaz, the Shannons are line astern with each other again, 8th and 9th on the road.
That's because one of them's pitted, I'd imagine. I'd say that Grant Sherrin's pitted.
Yeah.
And come back out.
Griffo's in, as is Tony Levitt as well in the AMG. He'll be swapping over to Luke King. So there will be a driver change of the car that came into the pits, car number 16 in position number 3.
Interesting how we've always seen this with the Shannons, whether it be back in the 135i days that they had the reverse paint schemes between the two cars.
They did. Oh, great little cars. Nothing quite like an M4, but those cars were awesome. Tough looking cars.
You imagine the chatter between these two over the radio.
Imagine Christmas Day at the Shannons place in Brisbane.
Let's run the old tapes out.
Yes. Luke King now on board. Was rapid. Got it on the podium in the last race. Let's see what he can do in the Sensium C63. Yeah, hear that rumble out. That's not your average Mercedes, is it?
Now Ian Sherrin's back in the pits. This must be for his mandatory stop. The first stop was obviously, no, this one's for a tyre by the look of it.
They've got to pull the 2 wheels off and put them back on again, don't they? There it is.
Of course, yeah.
Mandatory pit stop now. There's the Luke King car, 16.82, comes back out on the track in position number 9 in A2 class, and he's third on the road.
He's going a bit slow, isn't he?
He's going very slow indeed. He's looking down at the transmission area as well. So Michael Stillwell and Lindsay Kearns, both in Mustangs, are leading the A2 class, but have not pitted. Hang on, Lindsay Kearns has pitted. Oh no, this is not looking good.
This could, if he doesn't make it all the way around, we could have a safety car. And it's looking more likely every minute.
Geez, he just idled away from the pits
he
too.
He
Wasn't
seemed
in
to
any
be, as
hurry.
you said, he seemed to be looking down at something below him, or maybe he might get it back. That's a shame because they were looking pretty strong there.
And Luke drove it so well in the last race. Put it on the podium in the A2 car. It was the first one home. And this is very, very quiet. Normally this car, you know its presence, you can hear it. And the Power Talk Levitt Motorsports Sensium Fleet Telematics car is just cruising. Bobbling around there.
Now it's starting to pick up a bit of pace. So,
or is it just running downhill into turn 6? Swings it round down there.
Well, I hope there's no uphills.
Comes Stillwell into the pit lane, and Nathan Callahan continues on in the number 64. CPS window is open, has been for a few laps now.
And not far behind Lindsay Kearns either, so they've come out about the same again as where they started.
Half race mark just ticking over.
So our only non-pitter at this stage has been John Bauer, so I suggest that he's probably staying out a bit longer to give Jacob Lawrence a good run home, maybe hold on to the lead. It's Ray Hyslop going around to jump in place of Michael Stillwell.
Doesn't leave too much to the imagination with the colour blue on his helmet, which brand he likes, does he?
No, he's very staunch.
Very staunch. Raced one Holden once and actually did the Bathurst 1000 with it.
He did some race in the Daytona in the 12 hour.
Yeah, that was with Ben Schutz and I think
Jamie Augustine.
Yeah, Jamie Augustine or Dean Lilly maybe. Not sure who the third driver was in that effort, but it's a good-looking car. The Stillwell family racing team always put together very, very good car.
And there's another very passionate Ford person.
Yeah, absolutely. They've built an empire off the back of the Ford dealerships, that's for sure. And there is Luke King still limping his way back. Gee, it's a long, long way around 4.95 kilometres when you're limping, isn't it?
Wouldn't like to be running it, would you, Daz?
No, that's right. I could do it with ease, Gaz, but I wouldn't like to.
With ease?
With ease.
As long as you've got a day to do it.
By ease, I mean quick ease. Ease the pain. Here's a good graphic at the bottom of the screen just explaining our classes.
John Bauer in the pits, the last of the pitters now in the lane. We'll be handing over to Jacob Lawrence to finish this race off. Had a second yesterday, a win yesterday, and a third today. So where will they end up in this one? Well, we'll just see how well John Bauer has done his stint, where that will put him. Of course, they had a spin this morning too.
Luke King's up and going again. Car just came honking out of the final corner.
Maybe he took the handbrake off.
No, I'm pretty sure Luke would have done that systems check and gone on to that.
Hey, I know some Toyota 86 people that didn't remember to take the handbrake off.
No, there he is. Look at full speed again. 16.82, running nicely indeed. It's put them a fair bit further down the order. In fact, 15th on the road now. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6th in A2. And Luke, I guarantee you, Gaz, he's going to absolutely wring the neck of this thing over the next 27 and a half minutes.
How good does it sound too?
Does sound good. Does indeed.
When this car first appeared at the Bathurst 12 hour, it was just phenomenal how fast it was in a straight line. In the 6 hour, I should say. But yeah, it just blasted it past lots of things. Because it wasn't that fast through the corners, but that didn't matter.
Ricky Capo now has done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:59.29 on lap 12, so the last lap around. That's our race leader in the Porsche Cayman 718.
So we're assuming that JB's handed over to Jacob Lawrence, although it hasn't updated on our screen. Not on the official timing. And he trails by 9.2 seconds. Morris has dropped away a bit. He's actually 13 seconds off the leader and a bit. Griffith in fourth place, just 3 seconds adrift. Then we've got Grant Sharon leading the production cars in the Class X BMW. Lindsay Kearns is second in the A2 Mustang. Brian Callahan's up to third in A2. That's been a pretty good effort to be where he is. And the scene Sharon. Ray Hyslop, Paul Buccini, Liam Morse. No, beg your pardon, it was Cameron McLeod, I should have said earlier, in Mick Rowell's number 3. So it's Hyslop in 12th, Nathan Callahan in 13th. So he's dropped a fair way back there, because they had that stop for the puncher early in the race. Courtney Prince, Luke King, and Randall rounds out our 16. So we lost a few over the course of the 2 days.
These guys are just not in the same. They're not actually in contention with each other. Lindsay Kearns is actually 6th on the road, and Nathan Callahan is 13th
and a lap down.
So That's a shame because this is ordinarily how the world would be playing out for the result.
Because these cars can't be driven like supercars. They can't be driven flat out. They can't be driven flat out either. But
In a qualifying lap, yes, they can, but you can't bounce them hard off curbs because they do run factory control arms and they do run, not full race spec tyre.
This is a race for position. McLeod up against Callahan. That's Brian Callahan, and he will maybe take that spot. No, he hasn't. Wow. Would have thought the Mustang would have been a bit quicker going up the hill there.
Gee, that number 3 car has got some
different exhaust or
different note coming out of it, hasn't
Yep.
it? Yeah, really, absolutely big thumping pitch coming from it.
More like a scream.
It is.
No, and they've got to watch out what's coming up behind them too, because Capo will be filling their mirrors very shortly.
Indeed he will.
And he's just racing away with this at this stage.
Bang, down under brakes there. The Mustang is mighty, that number 3. Pushes Callahan out of it, and Ricky Capo is right there with them. Ricky won't muck around here. He will carve them up as fast as he possibly can.
I think Brian seen him and got out of the way.
He certainly has, and that has given the number 3 a good clear run at it. He gets out of the way as well as Ricky Capo in the number 56 Central Element. Prestige Connex Porsche. Be good to see if Ricky can get himself a regular co-drive with Shane Smollen. It's well worth having him on board. Brings a wealth of experience and knowledge with such a young man.
Well, Shane's had a few co-drivers this year.
He has. That's what you do. You keep them out of contention for the title and promise them the world. I'm not saying that that's what Shane Smollen does, but
he's had Justin Rougeau in with him, and Justin had this weekend working with he's working with on the number 40, the GT4 McLaren.
There is the car that is currently in 3rd on the road.
With the car behind it currently 4th on the road.
On the road. So there is
and the car in front of them currently 2nd. So we've got a good scrap going on here.
Yeah, the monochrome invited race is live on screen for us as we look at that now. This is for position. In fact, this is for podium here at the moment.
Invited and outright.
Correct.
And I think Griffith wants to go on with this. I think he wants to get there and he wants to have a go at Morris if he can.
Yep, there he goes. Looks to the inside at turn 6. Your classic Shell V-Power Motorsport Park manoeuvre. And gets it done very, very nicely indeed. And I'm going to say great driving there by Lawrence, because he opened the corner up and said, look, I haven't got the pace. I'll sit behind you, and if I do get the pace, I'll be in ready position to pounce.
And I don't want you in my door.
That's right. Griffith's not a guy that you end up getting doored by. Familiar silhouette in the world of GT racing these days, isn't it? That AMG GT shape.
Especially with that branding on it. Mercedes. Very much a German manufactured dominated race, this one at the moment. We've got a Porsche, apart from the McLaren, but then we've got the Mercedes, and we've got a BMW, we've got another BMW, and then of course we go to the Mustang. So it's pretty well dominated by...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the McLaren has a BMW engine in it, doesn't it?
Oh. I've got an Audi, it's got Brazilian parts in it, so I don't know how that works.
There you go. Got a Ford Ute that's from Thailand, who knew? Crazy. Mixed up world. Everything we knew in the 70s and 80s, Gaz, it's all changed.
Yeah. All Aussie back then.
So let's recap here with 20 minutes left to go. Ricky Capo leads the way in the 718 Prestige Connect Porsche to Paul Morris in the monochrome GT4 Australia McLaren. And we've got Mark Griffith in the AMG on screen now, the Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry. Lawrence in the number 32 Randall Industries outfit. Doing a good job learning his way here, getting one of the best in the game to coach him into a good position. And it is, why wouldn't you? Every other sport has a coach. Why wouldn't motorsport have coaches on board to help you to get the job done? Jacob Lawrence, new to outright contention in motorsport, and John Bowe gladly jumping on board. And from all reports, Bowie's loving driving this car.
He is. He's very much enjoying it. Hopefully we might see him in a full-time gig next year.
Interestingly enough, Bowie has an extreme passion for Porsches as well. That's his greatest love in road cars, but he's certainly enjoying the technology that's on board the Australian production car in this BMW. Well, this is ordinarily a good battle.
Well, any other race, this is for position, but
yes.
Not in this one.
Yeah, and sadly it's not. It's, the 25 car is currently 6th on the road and 2nd in the Mobile One Australian production car championship. And the car we're looking at there now, the 64, is currently 13th and 5th in A2 class. So a car that is not normally 5th in A2 class. Let me give you the tip. That HSV is, those guys proudly push that thing very, very hard. And all in the meantime, each and every class is represented throughout the day. There's that graphic again at the bottom of the screen. You can see on the tower, on the right-hand side of your screen, the white background with the red writing indicates the monochrome invited cars here this weekend. The red with the white writing is the Ultimate Performance X class. We're talking BMW M4s. Essentially here this weekend. A1 Extreme Performance Forced Induction cars, and that's what we're seeing with Paul Puccini, currently sitting down there in 10th
Unfortunately,
place.
the only one left.
Yeah, Chris Sutton in the Evo 10, which left the back part of the motor on the main straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. Maybe he should have been using some Shell V-Power in there
it
as
might
well.
have been.
No, well, that's not besmirch the sponsor. So coming through there is Lawrence, of course, in the invited car. A2, the yellow and black outfit. Extreme Performance outfit there. So we're seeing A2. It's probably the most popular class here this weekend, being led by
definitely.
Lindsay Kearns, Rao, and getting a good job done there in Extreme Performance. And B1 is High Performance Forced Induction. And a B1 is underrepresented here now. Courtney Prince is the one on screen we're looking at, and that is the Toyota 86.
The B-class cars are effectively the older version of what's in the A-classes, isn't it?
A lot of the time, yes, it is, yeah. Then the green with the black, the C-class, which we don't have anyone here. Actually, no, we do. Gunther is in there and is running away with the class, leaving our great mate Jake Camilleri behind. Jake not here this weekend. Was explained to us it was just a bridge a bit too far, wasn't it?
Yep, with the amount of motor racing and whatever happening. I'm pretty sure he's going to be at Bathurst, though.
I would suggest possibly so. Red with the white colour there is Class D. And we've got Liam Moyse, who has sealed that championship. Great to hear from his father. And the father-son type of motorsport, alive and well, isn't it? Right across the ranks of Australian, world motorsport.
Well, we see it in just about every grassroots category going around, don't we?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed we do. Great graphic there by going out on 7 Plus, produced there by the Blendline TV crew, explaining all of that. Makes it easier when you look at the timing table there to recognise who's who in the zoo.
Indeed it does. So I think the question at the moment is, can Ian Sheeran get past Lindsay Kearns to finish second in production cars this weekend, or this race, not for the weekend obviously, and what can happen in A2 over the ensuing 15 odd minutes.
This is our leader in A1, in fact the only A1 continuing on here this weekend in the Mobile One Australian production cars. Paul Puccini and Justin Anthony in the M140i Team Bacchini Racing. This car's got selected from the tyre bank, the Yokohamas to run with. And it's pretty much everyone, unless you're in X class, that's gone for the Yokohamas now, Gaz.
Seems to be that way. I know the Shannons started out on Dunlops at the beginning of the year, but then have switched. So,
well, with after this weekend, they might be looking at the Yokohamas to see if they can get some a decent run out of it.
Well, there could be any sorts of possibilities. So you run over something on the track or whatever. But this is an interesting car because this model won the Bathurst 6 Hour a couple of years ago.
Isn't this what? This model was what Paul Morris won the 6 Hour?
No, it was a 135, M135i. This is the M140i.
Yes, it is the bigger engine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
similar looking car though.
Under 15 minutes remain before we dispatch this series to the big mountain, to Mount Panorama, the home of none other than Gary O'Brien, my co-commentator here, born and bred. You'll be looking forward to seeing the production cars up there at the Bathurst International.
Certainly looking forward to seeing all the categories up there. Having been there last weekend.
three trips home this year.
Yeah. There's Brian Callahan in the probably one of the oldest cars in Ford. I'm surprised it isn't V2, but it is what it is. It's in A2. It's a HSV Club Sport, one of the earlier ones. And it's done a lot of races. Does a lot of New South Wales production car racing as well. Brian actually stepped out of racing for about 4 years, and then got a bit of a surprise when he came back about the pace and everything that's going on in the sport.
Third in class in A2 at the moment. It's being led by Lindsay Kearns in the Tyre Power Burley Heads Mustang, and Rowell in the number 3, the real loud Mustang with the big yellow number 3 on the side.
McLeod in that car at the moment, I would suggest. It just hasn't updated.
Got some great balance in this car. It's really transferring under hard acceleration, the weight to the back of the car there, and you really tell when this is under acceleration. The front car lifts up.
We just both noticed that it's just under hand signals to prove it.
It's very obvious, isn't it? It's very much that Holden Commodore of the era where all of that power in the front of the car would lift
You can always remember that when Brock went back to racing VNs and they went to Bathurst when he was with the mobile team, that coming out of Forest Elbow, that car would lift the front wheels off the ground. And the Skylines were doing it as well.
Yeah.
So the weight transfer, there was run a fairly soft rear end, and when you accelerate it hard, it just bit in and the front wheels come off the ground. Not like a dragster or anything, but probably 5 or 10 centimetres off the ground. So he continues on in position 9, and actually doesn't have much in the way of anyone around him at this point. He's about 3 seconds off McLeod and Rowell in the Mustang. There they are. So that's not a big gap there, and then you can see, actually, I think he might be catching it. He's just done a 10, so I suggest maybe no, he did a 11, and the Mustang did a 12, so there is about a second difference on that last lap. He's closing that one down. Certainly a different sounding Mustang, that one. And
they are appreciating what they've got, aren't they? They're going, if we're going to do this, we're going to make a good note out of this.
Yeah.
And that's not what the colour smoke you want to see out of the back of your Mustang, that's for sure. That had a blue tinge to it.
Yeah, it was quite funny. The crew, talking to the crew after the first race, and they asked, I said that was a fairly interesting start. And they said, yeah, but you said to him, Mick, what do you think you were doing? How many starts have you made? That smoke's getting worse out of that car too. That's definitely got a big problem now, and if they don't pull it in, they'll probably be forced to.
Yeah, they'll be grabbing the attention of the officials, that is for sure, with that particular smoke coming out of the back of that car. That's a shame because it's only got another 10 minutes to get through, and at the moment it's got a +5 for an infringement next to it in A2, and the gap is... It's only 1.99 back to...
It's visual, isn't it?
Yeah, Callahan. So he's
There
just
he
in the
goes
back
now.
shot there, so he will lose a spot even if he finishes. But that will finish him in third place in A2. And at the moment...
Is that coming out exhaust?
Oh, Callahan goes off.
Maybe. Got a
The
bit
smoke
too greedy.
screen sent him off.
Well, there might be oil. They might be putting a bit of oil down as well.
It's coming in.
Yep.
He's come to the lane. So, done the compulsory stop. So, yeah, this would be to check out whatever is going on untoward in that outfit. Sadly, on for a good finish there, but it sees the Holden elevated up a spot and will be this will be second in A2.
That would be a just reward for Brian. They've
had a tough weekend, haven't they? It would be. And, well, that's what keeps people coming back, doesn't it? You have a tough 3 days leading up to the last race and you come home on a podium and you're like, oh, I'm ready for the next one.
Yeah, they've garaged number 3, so unfortunately its day is done.
Here's Jacob Lawrence at the wheel of that BMW. They are currently sitting 4th in the monochrome invited category.
11 seconds between first and second at this stage. Another 9.5 seconds back to Griffith. And, of course, Lawrence we're looking at is, well, a long way for a minute 12 behind. So we must have dropped it off the road or something at some point. They weren't that far behind earlier. It's all part of the learning curve, I guess.
Really like this car. They've done a very smart looking livery on it. And at the moment, Liam Hill doing a lot of the work on this car, a guy that has built some amazing sports sedans. I think Shane Woodman's BMW, and that's the guy that we're dealing with here, is fettling this car for Jacob Lawrence and John Bowen. I know John's very pleased to be working with that young man. He lauds him. He gives him a very big rap as an engineer. And one day, Liam Hill will bring out his Hyundai Excel sports
I've
sedan.
heard about this for so many years.
One day. Well, I'm saying it publicly now. He's a great bloke and a very, very talented engineer.
Compulsory pit window is now closed. And we've only got 7.5 minutes of this race to go. So an indication of just how fast this race is. Normally the A2 car would not have been lapped, but because we've had no safety cars, it's just been flat out racing since the get-go.
And you'd have to say, Gary, a couple of very talented drivers at the wheel of this Porsche. Shane Smolin has won a 12-hour.
Yep.
He did it with another guy called Shane, who seems to be pretty good at what he does. Yeah, I refer to Van Gisbergen. And although the Bathurst 1000 last weekend wasn't particularly eventful, gee, it was a stamp of authority on it, wasn't it?
It was, and in some ways it took the race back to almost production cars. You had to nurse them home because they had problems.
Well, the other thing was, I think it was more than 50 laps with green flag all the way to the end, whereas in the last 10 years we've had a safety car sort of within 20 laps of home. So that winning margin was testament to green flag running.
There is Ricky Capo going through, and there's Paul Morris.
Beautiful looking car here, the Speed Sales GT4 Australia outfit. Monochrome proudly emblazoned off the side and across the front of it. Carl Begg, I guess, still learning his way, and Paul Morris is certainly helping him on that journey.
He made some dynamite starts this weekend, particularly yesterday. Coming from this morning, coming from the back, getting up to P2 in the end. But this has been a great performance from Shane Smolin and Ricky Capo, because long history. I think Shane, we first came across Shane, he was racing saloon cars. And then got into, decided that they weren't quick enough, went to Porsches.
And of course the BMW as well, which they won the 6 hour.
Yeah, that was a step back into production cars. A step into production cars, let's say. Let's not go back.
Step into production cars. The other interesting one when I look at this car is...
And don't forget Rob Ruris was in that car as well.
Yeah. The other interesting thing when I look at this shaped car is for how long Bob Pearson said that he was going to bring one of these type of Porsches into production cars. Was a Cayman.
As a Class X.
Yeah,
it would have been a Class X car.
Yeah, and Bob is hugely successful on the scope of production cars and motorsport generally. Really did absolutely a fantastic job in the Evo 10 era.
Luke King's got himself back up to 11th place, and he's only a lap off the lead. It's been a pretty good effort considering they had some dramas there for a lap or so after he took over.
Down to turn 1 here. Gee, the McLaren just about scrapes its nose on the ground and streams on by Luke King. He's grabbed this one by the absolute scruff again and is pushing hard with it.
There's a good little dice going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. A ripping dice here for these two. The Mustang down the inside. Luke King looks in there, and it's a couple of big, heavy production cars. Luke King, the threshold of braking, masters it, cranks it sideways, gasses it up, just about relinquishing the position he just made, but gets on through there. And really, this is about unlapping himself at that point in time, because Luke is in A2 and in position 11. And Lindsay Kearns is in A2 and in position 1 for the category.
So Luke King's now 4th in A2.
And back on the lead lap.
Oh, on the same lap
Same lap as the leader.
As the production car leader,
Yes.
not the race leader.
Yeah, sorry.
That's where it can get confusing.
The mobile one,
you can
production cars,
you can actually be classified a lap behind if the leader of the race gets in between you.
Correct.
Even though you both would theoretically have finished on the same lap.
3 minutes left in the journey here for this round. The final round will go to Mount Panorama to decide this year's champion. Some great fields that we've seen as part of the Mobile One Australian Production Car Championship this year. The 37 going right over onto the... Oh, that's not good.
Ian
the
Sharon.
72 out of position 7 in this race.
That's
Is that another left? That's a right front.
Yeah, but it looks like there's more to it than that. I've probably taken out some of the... there's more to this.
Sporting the Band-Aid on the window too, where that Conrod bearing went through. Yeah.
So this will move Brian Callahan up to 2nd position in A2. It moves...
Oh, no, that's the rear.
Yeah, it's broken the rear.
It's a rear. That has got some very interesting...
camber.
And caster, actually. It's got a whole lot of caster. It's like a shopping trolley. It's got that much caster. Oh, no. That's a shame.
That's capped off a pretty disastrous day when you look at it.
Yeah, it's not good. Now, just noticing in A2 class, Michael Stillwell has jumped up. Here we go. This is... he's gone round. Is that a result of a component failure that's put him around, or is he...
hit the wall? We
don't know, but it's... Yeah, it's all wobbly there, isn't it? It's putting out of the top of the guard. What a shame for the 72 of Ian Sharon. Torrid weekend. Someone's firing bullets through your front windscreen, and then the next thing you know, a component failure and you're spinning off the track. And there's damage on that front right-hand corner as well.
I think he may have hit that wall.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. What a shame. He's trying very, very hard to get it back. The race fuel sticker just above his name there.
Well, we've got a minute 16 plus a lap. So it's not just a matter of getting through that last minute plus, but you've got to go another lap. And you might be better off just pulling up on the straight somewhere.
Yeah, or just idling back around for the next minute or so.
Yeah. If that wheel stays on there. It's got a pair toe in now, hasn't it?
What a horrible weekend for him. At the moment, brother Grant is doing a tremendous job. Car number 27 leading Class X and 5th on the road. First of the Mobile One Australian production cars on the road. In behind the monochrome invited field. And have a listen to that AMG. Luke King just enjoying that feeling.
It just drowns out the AMG Mercedes, doesn't it?
And chases it down too. Have a look at this. Absolutely, Luke King getting very closely drawn in on the back of Mark Griffith.
You might recall that Paul Morris said earlier that he said these cars can be quicker than ours in a straight line, and that's just been proven.
Yeah.
But they just can't match them in the rest of the
Griffo goes wide. Luke King fills the gap.
This is the second last lap, by the way.
And goes through. So Luke King, it won't be for a spot in the race because he's a couple of laps behind the monochrome invited field.
No, but it's all good fun.
It's good fun there. And Griffo will be loving that. Griffo's probably watched that in the rear vision mirror and just gone, that's hilarious. And wobbled off a little bit there, but have a look who's ranging up behind. Jacob Lawrence driving a really, really mature drive for a guy that doesn't have a wealth of experience. I guess he's got a wealth of experience in his ears, though, hasn't he? John Bauer just...
Well, I think he's picked up a wealth of experience in this race.
Yeah, well, that's probably true, too. And that's what's just gone back again towards Mark Griffith. Oh, and there's...
Still trying to get the BMW back.
Still trundling back.
Well, this would be the penultimate lap for Capo.
Yep.
He'll come past that one lap. And if I was Ian Sherrin, I'd be just trickling around to make sure I just get it to the finish.
Yep. Got to get it to the finish.
Currently 14th.
Drag in what you can and limit a steaming pile just past the finish line there on the grass.
Get out and walk over the crew. Say, well, you grab this.
Yeah, yes. So, here we go. Ricky Capo in the 56 Central Element outfit. A guy there's absolutely no question about his skill and ability and sensitivity and performance at the wheel. Great young steerer. Being rewarded in the DTM or the German touring cars, driving a car pretty much like this one. And doing a ripping job. Young man whose father's business is famous in motorsport, Modena Engineering, with their gearboxes and gear cutting business out of Carrum Downs in Melbourne. And Ricky doing a tremendous job here and rewarding Shane Smollin's, I guess, trust for this weekend. 16.21. In fact, he's just grabbed another second out of Paul Morris on this lap. So Morris in the McLaren, Griffo in the AMG, and Jacob Lawrence in the BMW.
Look at the gap between Griffith and Lawrence. Less than a second. So it's going to come right down to the wire for position 3 in this race. And a podium spot in invited. As the Capo comes up over the hill into the final few corners of the 4th 1-hour race this weekend, so no restrictions on lap track time here, is there?
Absolutely.
For invited and production cars.
Yeah, they've got some great value out of this weekend, that is for sure. No doubt about it.
And
there's the Sherrin car, and there's the victory for the Porsche being driven by Ricky Capo, and on that last lap, emphatic time there, did the fastest lap of the race.
Which will be a lap record for them.
It will be, yeah, 156.66. Here's a battle. The monochrome invited cars are turning it on all the way to the end. Jacob Lawrence looking at the inside of Mark Griffiths in the penultimate corner here.
So they come down to the last corner, turn 18, through they go. We'll head up towards the checkered flag, which is pretty close to that corner, so there's no chance to really get a run. And Mark Griffith holds down 3rd spot ahead of Jacob Lawrence. Nothing in that. In the background, we can see Luke King bringing the Tony Levitt Mercedes across the line. So Grant Sherrin will take out production in the Class X BMW ahead of Lindsay Kearns. Michael Stillwell and Cameron McLeod finished 3rd. That car looked to be ailing, but they've got it to the line. Luke King will be next with Tony Levitt, and it looks like Brian Callahan may have had dramas very late in this race. Hasn't crossed the line as yet. Paul Bassini is through. And in 10th spot, pretty good effort, Class D Toyota with Liam Moyes. Here comes Nathan Callahan.
Coming home strong there. Car sounded great coming to the finish.
Would have been a lot better result except for that early puncher.
You'd have to suggest that Michael Stilwell and Ray Hislop would be very happy with second in A2, 7th on the road here this afternoon.
Indeed they will.
Yep, second to the most developed, fastest of the Mustangs currently in the production car scene.
So we lost the Rao Mustang. That was the one that was smoking earlier. So there's our results.
Confirmation here of Shane Smolin and Ricky Capo in car number 56, taking the race win, race 4 for the weekend, and I would suggest the round quite emphatically there, Gaz. Carl Begg and Paul Morris, 17 seconds behind there. Carl's abilities, strengths and weaknesses being ironed out by Paul Morrison, doing a tremendous job there in car number 40. Number 19, Mark Griffith in the AMG, home in 3rd. Jacob Lawrence and John Bauer in the BMW in 4th for the monochrome invited. The Mobil 1 Australian production cars being led home by Grant Sherrin. Colby Cowan gets it home next there with Lindsay Kearns. Stilwell, King, Pacini and Prince in the 999 come home in their car in A1. Brian Callahan, Ian Sherrin, well, just got it to the line there.
No, I don't think he did. He's been classified as a DNF.
DNF, so that's a shame.
He joins the Raoul McLeod Mustang. Trevor Simons, of course, did not start. Neither did Chris Holtz or Chris Sutton. That wraps up this round of monochrome invited and Mobil 1 production cars at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Next round, of course, Bathurst International, in not too far away.
It's going to be a big hurrah at the mountain, isn't it? Lots of categories finishing their series up there.
I think there'll be a few after parties at that one.
Yeah, lots of stuff happening at Mount Panorama. Terrific weekend here to celebrate round number 3 of the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series. A big shout out to Shannons on 134646. Check out Shannons and all their products. Give them your business as we go down to Cameron in the pit lane where the winners of the race will be.
Fantastic. I'm going to grab Ricky Capo just while he talks to the team. Ricky, if you can jump through, mate, we'll get you to the front of the car. Here we are, another race, and we're chatting to you again. Congratulations. Great drive.
Thanks. Honestly, the car was on fire, so most of the race was spent just managing the gap and having a good time in the process.
Mate, in terms of the weekend, how did it? Are you just happy? Was it faultless, or were there some things we didn't see, behind the wheel that crept in throughout the weekend?
Well, it was almost faultless, besides the tyre failure in race 2. But like I said earlier, Michelin's been really supportive and helping us get on top of that. So thanks to them.
Fantastic. Congratulations. We're going to sneak through. Carl Begg, well done. Back again on the podium, mate. I saw the dude. He's raced off. He's off to the airport, which means you get all the glory yourself. Congratulations again on another podium.
Yeah, no, thanks, mate. It went really well. So, actually, we had a little off there and hurt one of the tyres. We had to do a tyre change in the pit stop, but no, it was good. It's, solid result after the little fuel miscalculation yesterday. But, great to have Paul in the car and, it's been an awesome weekend. So.
The dude did tell us about the fuel miscalculation. I'm going to stay on the tyres, though. We saw quite a few cars coming in with tyre issues. What do you put that down to? Was there a change in condition of track? What was it?
No, look, today that was me. But the production car tyre issues are, I don't know. They're different issues to what we had. We had a bad batch of some rears yesterday in practice on Friday. Michelin sorted that for us, so we're good now. So, I think we'll be good moving forward. So, looking forward to Bathurst.
Congratulations, well done. We're going to keep rolling through. Mark Griffith, come here, mate. I've heard you've done nearly 6 hours of racing this weekend. But you must be knackered.
No, mate, finely tuned athlete. A lot of these other soft people, they had to put rock stars in, mate, just by myself. It's just a way to show that in GT4, I can't afford to pay for the rock stars like they can. So you just do it by yourself. And we've done 5 hours, 40 minutes of track time. So sensational.
Now, mate, on the podium, you must be very proud of your own efforts, as well as you said, you're up against Paul Morris and you've got Ricky Capo, we've seen John Bow, and you're on the podium.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. And that is the whole idea of GT4, that old worn-out fat blokes can have half a chance.
Oh, mate, you're not that worn out. As I said, nearly 6 hours. I don't know how many people would be able to be as fresh and sprightly as you at the end of that.
Yeah, not many. I'll probably collapse on the way to the airport, but I'm good at the moment.
All right, well done, Mark Griffith. Thank you very much, mate. Congratulations. That's the podium here, the second last of our events. Stick around, because on the other side of this break, we've got Mark Cars and Invitational with the final race of the weekend.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Like Dad, I've always been a Ford man. The Falcon Squire wagon was unloved in 1964, but turns heads today. The Americans call them Woodies, but the panelling, it's just fiberglass and plastic. But it's a passion that Shannons understands, which is why my Fords are insured with Shannons. And now, so's the home.
Call Shannons on 13 46 46. Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
The biggest and toughest go head-to-head on live Friday fight nights. The One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Mark Cars, the last meal on the menu here for the 2023 Trophy Series. A big shout out, as I've said a couple of times, to Shannons on 134646 for their support right throughout this year with this Trophy Series. A very necessary level of Australian motorsport. I'm joined alongside me with Michael Stratus, and he'll be calling the Mark Cars with us, but certainly your day-to-day job is at Motorsport Australia, and the support from Shannons and Motorsport Australia, and this has been unparalleled. They've really thrown a lot of effort at making this broadcast and this series come on strong, haven't they?
Absolutely, Darren. It's the Shannons Trophy Series for 2023 has been really successful at every single event. We were at Sydney Motorsport Park in our first event, and then we went to Queensland Raceway, and then we've come back down south for Shelby Power Motorsport Park or the Bend Motorsport Park, depending on how you want to call it. But it's been a fantastic season for this series, and what a way to finish off with a fantastic category like the Mark Cars. And there is the Hyundai safety car bringing out the, I believe, the 8 cars that are listed here. And actually, well, I guess 7 cars at the moment, what we might see, because rumour has it that there has been a car that has been sold before this race, believe it or not, Darren, and that is that of Stephen Coe, which we'll get to that in a second. But right now we have a look at the starting grid. The 207 there, Daniel Studdard, who is switching roles with Max Vidot after a fantastic race from Max. John Goodacre, Cameron McLeod and Jeff Taunton sit second, third and fourth, and will be occupying the first and second rows. And then in fifth place will be Adam Hargraves, Frank Mamarel in 6th, Andrew Leithhead in 7th, and Stephen Coe in 8th, who, as I just mentioned, will not be starting this race because he sold his car. What a way to finish the season, hey, Darren?
Yeah, look, it's I guess you've got to take these offers when they present them in life, don't you? And you head out there and you go well, and then someone comes along and says, gee, I like your car a little bit more than you do. Here's a fair exchange. And away you go off into the sunset. So a good way to go, I guess.
Well, I guess the buyer saw the car in action in our previous race and decided, yep, I want to buy that car right now. And yeah, so congratulations to Stephen for selling that car, and good luck and congratulations to the owner. And I'm sure we'll see it in this category in years to come. Right now, with the final race of the successful Shannons Trophy Series event at Shelby Power Motorsport Park. There is a bit of rain apparently forecast, and Cameron...
More than a bit forecast. As I was giving those final interviews with Mark Griffith, it was starting to rain, and I was walking around. Now, it's not heavy rain out there at the moment for those of you tuned into 7+. It's that sprinkle of rain, but if you remember earlier today, the rain fell during Mark Cars.
It did.
And towards the back end of that race, it really came into the advantage of Cameron McLeod in the 77 entry. That car really came on when some of the other cars, like Jeff Taunton, who'll start out at position number 4, fell away with that water on the circuit. So it's only light rain, but it may play a part in this race.
It may very much so, and I guess all these drivers will be with slicks, right? They won't have wet tyres because they were probably in
They won't need wet tyres yet.
But what happens if it rains a lot?
If it gets heavier, well, then we're going to end up under safety car, and probably we don't have the facilities to be able to change tyres in pit lane for a category like this. So what'll happen then is the officials around the circuit will report back the conditions to race control. Race control will most likely send, if they see it quite treacherous, they'd send out the safety car and then they'd get it under control and make a decision from there. But you won't be seeing a change of tyres, no.
No, I didn't expect to see a change of tyres, but you know, who knows with this motorsport, and hopefully it doesn't rain and we get a nice, clean, dry race for the rest of the day, although you said it might be raining.
Well, we've got Danny Studdert at the wheel of 207 now, not Max Vidal. Max Vidal was exceptionally quick in the class of the field. Danny Studdert was the next fastest driver in any vehicle we've seen this weekend. So he will be a lot closer to John Goodacre, but should have the advantage. We now get set for a race start. Danny Studdert in the 207. He'll start on pole position, and alongside him, John Goodacre. We are off and racing now. Cameron McLeod look to the outside. Their drag race down to turn number 1. Final race of the weekend. Mark Cars Australia, their third race. And they head down to turn 1. Holding on strong is Danny Studdert. He stays in the lead through turn 1. Looks for the switch back into turn 2. John Goodacre goes with him. And Cameron McLeod holds down third. There he is on screen now, the 77.
Oh.
And he's around. Danny Studdert is around. Your race leader and pole sitter has dropped right to the back of the field. And the work is going to be all in front of him from here.
Well, we asked for drama and we got it.
So John Goodacre now takes over the lead of the race, and Cameron McLeod sits in second. That'll be as a result of a cold track, slightly wet. And we have a new race leader on the first lap, John Goodacre from Cameron McLeod. And then we look a little further back to Hargraves, Taunton, Leithhead, Mamarella and Danny Studdert.
Cameron, that is a crazy, crazy start to this race. Who wouldn't have expected that? In the previous race, we saw Max Vidal dominate, and his teammate has now been turned around and has to basically do what Max did and start from the back and go all the way through.
You wanted a good race, you're about to get it. Danny Studdert's got it all in front of him. Currently, the round points are going the way of John Goodacre, but every position that Danny Studdert gets, his points will creep higher and higher. 22 minutes, 49 seconds and 1 lap remaining in this race. And Danny Studdert has his work cut out for him. There's the 20. Hargraves, he sits in the third spot as it stands right now, but Taunton's going after him.
And there's the first position that Daniel Studdert has just made. He's just past Frank Mamarella. He's got to go. He's got to make about another 2 or 3 more positions at least to get himself in contention, and I wish we were able to follow one driver at a time, right?
Well, he's going to be back in contention by the end of this one. If you think about it, the previous race lap record before Max Vidal changed that down to a 47.4 was a 51.1, which was done by Danny Studdert earlier today. He was about half a second, 7/10 clear of the next fastest time of John Goodacre as we watch the battle heading down into turn number 1. The 4 of Jeff Taunton move on Hargraves. That should be job done. No, he's not overly confident with that car in these conditions, is he? We know he's very quick, particularly in dry conditions, but Jeff Taunton, he had that spin late in the race earlier today, and he's just choosing the less risky path when he goes for the move. And at the moment, he looks to the outside, tucks back in behind Hargraves, then looks to the inside, heading down to the hairpin. He brakes slightly earlier, but he's got track position here. Swinging across the front of him is Hargraves. And Taunton tucks back in behind. He's just not able to get the move done yet.
It seems like Hargrave is taunting Taunton right now with allowing him to go into some space, but then quickly defending. And now he's pushed away. Now he's
we are going to make a commentator out of you yet.
I was saving that one for a special time. The rain is starting to appear on the camera a little bit more now, so it must be getting heavier out there, but hopefully we can stay clear for the next 20 minutes. Stoddart has now made another position. He's now taken over Leithard, and you know, he will soon, we can see him in the back there, he soon might be joining these two, especially if Hargraves holds off Taunton.
Just keep an eye on the sector times. He was at 3 seconds off. Actually, no, Danny Studdart was 2/10 off, I should have said, but he's now fastest of all to the middle sector, is Danny Studdart. So John Goodacre, he's off putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, fastest sector after fastest sector. He's hoping to get a good enough lead that Danny Studdart can't catch him. Danny Studdart has to get through all of the traffic. He's got Taunton and Hargraves up in front of him. This battle is the one just up in front of him. Once he clears those two, he then has to worry about Cam McLeod and John Goodacre. But first, he must catch them.
This has worked out really well for Daniel Stoddart, because if without these two battling it out, he may have been unable to get ahead. But now, with these two slowing each other down, this will bring him right back into contention.
It will indeed, and you can see him in the background there, can't you, as they make their way down through turn 1, 2. This is the battle for third, and look in the back of shot, you'll see very shortly, looming large, Danny Studdart after that first lap spin as Taunton needs to get through. He got better drive.
He's had enough.
Is he able to get it through? He's been able to do it. Just confidence there from Jeff Taunton. And Danny Studdart, well, he's going to set his sights now on the blue rear end of Hargraves.
Is that enough time for Daniel now to chase up? He's obviously lost that, and he just had enough, Jeff Taunton, and said, you know what, I'm done. I'm passing you, and I need to catch Cameron McLeod.
I think it was a confidence thing. He looked like he just didn't believe the car was underneath him to throw it into the corner. Was able to get the job done. Fastest of all for the first sector then was Danny Studdart. He still sits back in 5th. That's him on screen right now. John Goodacre with the fastest lap of all, that 53.9. Conditions are not conducive to the fastest lap times we'll see this weekend. But this is the battle right now. Fastest first sector for Studdart again. So Goodacre pushing on. He's much further up the road. Jeff Taunton finding some speed now as he's cleared Hargraves. Slower middle sector there for Danny Studdart. So he's got a bit more pace in that car. But again, he'll be kicking himself with that spin on the first lap. He's caught right up on Hargraves now. This is now for 4th place for Danny Studdart. We'll keep an eye on the round points, because as it stands, John Goodacre will win the round. Cam McLeod and Jeff Taunton equal on 277. But Danny Studdart, each position he gets will be more points towards his attempt to win the round, alongside Max Vidot.
Well, he's obviously reduced the gap now, and now I reckon he's within striking distance of Hargraves, so he might be able to get the move done in then at least the next 2 or 3 laps. We don't have a graphic for the striking distance, but surely he's here now, and I would say hopefully it takes him 1 or 2 laps to get past Hargraves and then chase down Jeff Taunton, because he definitely can do it.
Conditions seem to be getting worse out there, don't they, as Leithhead comes into the pit lane. So the compulsory pit stop window is now open, as you can see on your screens, on 7+ and across the Motorsport Australia channels at the final ever Shannons Trophy Series and round 3 for the year.
And there it is. He's just made the move. That was a very nice move. I said 2 laps. He didn't even half a lap.
He's very quick, is Danny Studdart, and he's in a very fast car. 270 is the points now. So he's onto the podium for the round. Well, actually, no, he's just off the podium for the round. 1 more spot. If he can get Jeff Taunton, he'll move himself up onto the podium. But I think that it might be a bridge too far to get Goodacre. 17 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, plus 1 lap, and everybody's still to stop except for Leithhead.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering, at what point would it be good for Daniel Studdart to pit stop? Like, there's obviously no driver change, there's nothing like that. At what point would it be good for him to just get it out of the way? Does he do it now and get it out of the way, or does he wait right up until the end?
That's a very good question. And right now the team will be looking at, I mean, if they're being quite strategic, they'll go, okay, we know how long the stop's going to take. Will he be in clear air? You want clear air for Danny Studdart, just like you can see Jeff Taunton, who's now fastest of all through the second sector once he cleared Hargraves. We look on screen now. That's Goodacre. He's your race leader, and he's done a 52.8 that last lap around. So pushing on with it. But again, as I said, the conditions aren't great out there at the moment. He still has a 5.6 second lead, though. Does Goodacre from McLeod and Taunton. Taunton, fastest lap of the race, that last one around, a 1:52.3. He's only 0.8 of a second off the back of Cam McLeod. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I don't know.
Do you remember what happened? Changeable conditions, Taunton getting up onto the back of Cam McLeod last race. What happened?
There was a spin, if I remember correctly.
There was a spin, and it was about this part of the track we're coming down to now as well.
If I was Taunton, I would not rush. I would not rush this move because you've got to be patient. You just got to try and maybe get him on the straights. Don't try anything silly and just wait for the right moment, because we saw what happened in the previous race. He spun, and spinning now would do all the undo all the good work.
It certainly would, as Mamarella comes into pit lane to take his compulsory pit stop, leaving Goodacre, McLeod, Taunton, Studdert and Hargraves all to stop.
On the other hand, though, if he stays behind McLeod, that will open up the door for Daniel Studdert to come back into the race. So, really tough decision for Taunton right now. I'm not sure what I would do, to be honest with you, and luckily I'm not a race driver, so I didn't have to worry about those sort of problems.
It looks like Leithhead's actually out of the race, so he's pulled into the pits, never came back out on track. Mamarella, he came in, is back out in the race. So both Coe and Leithhead look like they're out of the race. 6 cars remain with 15 minutes and 1 lap to go.
It's really important, though, for Jeff Taunton to stay consistent right now, and I guess we're in a bit of a sort of the midpoint of the race where nothing crazy might not happen. I know that's commentator's curse, but right now Daniel Studdert is quite far behind Jeff Taunton. Last I saw he was about 6 seconds off, so needs to make a bit of room, but he's sort of fallen behind Adam Hargraves, I believe, and I think he's going into the pits. That would explain as to why he's fallen off the time.
So Taunton's come into the pits, well spotted in the background, but look who's continued on. Danny Studdert, he looks up the road and can see Cam McLeod. So Danny Studdert yet to stop, but he's now inside the top 3. He'll be pushing hard to see if he can overtake Jeff Taunton in the pit lane.
I have a suspicion that Studdert will wait right up until the very end to do his pit stop, just to allow him as much time as he can to try and chase down that time, and then he might do it. If he can't make it, then he'll just go for the pit, but he'll try and do it, I reckon. He'll try and go all the way.
So we've got Taunton and Hargraves both in pit lane. So then back out on track at the moment, Hargraves. You can tell that car, it's beautiful, isn't it? Wonderful to see just how well presented all of our marked cars are. And they're a category to watch out. They'll be, or watch out for, I should say. They will be on the rise. I've been hearing whispers that their numbers on the grid will swell dramatically in 2024. And why wouldn't you? Bang for buck racing. I mean, they're pricey for the average person, but within motorsport terms, they're actually a very, very good return on your investment for a fast race car. As we see Goodacre, McLeod, Studdert, the only drivers yet to stop, and they sit in the top 3.
You know what I find interesting about this one? I reckon now it's all about qualifying laps, essentially, because everyone's got clean air, no one's really racing each other. It's just going to be about who posts the fastest lap until McLeod and Studdert take their pits. That's how I feel like it's going to work.
And it looks like conditions are actually getting a little bit better out there. It looks like the drizzle's gone, but the track condition takes a little bit longer to heat up and dry up. But every lap that they circulate without rain, the track will get faster again. 12 minutes remaining, 1 lap as well. Goodacre, McLeod and Studdert. Studdert, we know, has the fastest car. However, that spin at the beginning put him right behind the 8 ball.
And Jeff Taunton seems to be posting the fastest laps nowadays, so not sure what Daniel's got in answer to those questions that Taunton's posing to him, but at this point in time, 5.5 seconds is the difference between McLeod and Goodacre, 6 seconds between Studdert and McLeod, and 35 seconds between Taunton and Studdert. So I feel like Daniel Studdert is really going to have to make this moment of the race work. He needs to take advantage of it.
Remember that 35.5 seconds on the gap between those two. It's actually 47 seconds is the pit stop that's in there. So 47 seconds is actually the gap between Goodacre and Taunton. So you've got to remember he's still got to traverse the pit lane. So it'll be a lot closer. Taunton's in the hunt here as Goodacre and Cameron McLeod both go personal best to the first sector. Still plenty of race to go here. And remember that Taunton, he's done his pit stop. He's now just racing to the flag.
Well, it's a special moment for him nonetheless. But my question to you is Taunton going for the race win, or is he going to be going for second?
He's going for the race win.
He's going for the race win.
Well, if you're a race car driver, as Darren Smith will tell you, and he's been on air most of this year, most of today, I should say. Actually, he's been covering the entire trophy series this year. Will tell you you're not much of a race driver if you're not going for the win. to be honest with you. No one's really out there to make up the numbers. If you've got a chance, you go for it. And I can tell you, Taunton's got the speed. He's the fastest car on track as it stands right now. Oh, you know, he's well and truly a shot at a race win here, but Goodacre, he's putting in personal best after personal best, as so is Cam McLeod.
So the question now is that when will these people when will the three of them take their pit stops? That's what I'm curious to see.
I'll give you an answer. Before the compulsory pit stop window closes. Because if they don't, they're out of the race.
Absolutely, that's a real, and I'm sure their team is talking with them. Oh, well, right on cue. Goodacre and McLeod are in the pits taking their compulsory pit stop.
So Studdett's going around one more lap before he pits. There's Goodacre, your race leader. We look now to see where Taunton is. How much time has he put into them since he came into the pit lane? Goodacre and McLeod in the pits. We'll watch the race from here. They're stopped. This is their compulsory pit stop. 10 minutes remaining. There's Taunton on screen. He's already stopped. A long way to go. I think Goodacre will do it. The gap is the bit that we're interested in. Maybe not. Taunton down the main straight here. And we see Goodacre out on track. Same with Cameron McLeod. And look who's now your race leader. Taunton, with that early stop, those fast lap times, takes over the lead of the race from both Cameron McLeod, who's trying to put a move on there as well, and behind them, John Goodacre. So we have a new effective race leader. Having said that, Danny Studdert on a personal best lap is still to stop.
That was quite entertaining, that was... Who knows what was going to happen right then, but as it stands, McLeod, Taunton, Goodacre.
No, it's Taunton in front at the moment. The timing monitor hasn't updated. If you look, the number 4 is in front of McLeod. They had that very close little moment on pit exit. And it's great to see Taunton going for the race win. And this is going to be very interesting as this clock counts down. 9 minutes, 1 lap remaining. And Danny Studdert should pit this time around. He's on a personal best lap. And the track conditions get better and the race gets closer.
I'm wondering if it paid off for Jeff Taunton to go in the pits earlier because the track was a bit wet then,
Well, I would
damp.
suggest the fact that he's our effective race leader, that it certainly did pay off for him. But yes, that would have been a call he made. And he got clear track position, absolutely, as Danny Studdert now comes into the pit lane.
And now we wait.
This is the battle we watch. If we could get split screen, we'd give it to you because we want to be able to see where they all are. Danny Studdert. The race will be in the pit lane. I'm not sure he was able to put enough lap times in to be able to challenge Taunton. The earlier undercut, as you'd call it, although I believe they stayed on the same tyres, so you didn't get the benefit of a different set of tyres. But clear track is a good thing.
Track conditions as well, right?
Good confidence, taking a little bit of the pressure out. And look at this.
Oh.
That's your race leader. So Taunton leads from McLeod and Goodacre. And he's still in the pit lane is Danny Studdert. But remember, he started on pole position. So why this is hurting him is that long pit stop. But that spin at the beginning is what really hurt him. So he'll come out in 4th place. And he'll need, most likely, a safety car if he's going to try and catch these cars in front. And it is all in front of Jeff Taunton right now. The gap opening up, 1.3 seconds clear of 2nd place being Cam McLeod. And the battle between McLeod and Goodacre is going to rage again, just like it did in race 2 earlier today.
Well, there's the compulsory pit stop window closed. We waited right up until the last minute.
So here comes Goodacre. He needs to clear McLeod very quickly. He's got the pace to be able to hunt down Taunton, but he needs to clear him. He did it in the last race, remember, did Goodacre. Taunton wasn't able to do it. We've effectively seen the roles reversed in race number 3.
So Daniel Studdert has come out in 5th. He's come behind Hargraves as well.
Remember that extended pit stop because he was the pole sitter, so that's what's hurt him. And again, that's why that spin early on and dropping him right to the back of the field cost him any opportunity to race win today. And he will be kicking himself behind the wheel of that marked car.
So as we watch here, McLeod and Goodacre enjoying a little battle between the two of them. Don't think this will cause too much dramas in terms of how far they fall behind, in front of Hargraves, but Taunton might actually get quite far ahead of you if Goodacre doesn't make the move soon.
Have a look at the points on screen at the moment. Goodacre actually on for the round win here. If he gets through on McLeod, and I dare say he will get through on McLeod, he's got the faster car between the two of them. He will take out the round win for Mark Cars Australia. here at the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series. Final round, and I've really enjoyed the fact that Trophy Series has been here. It's been able to showcase or provide a platform for some categories that are normally or traditionally outside of marked cars, state level racing, and giving them a national platform. So absolute kudos to the team at Motorsport Australia for putting on this style of event for some categories that may not get the opportunity in front of a national audience.
Absolutely, it's been a wonderful season so far, and what a way to finish off the season with a really entertaining race with Mark Cars Australia.
It's not over yet. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
John Goodacre looks to the inside of Cameron McLeod, and that'll be job done. Head down, eyes forward, and it's time for Goodacre to go after Taunton.
Sort of pushed him out of the way. They said, hey, excuse me, I want to go for the race win. Please move out of the way, or I'm going to push you out. I want to chase down Jeff Taunton.
Is that how you'd do it?
I wouldn't do it. We'd have to ask Darren Smith that one, I reckon.
I know exactly what he'd do.
He would have pushed him out of the way.
He would have put 5 dents in the side of the car, the back of the car and the front of it, and then said it was his fault.
Well, you know, he's not in this race, so...
It's amazing. You know that Darren Smith's the only driver I've ever known that when he hit someone, it was always their fault.
I think a lot of drivers would be like that. But right now we have 5 minutes, Cameron. 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes for John Goodacre to chase down Jeff Taunton. Can he do it?
Can he?
I don't know. I think he's very capable to. He was showing really good pace in the first half of this race.
Stratus, you're enjoying this commentary role these days, aren't you? Look
I am enjoying it.
Getting right into it. As we see Taunton, Goodacre, McLeod, your podium at the moment. As it goes for the round, though, Goodacre with 311 points will be your round winner. If it stays the way we are, Taunton with 299 will be second and McLeod will be third. Having said that, Goodacre will want to go out with a win. He's only 1.6 seconds off the race leader in Jeff Taunton. And it's on. It is on. 4 minutes remaining and 1 lap. This is going to come down to the last lap as we've got a brand new fastest lap of all with Hargraves in the 20, position number 4 at the moment, and 151.6, fastest lap of the race.
That's come out of nowhere, if you ask me.
And a personal best for Danny Studdard as well, a 152.1. He's half a second off that speed of Hargraves. 7 seconds up the road. I don't see Danny Studdard moving any further forward than 5th.
I think you're right. I think you're very right there. And I think at this point in time, Hargraves looks like he's going to stay in 4th as well. So I think it's going to be a battle between the top 3, isn't it?
It's going to be a battle between the top 2. McLeod's not really in the mix anymore. He's 1.9 seconds off the back, and I just don't think he has the pace to go with the boys in front. He's done well. He needed a bit more rain to fall for a little bit longer. He'll hold on to 3rd. 9.5 seconds is the gap between McLeod and Hargraves in that battle for 3rd. Let's have a look just how far back. So he's dropping off the pace at the moment as we see another couple of tenths come out of that race leader. Goodacre now staring down the opportunity of being in DRS zone.
His only hope, really, apart from a Hyundai safety car coming out, his only hope is for Taunton to hold up Goodacre, for the two of them to be stuck together, and he just slides on in. That's it, and it's going to come down right to the last lap.
Have you written the script?
I've tried to. I've tried to get the script down to the guys down in the pit lane.
I did see you tapping away at your laptop before and swiping right on a few things. What were you working on there, Stratus?
Working on the Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship, Cameron Vandenduggen. But Goodacre has gotten that gap down to less than a second now, so this will be interesting. This will be where McLeod will be hoping sometime he'll be able to make up some time. But if Goodacre replicates the move he made on McLean on Taunton, I think it's going to be pretty simple.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. The final race of the weekend, the final race of the day, and it's coming down to a battle for the lead. 6 tenths now the gap as Hargraves sets another fastest lap back in 4th. Don't look at the timing screen anymore though. If you're joining us on 7+, you're joining us on YouTube or any of the other Motorsport Australia channels, do not turn off for the next 5 minutes. This race is going to come down to the last lap as Goodacre gets ever closer. He's inside half a second now of Jeff Taunton. Goodacre, you would say, has the faster car of the two. The last lap around, he was half a second quicker. Look at it now, right up under the rear wing. 1 minute 45 and 1 lap remaining. Can Taunton hold on?
I think he can. I think he showed already today that he can defend really nicely. Now he's just got to do the exact same thing with Goodacre. Hold on for 2.5, 3 minutes, and he's got the race win. And I'm getting shakes from inside the commentary box.
So what's happening right now is Taunton
is just trying to keep the car. He'll be inside his own brain. Brake here, turn there. Is he any closer? Maintain this gap. He's not getting any closer than 6/10. You can manage that gap. They'll both be shaping each other up. Where am I stronger? Where are they stronger? Where will I be able to pass? Both drivers, it's exactly what motorsport's all about. Both cars will have strengths and weaknesses, and we get closer to the end of this race. Still holding half a second. Taunton and Goodacre. McLeod in third, Hargraves fourth. Danny Studdert not making any dent on the car in front.
My heart is racing. I can't imagine what inside the cockpit will be happening right now.
So for these drivers, it's all about analytics.
Analytics?
Yep.
Analytics.
That's exactly what it is.
This is just about pure old school racing right now. No data, no map. This is just who's the better driver, who's got more talent. It's all the way to the end.
Well, I can tell you who's got more talent at the moment. It looks like Taunton just starting to put a gap now on John Goodacre. That's gotten further out, that gap between the two, and with 1 lap remaining at the end of this. So we are in the penultimate lap. Second last lap for those of you that aren't used to some of the bigger vernacular, Stratus. I just did that for your benefit.
Thank you very much. Now, I believe they're going to be reaching Frank Mamarella now as a back marker. Could this have any impact?
Mate, 1.2 seconds now, the gap. I think the heat's come right out of this one. Or has it?
No, this is what I'm saying. They've reached the back. If Frank Mamarella could make the big difference right now, because if Taunton doesn't make the putt, which he does, okay. I think I spoke way too early right there, because they passed Mamarella with ease and didn't even worry about that. So, in fact, there's not much of a difference.
Stratus, we all do it, mate. Don't worry. Taunton, Goodacre, McLeod, your top three. And you're right, Mamarella has meant that the race that was out to 1.2 seconds is back to half a second. Is that the shot in the arm that Goodacre needed? To have a look at the race leader. We'll have 1 more lap remaining at the end of this.
Go now. Goodacre's got to go now. He's just got to put everything in it, and no tomorrow, right? There's race like there's no tomorrow.
Well, there is no tomorrow for the Trophy Series. Well done to Motorsport Australia for putting this on. Every driver in each of the categories has enjoyed it, and we are starting our last lap of the Trophy Series right now. Taunton from Goodacre, McLeod, Hargraves, Studdert, and Mamarella. Mamarella, he's brought the race back to life, just holding that position for a little bit longer than I think Jeff Taunton would have been happy with. I just don't think Goodacre's got the car underneath him. He's dropped back to 8/10 now.
I'm not sure where he's going to get the time up, because Taunton has just drove really, really well in this race, and doesn't look like he's going to give it up either. Hasn't showed any mistakes, hasn't showed any. He's just pure focus and essentially doing a perfect lap right now.
So Michael Stratus, a huge congratulations to the entire team at Motorsport Australia, but a very special thank you to all of our volunteer officials that have come out, braved the various weather conditions this weekend. We know they love coming to the Bend, Shell V Power Motorsport Park, to watch some great racing. If you are sitting at home watching 7+, jump onto Motorsport Australia's website, and you can see there motorsport.org.au/officials. We'd love to have you join your car club no matter where you are in Australia, from Northern Territory to Tasmania, from WA to Sydney. Jump on the website and get involved in the sport. The gap now 1.1 seconds. Jeff Taunton can take a big deep breath. He's only got a few corners remaining in the final race here of the Shannons Trophy Series, as part of a wonderful series of events we've seen this year. 3 rounds, and then next year we do it all again with a much expanded Shannons program.
Now, I know we're looking at the winner right now, but Hargraves is third right now. I'm not sure when that change happened. And there is Taunton crosses the line, Goodacre in second, and we should be seeing Hargraves, the fastest man with the fastest lap, in third. There he is, ahead of
that
McLeod.
was all those laps. He put in the fastest lap of the race, did Hargraves, a 1:51.6574, and he comes home third. Cameron McLeod in fourth, and Danny Studdert, he will break the beam very shortly, a lot further back, just through now. Mamarella through, and that is the end of that race. I'm going to go and do the post-race right now, Michael, so I'll leave you to do the rest of this one.
Well, thank you very much, Cam, and I'm going to have the great Darren Smith jumping in with me. But what a way to finish this event. Really old school racing. There it is, Jeff Taunton taking out the win, John Goodacre second, Adam Hargraves third, Cameron McLeod fourth, Daniel Stoddard fifth, Frank Mamarella sixth. Darren, how did you enjoy that one?
That was terrific. Well done to yourself and Cameron there too. Michael Stratus, you should give yourself a big pat on the back. There's nothing worse than a commentator that sits on the fence, and you threw yourself on the line there each and every time. It may not have worked out, but if you're not going to sit on the fence, no one cares for that. You've got to put your thoughts on the line, and terrific stuff there. And I'm going to absolutely echo Cameron's thoughts, or was he echoing my thoughts? The 2023 Trophy Series, right now it's brought a tear to my eye. It's been such a great three-event series. A must-have level of Australian motorsport. This it is just the competitors love it, and the fans love it. We've seen it QR. There's been people here today. Free, it's great to do that, expose people to motorsport that may not have ordinarily done it if it was $190 like it was at the Sandown 500 weekend. Come out with the family and friends and bring everyone. And look, the crowds aren't massive, but the crowds watching it online, watching it via 7 Plus have certainly been very, very pleasing, and echoing everyone's thoughts right around the motorsport community. Big thanks to all the volunteers, and they've done a terrific job. And yes, we should be talking about the ARC Power Stage.
Well, as much as we've run out of time with the Shannons Trophy Series before we cut down to Cameron van der Duggan. If you're a rally fan, switch on over to, after Cam does his interviews, switch on over to the Motorsport Australian Rally Championship, Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship page on 7 Plus, and watch the final stage of the Power Play Adelaide Hills Rally.
Certainly it's been a ding-dong battle, and the Toyotas are having a bit of a feast of it here this weekend. Be great to see where Molly Taylor on her return to Australian rallying as well, where she finishes up in the Subaru. Watching on there, I'm sure Dean Herridge and Jess Dane will bring on a very entertaining power stage. Looking forward to how that will play out, and certainly everyone involved with the Trophy Series right throughout this year. It's going to be, I guess, absorbed as part of an extended speed series in 2024. But I think we've had a wonderful journey over these 3 rounds to bring this sort of motorsport alive for the Australian motorsport fan, competitor, volunteer official, administration people, etc., etc. And I think it's great that Jeff Taunton has taken the win here. He's the guy that makes these cars, or they come out of Pace Innovations, but he's the man that is Mark Cars, and it's fitting that he's on the top step of the podium for this last race for the weekend. Tremendous effort. Johnny Goodacre, a real die-hard, hard-nosed type of racer. He won the round on 311 points over Jeff Taunton on 299. Danny Studdert comes home in third. So cool to see Danny Studdert back behind the wheel of a racing car here in Australia, and I think we'll keep him well interested with the Mark Cars series. A ripping guy, a great race car driver, and I can't wait to see more of Danny in his Mark car.
He's a very tall man as well, Jeff Taunton.
He is. You can just see him down there in the lane, and done a good job. Cam McLeod's done a tremendous job as well, as we go down to the lane with Cam van der Duggan.
Thank you very much, guys. And you're right, Jeff Taunton is very tall. Look at how tall he is for me. I'm about 7 foot tall. Look at the size of this bloke. Mate, congratulations. Final race of the weekend, and you did it with, I wouldn't say ease, because Johnny Goodacre came hunting right towards the end, but congratulations.
Someone of my age, mate, I was feeling it real bad going, where's that checkered flag? Come on. But no, hey, thanks to Darren for letting me use his car for the weekend. Everybody's car went well, no damage, absolutely stoked.
And I know you're heavily involved. Obviously, you are Mr. Mark Cars as well. You must have been rapt to see the speedo, the Max Vidot entry. Well, the car a little earlier today as well. That was rapid.
Mate, Max is a magnificent driver. We have also Cameron in our young coming through that we support. Same thing. But showing the potential of the car is just magnificent. Like, I can't say enough about Max and my Cameron. The potential of the car on show this weekend has been terrific. And it means a lot. It means a real lot. So, yeah, doing those times and, spending the time with us, absolutely magnificent. Thanks to Danny, too, for that. But, yeah, thanks to all the guys. They were terrific.
All right, well done. We're going to go and chat to some of the other drivers as well. John Goodacre, we saw you coming towards the end. You got within half a second. Then Mamarella gave you a bit of another shot in the arm. Just couldn't get it done in the end, but second still very good.
No, it was good. I was trying as hard as I could. I knew Jeff had like a 10-second stop-go penalty advantage on us, and I was pushing as hard as I could the first stint, and he just got out in front of me, and I just couldn't do it at the end. It's just, he was driving really well, clean. Well, I was hoping for him to make a mistake, but he didn't, so that's just it. It's as close as we could get.
Well, congratulations. Well done on second. Good to chat to you again, and the fastest driver of the race, Hargraves. Well, mate, well done. Congratulations. We didn't see you till the end. You were just putting in fastest lap after fastest lap towards the end. You look like you were out on a qualifying run there.
Yeah, no, I've only been in the car a few times, so I'm just sort of getting used to the car and the track. It's been a couple of years since I've been at the track, but it's starting to click in a little bit more.
So talk to us about the conditions out there, because it looked like they started to come back a bit towards the end. So is that why you felt a bit more confidence as each lap went on?
Absolutely, yeah. No, when it started to rain, I'm thinking, oh no, here we go. I haven't done a lot of wet weather down here, and so yeah, I was backing off, and then it started to dry up, and so off I went again.
Yeah, well, congratulations, well done. That is the final race of the weekend for the Shannons Trophy Series. Thank you for tuning in on 7+. Thank you for tuning in on the Motorsport Australia platforms all around the country. Going to give a couple of shout-outs. Big shout-out to Darren Smith, our main commentator up there in the booth. Darren, you did a power of work this weekend. Really appreciate it, mate. We also had the crew, the two South Australian boys, the boys who are some of the best in commentary in the business, and that's Richard Crail, and we also had Matt Nolte as well. We had Gary O'Brien, Tony Shebeki, and we also had our mate Michael there right near the end, who was one of our Motorsport Australia officials and really just starting to take to commentary. Really enjoyed that. Thank you to Daniel Beckinsale and the entire crew at Blendline. So much more to go. That was the end of Trophy Series, and we really appreciate you tuning in wherever you are in Australia. Remember, there's plenty going on at the rally, so you can switch over channels and check that out. But right now, we're going to say goodbye from the bend, and thank you for joining us.